Lord of Mysteries, Incarnation of Chaos by XElenea. Chapter 51-100. Alaric wasn't surprised by this. Using one form of pollution to purge another was bound to be a painful process. So, he merely monitored the situation on the other side, and when it reached its limit, he swiftly severed the connection between the Nyarlathotep fragment and the other party. Once the screams from the other side faded, Alaric turned to Bethel beside him and said with a smile, "It seems to have worked." As the same being, past Bethel could naturally confirm that Alaric's recent action had some effect. The pollution had been partially covered and erased by another force. The problem, however, was that the pollution Alaric unleashed seemed even more overpowering than the outer deity's influence, laced with a madness that could unsettle the mind. Had Alaric delayed even a few minutes longer, he might have been looking at a future of losing his sanity entirely. So, was he really not just trading one outer deity's grasp for another's? Bethel was deeply skeptical. But in truth, losing your mind is better than dying or becoming a plaything for the outer deities, isn't it? At least if you lose your mind, there's still a chance to recover. Alaric said, clearly reading his thoughts. He added abruptly, "Trust me, I'm well versed in both temporary and permanent madness. I can offer you some top-notch psychological analysis." Do you even hear yourself? Past Bethel gave him a look and said, "I believe you." Really? All right, I'll admit there was a slight mishap, but what can you do? It was my first try, so it's normal to be a bit rusty. Alaric said, spreading his hands with an innocent grin. He continued, "Trust me, though the first attempt was a bit rough, once I get the hang of it, I'll definitely be able to clear your pollution without turning you into a lunatic." "Let's hope so," Past Bethel replied, left with little choice but to sigh. At that moment, Alaric heard Mr. Door's faintly weakened voice in his ear again. "Who are you?" "I'm Alaric Zoroast. Sure, I told a few fibs to your polluted personality earlier, but this one's the truth." Alaric replied smoothly, knowing full well that the one speaking to him now was Mr. Door himself. Though the process of purging the pollution had been somewhat crude, Nyarlathotep's power had indeed helped suppress the contamination within the other party, restoring temporary clarity. All in all, the strategy of fighting poison with poison was largely a success, it just needed to be handled carefully. Otherwise, Nyarlathotep's power might genuinely drive Mr. Door into permanent madness. Mr. Door, on the other side, seemed unsure whether to believe him and said, "I don't think I know you." "You don't know me now, but your past self does." Alaric replied with a cheerful grin, stating a fact that sounded utterly contradictory. "In truth, Mr. Door, I made a deal with your past self." What just happened was a sort of trial run. Mr. Door was likely a bit dazed. Until Alaric released the summoning, he wouldn't inherit the memories of the Shadow of Time, so naturally, he knew nothing of the deal Alaric spoke of. At that moment, Past Bethel spoke up. "I'll help you create the alternate space you want, but it'll take time. You probably can't summon me for long, can you?" His last words carried a hint of probing. "No need to test me, Bethel. I indeed can't summon you for long. Going against the flow of time isn't exactly a walk in the park, even for me." Alaric said openly. Some things couldn't be hidden, so he might as well be upfront. Past Bethel wasn't surprised. If such a reality-defying ability could be used without limit, he'd be more worried about the safety of this world. After a moment's thought, Past Bethel said, "Beyond that, I'll need some materials. Some I can craft myself, but others will require raw resources." He then listed a slew of items, mostly spiritual materials, precious metals, gems, and the like. Alaric listened quietly, mentally noting each item, planning to fleece some resources from the true creator's boss next time. When Bethel finished, Alaric asked with curiosity, "I thought you'd need something higher grade, like high-sequence characteristics of the apprentice pathway." "If there were high-sequence characteristics of the apprentice pathway, that would be ideal, but I suspect there aren't many secret sorcerers left in this world, let alone anything higher," Past Bethel said, shaking his head. If such characteristics existed, he could fulfill Alaric's request more effectively, but he could guess there were likely few high-sequence apprentices left. "How about I pay a visit to your family?" Alaric asked, stroking his chin with a seemingly constructive suggestion. "I'll do my best to meet your needs without those characteristics," Past Bethel replied tactfully after a brief pause. The unspoken message was clear: my descendants are already struggling enough, please don't make things worse for them. Fair enough, I respect your wishes. Alaric said, not pressing the issue. He could, of course, raid the Abraham family, but that would clearly antagonize Mr. Door. Why bother? The Abraham family's best assets were merely level 0 sealed artifacts, which came with severe drawbacks. It'd be far easier to cozy up to Mr. Door later and borrow his power or convince him to do the work. Seeing that Alaric seemed to genuinely drop the idea of visiting his descendants, past Bethel couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Truth be told, Bethel's view of Alaric was complicated. The man was mysterious, powerful, and daunting, yet he seemed to be trying to save him. He didn't appear to harbor ill will toward this world, but just when Bethel started to feel at ease, Alaric exuded that familiar trickster vibe. That was precisely why Bethel wasn't keen on letting his family descendants cross paths with Alaric. It was obvious, even sealed, the Abraham family still had its foundation. If his descendants were even slightly competent, they wouldn't have fallen to the point of being practically non-existent. In that brief minute earlier, Bethel had deliberately searched for information on the Abraham family and found nothing. That was the real issue. With his descendants in such a state, what could Bethel expect from them? If they recklessly engaged with Alaric, they'd likely be devoured without a trace. That's just a stereotype, Alaric said, as if reading past Bethel's thoughts. Sure, I'm a trickster, but I'm not like Amon, that menace. I'm a trickster with principles. He insisted earnestly. Hearing Alaric's confident words, past Bethel glanced at him and said tactfully, I believe you wouldn't physically harm them. The implication was clear. Past Bethel was convinced Alaric would mentally torment his descendants. It wasn't surprising Bethel thought this way. After all, Alaric had just deceived the polluted Mr. Door right in front of him and had a track record of outwitting Pallas, leaving little room for trust. Bethel, you're far too indulgent with your descendants, Alaric said, spouting what sounded like absurd nonsense. Ignoring past Bethel's reaction, he suddenly perked up, as if struck by a thought, and said eagerly, since you can't help me create the alternate space without the materials right now, why don't we use the remaining time to talk about something interesting? Alaric looked at past Bethel with a grin and said, I've always been curious about your relationship with Amon. It feels like you two get along pretty well. This was indeed something Alaric had long wondered about. Setting aside Mr. Door's self-sacrifice, the fact that Amon, the ultimate trickster, had returned the unused Sequence 1 characteristic to the Abraham family after consuming Mr. Door was downright shocking. Past Bethel glanced at Alaric and answered without evasion, we're probably friends, in a way. We can work together, share a drink, but we'd also kill each other without hesitation if it came to a fight. What a peculiar dynamic. Alaric could tell Bethel was being genuine, prompting him to let out a sigh of amazement. That's just how it is among high sequences in this world. Solomon and Tudor were once close friends, but that didn't stop Tudor from betraying Solomon when it mattered. Bethel said, seemingly unfazed, even offering an example with a calm expression. How terrifying, you people of this world, Alaric said, feigning fear before bursting into laughter. After gauging his remaining spirituality and chatting a bit more with past Bethel, he released the summoning. I trust you've received the relevant memories, Mr. Door, Alaric said, re-establishing contact with Mr. Door, who had been sidelined until now, and smiling. Mr. Door was silent for a long while before asking for the third time, what are you? Alaric Zoroast, a mere mortal. Alaric answered again, let's hope so. Mr. Door sighed. Right now, I probably don't have much to offer you. Not true. You have plenty of bargaining chips, like knowledge and hidden history. Alaric said unhurriedly. Sure, I know a lot, but there are still gaps in my understanding of history and knowledge. You, on the other hand, are well learned and have lived through much of that history. Alaric grinned again. So, are you willing to place that chip on the scale to make our deal more balanced? Mr. Door wasn't surprised by this. There was no such thing as true omniscience in this world, not even the ancient sun god could claim that. Still, Mr. Door couldn't shake his suspicion about what this self-proclaimed human really was. I can only contact you during the full moon. If you can keep me lucid like you did today, I'll share some of the things you want to know. Mr. Door said, showing no intent to refuse. With Alaric's abilities, anything he wanted to know would eventually come to light, whether Mr. Dorr shared it or not. Might as well use this chance to learn more about what kind of existence Alaric was. Thank you, Alaric said politely. Oh, by the way, Alaric added, as if remembering something. Mr. Dorr, I could actually use your help with a small favor. Klein was at home, studying. For the past 20 days, Klein had enjoyed a rare period of calm. His routine consisted of studying occult knowledge, practicing combat, holding tarot club meetings, and little else, no unexpected incidents. It left him almost disoriented, wondering if all the prior mishaps had truly been coincidences. But Klein knew better, they couldn't be mere coincidences. All he could do in this brief calm was learn as much as possible and improve himself in every way. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar prayer. The voice was male, and after careful discernment, Klein confirmed it belonged to Alaric. Klein mentally raised a question mark, puzzled why Alaric would suddenly pray to him out of the blue. Has Jack come up with another wild idea? Klein wondered, but his expression soon grew serious. He noticed that Alaric's prayer carried a tone of intense pain. Has something happened? Klein hurriedly ascended the gray fog to investigate. Through the prayer's light, he soon saw a familiar study. Alaric was writhing in pain on the floor, surrounded by scattered books. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Save me, save me. Klein heard Alaric's desperate plea and noticed something unnatural about him. His hair was growing longer, his nails extending, and other anomalies. Is Jack about to lose control? What do I do? Klein panicked, his mind racing through his knowledge but finding no solutions. Then, he caught faint, almost imperceptible ravings mixed with Alaric's prayer. This reminded Klein of his own experiences. He occasionally heard such ravings before ascending the gray fog. He knew how terrifying they could be. Is Jack on the verge of losing control because of these ravings? Klein thought, an idea forming. If I pull Jack onto the gray fog, would it block out those ravings? Without hesitation, Klein established a connection with Alaric and pulled him onto the gray fog. Alaric blinked. Moments ago, he had been mimicking a certain dramatic initiation scene. Now, looking at the bronze table before him, he put on a perfectly in character expression of shock and confusion, though inwardly, he wasn't surprised at all. This had been part of his plan. Just earlier, Alaric had asked Mr. Dorr to whisper a few extra words in his ear. Then, using his acting skills, he feigned the appearance of losing control. His goal was to replicate Fur's ascent to the gray fog, using the pretext of life-threatening danger to force Klein to pull him up. Of course, Alaric hadn't overlooked the possibility that the Nyarlathotep fragment within him might pose an obstacle. He was prepared for failure, but to his surprise, the process of being pulled onto the gray fog went remarkably smoothly. The fragment in his spirit body became unprecedentedly quiet. This reminded Alaric of his experience when advancing to actor. Could it be because the Saphira Castle is one of the greatest sources of madness in this world, striking some kind of balance with the fragment inside me? Alaric mused silently, while outwardly adopting a bewildered expression, looking around in confusion. Then, spotting the fool at the head of the bronze table, he jolted back, feigning a startled reaction. Are you Mr. Fool? Alaric asked, appearing slightly flustered. So now you finally know fear. Klein thought, exasperated, though he was puzzled. His spirituality hadn't been depleted much, as if some other force had offset the cost. It felt like he had enough energy to pull another person into the tarot club. Could it be because Jack is also a transmigrator? Klein wondered silently, not dwelling on it too long. He looked at Alaric, chuckling softly. How did you end up provoking that guy? Klein was genuinely curious. How had Jack managed to court such a disaster in just a few days, nearly driving himself to the brink of losing control? He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he didn't have the gray fog to block the ravings or if Jack hadn't known the fool's honorific name. The outcome might have been grim. Perhaps tomorrow he'd have received news of Jack's death. But wasn't this also a coincidence? Klein couldn't help but ponder. He wasn't being overly sensitive, coincidences around him were frequent enough to trigger unease. Jack clearly has some connection to the gray fog. Could there really be a mastermind orchestrating this, deliberately pushing Jack onto the fog? Klein's mood grew heavier as he considered the possibility. But he quickly set aside his concerns. Even if a mastermind existed, they'd likely been caught in its web since the moment they transmigrated. Compared to Jack losing control and dying, this outcome was acceptable. Alaric could guess what Klein was thinking. His setup this time was admittedly rough, but that was fine. Everything could be blamed on the ever-convenient scapegoat, the celestial worthy. What coincidences. Those were all the celestial worthies doing. What did they have to do with an innocent, goofy student like him? So, when Klein asked his question, Alaric put on an obviously guilty expression, hesitating before finally explaining, as if he'd pieced together his story. It's like this, Mr. Fool. A friend of mine, connected to the Abraham family, had a stone bracelet tied to them. I've been curious about the Abraham family lately, so I bought one of the stones to study. Alaric coughed, feigning embarrassment. Ahem, during my research, I accidentally dripped some blood on it, and, well, as you saw, I started hearing ravings from a high-ranking existence. Quote. Klein nearly laughed in frustration. He knew Jack was prone to reckless antics, but he hadn't expected him to take it this far. Hasn't anyone told you not to mess with things tied to ancient families? Klein couldn't help but say, his tone stern. He recalled the original Klein's experience. His classmate's downfall came from studying the Antigonus family's notebook, leading to disaster. In Klein's original world, ties to ancient families might mean prestige, but in this world, they spelled danger. I'm sorry, I messed up. Alaric said, as if accustomed to such criticism, immediately admitting his fault. You admit your mistake, but will you actually change next time? Klein thought, exasperated but helpless when it came to his friend. Sighing inwardly, he said, if you encounter those ravings again, you can recite my name. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Alaric's face lit up with excitement, like a small animal realizing it was safe. He looked at Klein curiously. Mr. Fool, why are you helping me? Why? Because you're my unofficial mentor, because we're friends, Klein grumbled inwardly, maintaining his composed demeanor. He smiled faintly. You carry a familiar aura, so I don't mind lending a hand. Huh. Alaric adopted a confused, almost clueless expression, but then frowned as if something occurred to him. Jack's persona was simple but not foolish. He was trusting and lacked a strong sense of caution in relationships, but his intellect was sharp. Having dreamed of the gray fog and knowing of the celestial worthy, such a Jack would naturally wonder if the fool was tied to his transmigration. But such a sensitive question couldn't be asked directly of a suspected deity. So, Alaric merely looked at Klein, hesitating as if wanting to speak but holding back. He then glanced around curiously, unable to resist asking after a few seconds, Mr. Fool, will others come here? There are a few beings like you who've come here for various reasons. Klein said, glancing at Alaric before briefly explaining the Tarot Club's existence. Truth be told, Klein was torn about whether to let Jack join the Tarot Club. It wasn't just about the potential mastermind. Even if there was some grand scheme, Klein preferred taking action over avoiding risks out of fear. Rather than stunting his growth due to paranoia, he'd rather grow quietly and flip the board later. Plenty of self-proclaimed chessmasters in this world had met their downfall. If he avoided risks entirely, he'd likely be crushed by any mastermind without any strength to resist. The same applied to Jack. Klein's main concern was another matter. Reading Russell's diary in front of a fellow transmigrator would be awkward. But after some deliberation, Klein decided to let Jack join. It was beneficial for both. The Tarot Club would help Jack grow, and Klein could keep a closer eye on his friend while gaining advantages, like diverting the hanged man's attention to reduce the risk of the fool's exposure or having Alaric's blunt personality ask questions the fool couldn't. Aside from Klein's potential embarrassment, it was perfect. As long as I'm not the one embarrassed, someone else will be. That's the way. Klein psyched himself up internally, only to hear Alaric say eagerly, Mr. Fool, can I join this gathering? Of course. Klein replied, naturally not refusing. He briefly explained the Tarot Club's rules to Alaric, then conjured a stack of cards. You can choose one as your codename. Alaric's gaze swept over the tarot cards, excluding the Fool, Justice, and Hanged Man. His eyes lingered on the World card, tempted by a mischievous urge to pick it, but he ultimately decided to let Klein play his double act. Instead, he drew another card. It was the Emperor. Emperor. I'll take the Emperor card. Alaric had initially considered the Lovers, given its tie to the seer pathway, but as a single man, it felt a bit too ironic. So, he settled on his second choice, the Emperor. Very well, Klein said, having no objections. He nodded, making the conjured cards vanish. Without my permission, do not reveal my existence or the tarot clubs to anyone. Klein felt compelled to stress this, genuinely worried that Alaric might inadvertently make the fool and the tarot club common knowledge. Huh, not even my teacher? Alaric asked, seemingly caught off guard, his tone cautious. No, Klein said with a smile, shaking his head. All right, Alaric replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. Then, as if struck by a thought, he looked at Klein with curiosity. Mr. Fool, is Klein also a member of the tarot club? He's a provisional member. Klein answered smoothly. Though he hadn't yet figured out how to use an alternate identity, the Fool had long planned for one. The Fool's lofty status limited the questions he could ask directly, so this was a precaution for when he eventually introduced Klein to the tarot club. Oh, so I joined the tarot club before Klein. Guess I'm the better one after all. Alaric grinned like a goofy student who'd outdone a friend in some trivial way. Klein could hardly bear to watch, though his mood lightened. Interacting with Alaric, a fellow transmigrator, brought out a refreshing simplicity that reminded Klein of life before his transmigration. Now, I just need to wait for the next tarot club meeting. I wonder if Sun is about to join too. Hope I didn't steal his spot. Alaric mused after leaving the gray fog. Confirming Klein was no longer watching, he stretched, feeling his nearly depleted spirituality. He decided to nap to recover. When he woke refreshed at noon the next day, Alaric began reviewing the previous day's events. Summoning Mr. Door had been planned for a while, and the process went remarkably smoothly. Not only did Alaric strike a deal with Mr. Door, but he also confirmed a suspicion. Nyarlathotep's power was indeed of a higher order than the outer deities, capable of covering and erasing their influence. The only issue was that the madness within Nyarlathotep's power was clearly too much for Mr. Door to handle, meaning the cleansing process would take time. Alaric was fine with that. If he saved someone in one go, he'd lose his leverage, wouldn't he? To be fair, is Nyarlathotep's madness really that hard to handle? I think it's fine. Sure, consuming the potion required anchoring with this world's brand of madness, but Mr. Door shouldn't lack that, right? Or maybe I'm the weird one. Alaric said, spreading his hands. He wasn't entirely oblivious to his own anomalies. For instance, his exceptional Shadow of Time ability, or how he faced deities like Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth without issue, unlike others who, regardless of their abilities, went mad without exception upon seeing a deity's true form. Alaric didn't dwell on it. Whether he was immortal or something strange, it didn't matter to him. Alaric is just Alaric, immortal, a trickster. He said, chuckling as he defined himself. He pulled out some stationery, wrote down the materials Mr. Door had mentioned, added a few extra items, and sealed the letter in an envelope. The letter was for Mr. A of the Aurora Order. Alaric had no qualms about fleecing resources, as he wouldn't take them for free, he'd offer something the true creator wanted in return. They'd probably love it if I asked for more. Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile, already looking forward to the outcome. I hope Mr. Door finishes my commission soon. Then the Joker Club can officially take shape. But the membership's still a bit thin, Alaric mused, stroking his chin. His eyes suddenly lit up. Should I recruit Leonard too? And drag Klein in? It'd be hilarious, they'd part ways as Nightwatchers, only to run into each other at the same gathering. Alaric thought that would be quite the spectacle. But he wasn't in a rush. He continued reviewing his gains. I should visit Pallas again. The old man just saw an old friend and must be itching to learn more. That'll help solidify my cover. Sure, I slipped up with Mr. Door, but, Alaric shook his head, chuckling. He could tell what Bethel was thinking. A bold mortal pretending to be a deity. A wicked trickster god masquerading as a human, toying with a poor angel. Square root. Bethel's not exactly wrong, Alaric laughed, shaking his head. He sensed the digestion progress of his actor potion. After his performance with Mr. Door, it had advanced significantly. Playing a persona isn't enough. As an actor, I need to put on real performances. Otherwise, with Mr. Door's caliber, I should have fully digested the potion by now. Alaric mused, unsurprised by the result. He reached out, pulling at the air. A figure emerged, swiftly merging into him. Finally, Alaric's smile was brighter than ever. He had at last obtained the traveler ability he'd been longing for. Undoubtedly, Mr. Door was a good person with a normal moral compass. So, despite his wariness toward Alaric, an unknown entity, after Alaric genuinely helped suppress part of the outer deity's pollution, Mr. Door's goodwill toward him rose honestly to nearly 30 points. Alaric was confident that once Mr. Door fully confirmed he harbored no ill intentions toward the world, that goodwill would climb even higher without any further effort. In any case, as in King of Angel just a step away from godhood, Mr. Door's nearly 30 points of goodwill granted Alaric the ability to borrow the traveler's powers, finally allowing him to use the coveted travel ability. I officially declare Mr. Door one of my favorite angels. Alaric announced solemnly, then patted his chest without a hint of guilt. Of course, I won't deny my heart's a bit like a durian. Ha ha ha. After amusing himself, Alaric tested his new travel ability, arriving in Backland to place the letter he'd written at the agreed-upon spot. He then used the ability to zip around a bit more, and once the novelty wore off, he returned to Tingen to begin his studies for the day. As evening approached, Alaric paused his studies and took a horseless carriage to Daffodil Street. Given Jack Jones' personality, it was only natural he'd seek out Klein, a fellow Provisional Tarot Club member, after joining. It was all about staying true to character. Plus, Alaric really wanted to tease Mr. Fool in person. That night, when Klein returned home after handling an unnatural death on Lower Street with Leonard, weary from a supernatural battle, he found an extra guest alongside his brother Benson and sister Melissa. "Evening, Klein. You're finally back," Alaric greeted enthusiastically. "Good evening, Teacher Jack," Klein replied, not entirely surprised. He'd guessed Jack's excitable nature would drive him to visit after joining the Tarot Club, so he returned the smile. "Mr. Jack's been waiting for you for quite a while. I didn't expect you'd be back so late," Benson said, looking at Klein with concern rather than reproach. "Seems a high salary always comes with a cost. Everything in this world demands a price for what you gain," Klein said, shrugging off his coat just as his stomach growled. It was no surprise, he hadn't eaten dinner due to the unexpected supernatural incident. "Look, I knew you'd be starving after working late. I prepared a snack for you, surprise," Alaric said, as if he'd anticipated this, handing Klein a box containing a daisy pie. "Thanks," Klein said, accepting the pie with a smile. Melissa, who'd been doing homework nearby, looked up and pointed to the kitchen. "Klein, I left some food for you there too." And so, Klein, who'd thought he'd go to bed hungry, was suddenly pampered like a well-fed cat by his loved ones. After eating, Klein led Alaric to his room and asked casually, "What brings you here today?" Then he noticed Alaric staring at him with an accusing look, making Mr. Fool feel a twinge of guilt. He coughed lightly. "What's wrong, Klein? You knew Mr. Fool wasn't an evil god, didn't you?" Alaric said, somehow producing a pair of glasses to perch on his nose, striking a detective-like pose. "No wonder you were so confident when you reassured me and told me to stop investigating Mr. Fool. HMPH, you were already a Provisional Tarot Club member back then, weren't you? Mr. Jack, has it occurred to you that the Fool explicitly told you not to reveal the Tarot Club to others?" Klein thought, exasperated, but he understood why Jack was so blunt. In Jack's mind, Klein, as a provisional member, wasn't others. Quickly formulating a response, Klein adopted an apologetic expression. "Sorry, teacher. I only recently became a provisional member by chance. Since Mr. Fool didn't want others to know, I couldn't tell you. I'm really sorry, can you forgive me?" "Depends on your sincerity," Alaric said, lifting his chin smugly. "And what kind of sincerity would you like to see?" Klein asked, playing along. Alaric put on a thoughtful expression, then his eyes lit up. "I want to hear you meow like a cat." Klein's cat impression was a classic in Lord of Mysteries, and Alaric wasn't about to miss it. "Huh." Klein froze, clearly not expecting this. "What, you can't? Or were you lying to me?" Alaric said, feigning a, "my child has betrayed me," look. "Ahem, it's not impossible," though embarrassed, Klein, who could play the fool without blinking, steeled himself. After a quick mental prep, he said, meow. It came out a bit too forceful, sounding hoarse. Yikes, are you a feral cat? Alaric exaggeratedly gasped. Klein shot him an exasperated look, coughed, cleared his throat, and said expressionlessly, meow. This one was much better. Shame there's no phone to record this, Alaric muttered regretfully but quickly perked up. That'll do. Then, with a puzzled look, he turned to Klein. But Klein, if you knew Mr. Fool was a good god, why did you? He was clearly referring to Klein's freakout over the celestial worthy. Mr. Fool might be a good god, Klein said, glancing at Alaric, his expression turning serious. But what if the celestial worthy isn't Mr. Fool? Huh. Alaric looked confused, then seemed to realize something. So, the one messing with your fate was the celestial worthy, not Mr. Fool, right? Maybe. Klein said, not giving a straight answer. His life was a tangled mess. Mr. Isaac had said multiple entities had meddled with his fate, and who knew how many were involved. I see. Alaric said, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a few seconds before looking at Klein. Then why don't we ask Mr. Fool for help? His honorific name is so similar to the celestial worthies, maybe they're connected. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Mr. Fool is a deity who values equivalent exchange. I don't have the means to pay for his help. Klein said tactfully, letting out a sigh that was almost too convincing. It wasn't entirely an act. Klein genuinely felt a pang of worry. If only the so-called Mr. Fool truly existed, a just and benevolent figure he could openly seek aid from as a believer, even if it meant paying a steep price over time. Unfortunately, the fool was just his own facade. Right, that makes sense. Alaric mirrored Klein's worried expression but quickly perked up, patting Klein on the shoulder. No worries, Klein. We can still ask my teacher for help. He might know something. Let's hope so. Klein replied noncommittally. Alaric's face fell again. But, how am I supposed to explain the fool to my teacher? Mr. Fool said I can't tell him about him or the tarot club. Then don't say anything. Act like you know nothing. If your teacher asks, just say you don't know. Klein advised earnestly. The more you say, the more you risk slipping up. He doubted Jack's lies could fool anyone, so it was better to stick to ignorance. That's a good idea. I'll just say I don't know. Alaric agreed, nodding enthusiastically. He seemed to shed a burden, stretching lazily before turning to Klein with curiosity. By the way, Klein, why were you working so late today? Did something happen? Klein didn't hold back, recounting the unnatural death on Lower Street and his encounter with Trissa. Then he asked, do you know anything about this pathway? I know that one. Sequence 7 is called Witch, and it turns men into women, pretty brutal. Alaric said without hesitation. I also know what comes next. Sequence 6 of the Demoness pathway is Demoness of Pleasure, a sequence that's, well, a bit too spicy for public discussion. Huh. Klein was both puzzled and intrigued. Alaric glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers, then leaned in to whisper about the Demoness of Pleasure. As everyone knows, pleasure is a broad term, but for the Demoness of Pleasure, it usually refers to intimate relations between men and women, with occasional exceptions like spreading disease. This adult topic left Klein utterly shocked. Plus, Demoness are generally tough to deal with, especially at Sequence 6. They're practically mid-tier reserves for the Demoness family. At that level, they might wield something unusual, possibly imbued with divinity, tied to the primordial Demoness. Alaric explained. His words were a deliberate warning for Klein. In the near future, a Nighthawk would die because of a Demoness of Pleasure. While Alaric's nudge might not change much, it was a small effort worth making. So, Klein, if you ever face a Demoness of Pleasure, you've got to be extremely careful. I'll remember that. Thanks, Teacher Jack, Klein said. Though he didn't expect to confront a Sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure anytime soon, he committed the knowledge to memory for future use. Oh, and I've got some Demoness gossip. Alaric said, gesturing for Klein to lean closer. In a hushed tone, he continued, I heard my teacher chatting with someone. Apparently, the primordial Demoness used to be a man. That's why she insists every Demoness experience her pain, which is why women on the Demoness pathway are more likely to lose control. Cough, the gossip was so explosive that Klein gasped. But there was more to come. And, Alaric lowered his voice further, as if terrified of being overheard, they say the primordial demoness and the Blood Emperor were an item. They even had a child. What? Klein hadn't expected such earth-shattering gossip. The air around him felt colder, and he glanced nervously out the window, half expecting a bolt of lightning to strike. Curiosity got the better of him, though. But didn't the demoness sect in the Fourth Epic avoid supporting the Tudor Empire? Maybe they broke up, Alaric said, stroking his chin in serious analysis. The primordial demoness seemed psychologically twisted, and the Blood Emperor, Tudor. I recall my teacher calling him the Mad Emperor. It's not surprising two unstable people would fall out. Mad Emperor. That was new to Klein, who hadn't yet encountered this term. Curious, he asked, what's this about a Mad Emperor? I don't know much, since my teacher doesn't let me delve into high-level knowledge. I just overheard bits of his conversations. Alaric said, coughing lightly to maintain Jack's persona. With a conspiratorial look, he added, my teacher mentioned the Blood Emperor started on the Black Emperor pathway but switched to the Hunter pathway, which drove him half mad. Klein gasped. He knew the consequences of switching to a non-adjacent pathway, half madness. He was stunned by Tudor's choice but couldn't help feeling curious. Why would an emperor choose half madness over staying on his original pathway? And if the Blood Emperor was on the Hunter pathway, having a child with the primordial demoness was even odder. Thanks to Alaric's tutoring, Klein knew the Hunter and demoness pathways were adjacent. Normally, beyonders of adjacent pathways, even if not outright hostile, rarely got along well. The mutual antagonism among the 7 churches, often between adjacent pathways, was a prime example. Klein was deeply puzzled. Unfortunately, Alaric admitted he didn't know the full story, as some knowledge was too advanced to share with Klein now. High-sequence matters are so complicated, Klein suppressed his curiosity, feeling a mix of satisfaction and unease. As a low-sequence beander, discussing gossip tied to angels and true gods was thrilling but risky. At this point, Klein hadn't yet realized the War of the 4 Emperors involved 4 sequence 0s, assuming the Blood Emperor was merely an angel-level figure. Alaric, as if belatedly sensing the risk, touched his nose and quickly moved on. After chatting with Klein a bit longer, he bid farewell. Instead of heading home, Alaric went to a safe house, changed his appearance, and used his travel ability to arrive at Leonard's residence. Leonard was seated at the dining table, eating his dinner. When he noticed the uninvited guest, he merely glanced over before continuing his meal. There was no helping it, humans adapt. Over time, Leonard had grown accustomed to Alaric's sporadic visits. Travel. The shadow of Pallas appeared beside the table. As an angel of the seer pathway, Pallas instantly recognized the ability Alaric had used, which reminded him of Mr. Dorr from the day before. He spoke tentatively. Indeed, a little gift from Mr. Dorr. Alaric said with a smile, speaking no lie. In this world, it wasn't uncommon for high-ranking beings to grant certain abilities to those of lower status. It seems you've indeed struck a deal with Bethel. Pallas said, unsurprised. He looked at Alaric and asked, but I don't understand, how did you manage it? All thanks to my lord's greatness. Alaric replied, smoothly shifting the blame to his Lord of Chaos persona, smiling serenely. The retrograde of time, yes. Pallas probed. As someone with a mind as sharp as 800, and with Bethel's hints, he had pieced together some clues. Perhaps the Bethel I met yesterday didn't belong to this era. With this suspicion in mind, Pallas had reviewed his meeting with Bethel and noticed several oddities. Bethel's words upon seeing him, his attire, and more. Time is but one of my lord's authorities. Alaric said, not denying it. He nodded, his expression briefly distant, as if recalling something. My lord can summon those from the past back into this world. Even with his suspicions, Pallas couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock at the confirmation. Such an authority was staggering. Pallas knew that if the Lord of Chaos could truly bring back the past, it would be a temptation few could resist. Even Pallas himself, in that moment, thought of his long-gone descendants, those who had passed. The chance to reunite, even briefly, was a honeyed lure that could drive many to offer everything. And if the Lord of Chaos could summon not just ordinary people but someone like Mr. Dorr from the past, what about true gods? Could he go further? So that's why the true creator is willing to work with you, Pallas murmured, feeling he'd grasped it all. Though unfamiliar with the third epic's creator, he wasn't ignorant of his existence. Pallas understood that if that creator could be brought back, it would reshape the world's balance. Lord of Chaos, embodiment of delight, Pallas mulled over the titles that had once baffled him, finally grasping a sliver of the other's motives. Perhaps everything else was secondary. That being's true aim might be to plunge the world into chaos for his own amusement. I'm suddenly afraid for this world's future, Pallas said, closing his eyes briefly before looking at Alaric with a wry smile. You should trust them, Alaric said, reading Pallas's thoughts. He smiled. Neither Mr. Door nor the Creator would push this world into ruin. The implication: you may doubt the Lord of Chaos, but you can always trust those guardians. Pallas paused, then laughed. You're right. I should trust them. He turned to Alaric with a teasing grin. But that doesn't sound like something a devout follower would say. Alaric blinked. Old man, don't slander me. I didn't say anything. It wasn't out of character. Alaric Zoroast wasn't a devout follower by design. His loyalty to the Lord of Chaos stemmed from revenge, family revival, and loved ones, not blind faith. Pallas, well aware Alaric wasn't a true devotee, chuckled at his own jab before growing pensive. Finally, as if resolving himself, he said, 2 months from now, I can begin my first hunt for Amon, but I'll need your help to pinpoint his location. With a great era of conflict looming, Pallas knew he couldn't keep coasting. He had to step up, despite his heavy injuries requiring preparation time. I'll report your needs to my lord. I'm sure a response will come soon, Alaric said, unsurprised. Part of his visit was to spur Pallas into action. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Leonard. Leonard, who'd been eating and eavesdropping, jolted upright. He looked at Alaric warily. Why are you staring at me? Leonard, interested in joining the Joker Club, Alaric asked bluntly. What? Leonard froze, then pointed at himself, half laughing in disbelief. Me. Let's get this straight. I'm a Nighthawk. I serve the goddess. Though Alaric's tales of ancient history had shaken him, Leonard, raised in the church of the Evernight Goddess's monastery, remained steadfast in his faith. The goddess and her church had always worked to protect the world. The club doesn't require members to change their beliefs. You can still worship the Evernight Goddess, Alaric said with a smile, unfazed by Leonard's reaction. He continued unhurriedly, you don't need to see it as a betrayal of the church. The club has no quarrel with them. Think of it as just a secretive gathering. Leonard's expression shifted, his mind stirring. After a moment, his rarely used brain kicked into gear. Why me? Because of the old man. No, if I wanted the old man in the club, I'd invite him separately, Alaric said, shaking his head and smiling at the spectating Pallas. I'd have to think it over, Pallas said with a chuckle, neither accepting nor declining. Alaric wasn't surprised. He turned back to Leonard. I'm inviting you because of fate. What? Leonard was clearly caught off guard by the response, momentarily dumbfounded. My lord has granted me eyes that can peer into fate, and your fate, Alaric paused, deliberately building suspense before continuing under Leonard's curious gaze, is deeply entwined with the Joker Club. You were always meant to be a member. It was, of course, pure fabrication. Leonard's fate had no real connection to the half-baked Joker Club, but that didn't matter. Alaric was confident he could forge a connection later if needed. He spoke with utter conviction. What? Leonard suspected Alaric was pulling his leg, but those earnest eyes sparked a flicker of doubt in him. Could he really be destined to join this so-called Joker Club? No, impossible, absolutely not. Leonard shook his head vehemently but didn't outright refuse again. Instead, he said, this is a big deal. I need to think it over and get back to you. I look forward to it, Alaric replied with a smile, unfazed. Having achieved his main goal, Alaric chatted briefly with Pallas and Leonard before taking his leave. This time, he didn't detour elsewhere but returned home directly. Let's see, tomorrow does seem like a perfect opportunity, Alaric mused, flipping through a calendar. His eyes lingered on August 16th, and he raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it's time to lay the groundwork for Lucifer's grand debut. With that thought, Alaric opened a notebook to a page boldly titled, Lucifer's Backstory. It was clear that when it came to crafting personas, Alaric was a professional. After a moment's thought, he added a few new lines to the page. Occasionally, XX recalls the days before his transmigration. Back then, he wasn't called Lucifer, nor had he fallen to this wretched state. Perhaps it's a twisted sense of humor, but after saving someone, when asked his name, he tells them it's Lucifer. Fitting, isn't it? For Klein, today was a cause for celebration. He had finally fully digested his seer potion and was preparing to make a few arrangements before requesting a special promotion to Sequence 8 from the captain. Thanks to the numerous incidents around him, Klein's merits were more than sufficient. His only minor frustration was that his income couldn't keep up with his spending. At the underground market, despite eyeing several desirable items, his empty wallet forced him to walk away. I'll just have to save up slowly, Klein thought, a touch of envy creeping in as he recalled Miss Justice's lavish spending at the Tarot Club. He exchanged greetings with old Neil, who'd accompanied him to the underground black market, and they chatted briefly. Then, the bar owner entered, looking both puzzled and relieved. The bar owner was also an official Beander, currently overseeing this underground market. What happened? Old Neil asked, noting the man's expression. A member of the Punishers' squad nearby nearly lost control. The bar owner said, his relief palpable. It was a close call, but a mysterious stranger saved him. I usually dislike wild Beyonders, but, I've got to admit, this guy did good. The revelation shocked old Neil and Klein. Anything involving loss of control was no small matter, and they immediately pressed for details. The bar owner didn't hold back, quickly recounting the incident. Just moments ago, a Punisher had teetered on the edge of losing control, nearly becoming an irredeemable monster. But right before the point of no return, a mysterious figure appeared. No one knew what he did, perhaps he only spoke a word, but the Punisher stopped spiraling and returned to normal. Sounds impressive, Klein remarked. In theory, as long as someone hadn't fully lost control, they could be saved, but that didn't make it easy. Otherwise, the world wouldn't have so many lost Beyonders. What did he look like? That kind of behavior might suggest he's from another church, not some evil secret organization. Old Neil said, intrigued and curious. He was good-looking, with hair as dark as the night and golden eyes. Probably in his early 30s, dressed like a learned scholar. The bar owner recalled. I don't know anyone matching that description. Old Neil said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. Neither do I. The bar owner replied, unsurprised. I'll report this to the church's higher-ups. Maybe they know who he is. Neither old Neil nor Klein commented further. After chatting a bit more with the bar owner, they decided to browse the market further. Their wallets might be light, but that didn't stop them from window shopping. Klein and old Neil soon stopped at a stall displaying various materials. Most were ordinary, but a few were genuine, rare spiritual materials. Klein began identifying them, matching them to his knowledge, when he caught a glimpse of someone approaching from the corner of his eye. Instinctively, Klein stepped aside to let them pass, but when his gaze landed on the figure, he froze. It was a man in his early 30s, strikingly handsome, with jet black hair and captivating golden eyes. Almost instinctively, Klein connected him to the mysterious figure the bar owner had described, the one who'd stopped the Punisher's loss of control. No way it's that coincidental, though, with my luck, it's not that surprising, Klein thought, oddly calm. Because of this, he didn't immediately look away. Perhaps his stare was too noticeable. The man glanced at him, and the next moment, as if spotting something amusing, he raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The man paused, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and shifted his gaze to old Neil beside Klein. With a sudden smile, he spoke in a voice soft yet resounding like thunder in Klein's ears. You're about to lose control. What? Who's about to lose control? Old Neil. Klein's heart leapt to his throat. He glanced at the mysterious man, then at old Neil, unable to stop himself from saying, Old Neil, you. Old Neil's expression remained relatively calm, though the slight tremble in his fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, old Neil looked at the mysterious man. Are you the one who just saved that Punisher from losing control? Just a small gesture, said the mysterious figure. Alaric, cloaked in his Lucifer persona, with a smile. He gazed at old Neil as if seeing through his entire life, his smile carrying a hint of indifference. Alaric had deliberately appeared in this guise. He had indeed saved the Punisher earlier, a task that wasn't particularly difficult. The Punisher's near loss of control stemmed from pollution by the true creator's offspring, and cleansing that trace of corruption was simple for Alaric, far easier than purging an outer deity's influence. By addressing the root cause before the Punisher fully lost control and calming their emotions, Alaric had prevented the collapse. His actions served two purposes: to test the effect of his performance and to craft the image of a mysterious, powerful figure as a prelude to this encounter with Klein and Old Neil. His earlier hunch proved correct. Playing the actor required deliberate performances. After Alaric, as Lucifer, made his grand appearance, his actor potion digested further, not by much, but enough to confirm he was on the right track. Now, it was time to give Klein a little, Lucifer, shock. Alaric smirked inwardly and addressed Old Neil. The hidden sage isn't exactly easy to deal with. You're too old. If you continue that ritual, you'll only invite loss of control. The blunt revelation of his greatest secret made Old Neil flinch, his breathing unsteady. After several seconds, he managed to speak. Is there no other possibility? Alaric's smile turned faintly pitying, though the emotion seemed superficial, like an audience member watching a tragedy unfold. Sadly, your life doesn't seem to have a second option. Perhaps, he paused, then recited slowly, as if savoring the words, if you can't save her, then stay by her side. Smiling at Old Neil, he continued, would you like that engraved on your tombstone? Old Neil opened his mouth, but no words came out. Alaric, as if reading something deeper, raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. Old Neil, who moments ago had been engulfed in despair, suddenly calmed. He looked at the man before him and said with difficulty, thank you. Just then, Old Neil had teetered on the edge of losing control due to his emotional turmoil. It wasn't surprising, he was too old, and any intense emotional shift could trigger disaster. Fortunately, Alaric had stabilized his emotions in time, preventing the collapse. No need to thank me. I simply don't want a fine actor to vanish from this world. Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile. Actor? Old Neil asked, clearly puzzled. You and your wife have performed a remarkable love tragedy. Alaric said leisurely. The ending of this tragedy, whether you cling to your obsession, continue the ritual to revive her, and lose control, or abandon the ritual, living on with your love for her so she needn't face a third death, is satisfying either way. Alaric spoke unhurriedly. If it were his true self, he wouldn't have said such things. Though a trickster, he had some conscience when dealing with those of the orderly alignment. But as Lucifer, a chaotic trickster, he needed to be sufficiently callous. Sorry, Old Neil, I've got to stab your heart a bit, but trading a little pain for a chance to avoid losing control isn't a bad deal, right? How cruel. Klein instinctively glanced at Old Neil, unsurprised to see a flicker of anger on his face. No one would appreciate their life's tragedy being judged like that. At the same time, Klein realized this mysterious young man might not be a good person, more like a trickster who roamed the world, acting on whims. If you just wanted to watch a tragedy, there was no need to warn me. Old Neil said, suppressing his anger, his voice colder. I'm merely curious about your choice. Alaric replied, unfazed by Old Neil's tone. He smiled leisurely. Giving the actor enough choices makes the story's ending more perfect. Old Neil was rendered speechless. Klein's initial goodwill toward the man had evaporated. Unable to hold back, he said, Sir, we're grateful for your warning about Old Neil's risk of losing control, but treating someone's tragedy as a story isn't exactly a good habit. Alaric turned his gaze to Klein, his golden eyes striking in the evening light, yet carrying little emotion. Klein could sense, however, that the man's look held scrutiny and some unreadable sentiment. Why not? Life is a drama, and we're all the starring actors. Why can't I appreciate another's performance? Alaric said, his expression tinged with what seemed like genuine confusion. And if someone wanted to appreciate your tragedy, would you accept that calmly? Klein countered. Of course. Alaric said, nodding as if it were obvious. I enjoy others' life dramas, so naturally, others can enjoy mine. This was laying the groundwork for Lucifer to write his own experiences into a diary. Klein was momentarily speechless, a mix of frustration and amusement replacing his anger. The man seemed to genuinely believe this, so his offense toward Old Neil wasn't intentional, just a clash of perspectives. But Old Neil doesn't want you to appreciate his life. If you think he's a fine actor, shouldn't you respect his wishes? Klein said after a moment's thought, deciding to persuade the man using his own logic. Mr. Fool's mind works fast, Alaric thought, inwardly impressed. On the surface, he adopted a thoughtful expression before nodding. Interesting logic. I must admit, you've convinced me. I should respect a fine actor's wishes. Turning to old Neil, he said with a hint of apology, "My apologies, Mr. Neil. Please forgive my rudeness." "It's fine," old Neil said stiffly, unable to muster more than a curt response. Klein hadn't expected the man to be so reasonable, prompting him to ask, "Sir, may we know who you are?" "Me." Alaric turned to Klein, smiling. "A name is just a label, but if you need one, you can call me, Hello." At the last word, he chuckled, as if struck by something amusing. Hello. Klein froze. He'd heard the name before, of course, in myths from his previous life. Lucifer, before his fall, was known as Hello. Wait a minute. Talking about life as a script, cryptic behavior, a twisted sense of humor, Klein's mind instantly latched onto a name, and he studied the man again, momentarily at a loss for words. He strongly suspected this Hello was Jack's teacher, Lucifer. But that doesn't add up. How could someone with this personality raise someone like Jack? Klein's thoughts tangled, but with old Neil present, he couldn't just ask if the man was Alaric Zoroast. As if sensing something, Alaric tilted his head toward a certain direction, smiling faintly. "Ah," finally, he sighed, almost wistfully. Then, turning to Klein and old Neil, he said, "Well, actors, that's all for today. I have pressing matters to attend to. Until next time." His gaze lingered on Klein, his expression carrying a deeper meaning. Klein blinked, suddenly recalling the man's earlier, interesting, comment upon seeing him. The shock of old Neil's near loss of control had overshadowed it, but now it resurfaced. "You," Klein started to speak, but before he could finish, the man vanished completely. Klein stared, his mind flashing to spatial abilities he'd encountered in fictional works. He might be from a pathway tied to the spirit world. Some pathways allow rapid travel through it. Old Neil mused. Though low in sequence, his long tenure as a Nighthawk gave him ample experience. Klein's thoughts drifted to the messenger who delivered letters for Mr. Isaac. Both fell silent. After a while, Klein spoke up cautiously, watching old Neil's expression. "Mr. Neil, about what just happened, we should report it to the captain." He knew old Neil might not want to report it, but with the risk of losing control, Klein hoped informing the captain could lead to a solution. "All right," old Neil said after a long pause, sighing and nodding. Meanwhile, Alaric, who'd played the cryptic card purely to make his exit seem plausible, had used his travel ability to return home. Now Klein should have a first impression of Lucifer. "When I make my next appearance, it'll all fall into place," Alaric said, stretching. Thinking back to the encounter, he chuckled. Hope he doesn't hate Lucifer too much. He wasn't too concerned. In his design, Lucifer wasn't meant to be likable, a morally ambiguous figure, akin to a friendly Amon, reliable in critical moments but best kept at arm's length otherwise. This persona made it easier for Alaric to act through the Lucifer guise. As for old Neil, I hope the Church of the Evernight has a way to help him. Alaric had warned old Neil partly to reinforce Lucifer's persona and partly out of a simple desire to help. Old Neil was a good man, after all. But Alaric had no effective way to counter the hidden sage, so his warning was all he could offer. Whether old Neil would still meet his canonical fate was beyond Alaric's control. "Next, Klein will probably come looking for me. Time to pull out the props I prepared," Alaric said, smiling. He'd planned Lucifer's interactions with Klein meticulously. Some very entertaining plans. While Alaric schemed, Klein and old Neil had returned to Blackthorn Security Company to report the incident to Captain Dunn. "I'll inform headquarters. They might know who this Lucifer is," Dunn said, his expression grave. His gaze then settled on old Neil, gentle yet sharp. "Old Neil, is what he said true?" Old Neil's face twisted with bitterness, but he didn't hide the truth. His story was simple. Old Neil had a lover who died years ago. He'd been trying to resurrect her, often listening to the hidden sage's ravings and gaining knowledge from it, secretly preparing a ritual to bring her back. "I never meant to hurt anyone. I just wanted her to live. It's my fault. If I'd been a higher sequence back then, maybe I could have saved her," old Neil said, his expression pained. Dunn sighed, sympathetic but resolute. "I'll report this to headquarters." They might have a solution. For now, you'll need to be monitored to prevent any loss of control. As a friend, Dunn empathized with old Neil and understood his actions. But as the Nighthawk captain, he had a duty to protect others. I understand, old Neil said, nodding with a bitter smile. Watching this, Klein felt a pang of unease, struck by the harsh reality of the Beyonder world. He couldn't imagine what would happen if old Neil truly lost control. In that sense, we owe Lucifer a thank you. He may not be a good person, but without his warning, old Neil might have lost control soon. Klein thought, his last reservations about Lucifer fading. His mind then turned to Jack. After work today, I'll visit Jack. He might really be his teacher. You met my teacher. Today. That night, at Alaric's residence, after hearing Klein recount the day's events, Alaric widened his eyes in perfectly acted disbelief. But he didn't come to see me. I'm not certain if that was Mr. Lucifer, Jack. Do you have a photo or portrait of him or something? Hearing Alaric's surprised and slightly aggrieved tone, Klein realized Jack likely hadn't seen Lucifer. After a moment's thought, he decided to confirm the mysterious man's identity first. Based on your description, it does sound like my teacher. A photo, let me think. Alaric adopted a thoughtful expression before heading upstairs. When he returned, he held a picture frame and a box, his face a mix of complex emotions. Klein, it seems my teacher really was here, but why didn't he see me before leaving? That's odd. Could he have finally decided I'm a lost cause and wants to start over with a new student? Alaric said, looking puzzled and a bit dejected, like an abandoned puppy. Maybe he was just busy. When I saw him, he seemed to be heading off to do something. Klein quickly offered reassurance, his gaze settling on the photo in Alaric's hand. The man in the picture was indeed the one who'd called himself Lucifer, stirring a mix of emotions in Klein. I guess that makes sense. If he wanted a new student, he'd have done it ages ago, not waited until now. Alaric said, quickly bouncing back to his lively self, leaving one to wonder if he had any self-awareness at all. Whatever, let's see what my teacher left me, Alaric said, opening the box he'd brought down with the photo, a prop he'd prepared in advance. Klein leaned in curiously, peering into the box. It contained several items: a letter, a time stone like the one Klein had seen that could summon people from the past, a deck of tarot cards, and a few spiritual materials set aside separately. Drawing on his knowledge, Klein identified the materials as ingredients for concocting a clown potion. But what caught his attention most was the deck of tarot cards, which stood out among the items. Why would my teacher leave a deck of tarot cards? Alaric said, perfectly timed with a puzzled expression. He picked up the deck, opened it, and found it was a standard set, except for the full card, which had a circle drawn around it, like a mark. Alaric put on a convincingly shocked expression, glancing at the card and then at Klein, as if struck by a realization. Klein, does this mean my teacher knows about Mr. Fool and the Tarot Club? Is this a warning? He asked, feigning slight panic. Klein couldn't hide his own shock, though it didn't seem out of place. After a brief moment of disbelief, he tried to calm himself while recalling his encounter with Lucifer. Even without the marked Fool card, the man had left a striking impression in a short time, not just because of his eccentric personality, but because he seemed to see through old Neil's fate with a single glance. If he can truly see through others' fates, and he's a transmigrator who knows about the gray fog, it's not impossible that he's figured out I'm the fool, Klein mused, his mood growing heavy. He'd hoped Lucifer's appearance might bring a breakthrough, but it seemed to complicate things further. The circled Fool card felt like a clear warning. Looking on the bright side, while Mr. Lucifer's personality seems a bit abrasive, he did save that Punisher and warned us about old Neil's risk of losing control. Plus, he didn't act against me directly. Klein gave a wry smile, instinctively analyzing other possibilities in his mind. Alaric, of course, could guess what Klein was thinking. This was the outcome he'd intentionally crafted. Jack Jones could be a naive, clueless friend to Klein, but Lucifer, as a friendly Amon type, had to be a mysterious, all-knowing figure to serve Alaric's broader plans. As a fellow transmigrator who knew about the Saphira Castle, the three families, and Klein's connection to the Grey Fog, it was only natural for Lucifer to deduce who the fool was. Combined with the letters Jack had written to him, it made sense for Lucifer to want to warn Klein, the deceptive trickster. From Lucifer's perspective, wasn't Klein just a con artist who'd been fooling his student, using Jack to gather information and causing him no end of worry? Lucifer restraining himself from giving Klein a thrashing was already a courtesy for Jack's sake. Lucifer's biased, after all. Even if he rationally understands Klein's choices, emotionally, he's bound to side with Jack. Sorry, Mr. Fool, you'll just have to take the hit. Alaric mentally reviewed the logic behind Lucifer's actions, glancing at the obviously deep in thought Klein. After a moment, he deliberately opened the letter. The action snapped Klein out of his thoughts, and his gaze fell on the letter, which contained a few lines in stark black ink. Focus on digesting your potion and stop overthinking. I've prepared the materials for the clown potion. Advance quickly. Don't make shady friends. Don't you know your own limits? Don't come crying to me when you get duped. The fool issue isn't a problem. If you like that gathering, stay in it. Leave the rest to me. The words were few, but the information was dense. Klein fell silent. If he'd held any hope that he was overthinking, this letter confirmed it. Lucifer absolutely knew he was the fool and was aware of the Tarot Club. The only silver lining was that, despite the cryptic warning, Lucifer didn't seem hostile toward him or the Tarot Club. Klein analyzed the potential emotions behind the words, his feelings a tangled mix. Alaric glanced at the letter, then at Klein. Klein, it seems my teacher has some opinions about you. I can see that. He probably thinks I've been stringing you along, Klein thought, exasperated but understanding. While he hadn't meant to deceive Jack, the truth was he had deceived him, and not just about one thing. If Lucifer truly knew everything, it was only natural for him, as Jack's teacher, to be upset. My teacher must have some misunderstanding about you. Don't worry, I'll write to him and explain. He might seem tough, but he's got a soft heart. Alaric said, patting Klein's shoulder like a supportive brother. I'm afraid the more you explain, the angrier he'll get. Klein sighed, though his mood steadied somewhat. He'd reasoned it out. Given the abilities Lucifer had displayed, if he wanted to harm Klein, he could have crushed him outright. Instead, he hadn't exposed Klein's identity to Jack or acted directly, only issuing a cryptic warning. That meant there was still room to maneuver. See you next time. Klein recalled Lucifer's parting words, exhaling softly. Why so pessimistic? Alaric pretended not to catch the subtext, raising his voice before glancing at the letter with a thoughtful look. But based on what my teacher wrote, could he know Mr. Fool? Maybe. Klein said, unable to admit, I'm the fool, and your teacher might come looking for me later. It was all he could manage. Oh, whatever. He's always so cryptic, who knows who he's connected to. But this means we don't have to worry about Mr. Fool's side. Alaric said, shaking his head dismissively before turning to Klein with a reassuring tone. Don't be scared. If my teacher didn't do anything to you when you met, it just means he's got a slight issue with you. It's fine. Klein could only nod at the consolation. Alaric, as if struck by a thought, glanced at the clown potion materials in the box, then at Klein. By the way, Klein, I never asked, do you have the formula for the next stage of your pathway? Having teased Mr. Fool with one persona, Alaric figured it was time to use his other persona to give Klein a boost. Too much pressure might overwhelm him, after all. And the higher Klein's sequence, the better the return on Alaric's investment. I've got the clown potion formula, but I don't know the ones after that. Klein said, shaking his head. Thinking of Jack's deep family knowledge, he perked up. Other sources might lack seer pathway formulas, but Jack's family might actually have them. Alaric flashed an, I knew it, look, pulled out paper and a pen from under the coffee table, and scribbled a few lines before handing it to Klein. Here, the Sequence 7 Magician Potion formula. Not a bad deal for being my student, right? Klein stared at the effortlessly obtained magician formula, a warmth spreading in his chest. He smiled. Definitely not a bad deal. He glanced at the clown potion materials in the box, then, thinking of the mysterious gray fog and the complexities of transmigration, added, Teacher, I think Mr. Lucifer had a point. You should focus on digesting your seer potion and advance soon. After a pause, Klein added with a grin, I've already digested my seer potion. If I advance to clown, I'll be a higher sequence than you. You digested your seer potion already. Didn't you advance just a month ago? What are you, a natural-born seer prodigy? Alaric said, feigning shock with a hint of dejection, like a squirrel whose winter stash had been stolen. But he quickly rallied, saying, "Just you wait. I'm only a step away myself, and I don't need to go through the Nighthawk's process. I'll definitely advance before you." No matter his mood, life went on. After the Lucifer encounter, Klein continued his Nighthawk duties. 2 days later, Klein discovered that his sister's friend Elizabeth was being haunted by a wraith. After reporting to Dunn, he joined Fry and others to exorcise the spirit in Ramsey Town, where they found a portrait that might depict Mr. Azek. Trusting Azek more than in the original timeline, Klein wrote to inform him of the discovery. Later, Klein recklessly divined the sun emblem, a sealed artifact, on the gray fog, nearly killing himself but gaining valuable knowledge in the process. That same night, Klein and Azek returned to Ramsey Town and located the grave of Azek's son, only to find the skull missing, stolen, it seemed, by one of the figures disrupting Klein's fate. The incident helped Azek recover a fragment of his memory, deepening his bond with Klein. He vowed to track down the culprit behind it. Back home, Klein heard a familiar prayer, the voice of a boy speaking Jotun, whom he'd heard before. Having learned Jotun, Klein understood the words this time and pulled the boy onto the gray fog. He discovered the boy came from a strange place without sunlight or the 7 gods, likely the forsaken land of the gods described in ancient texts. The boy, Derek from City of Silver, swore to become the sun to save his home. Thus, upon joining the Tarot Club, he chose the Sun as his code name. After sending Derek off the gray fog and preparing for bed, Klein found Dunn entering his dream, not for any grand purpose but to eat his dinner while playing the nightmare. "Captain, I told you acting isn't supposed to work like that." Left with no dinner in his dream, a mildly exasperated Klein swapped it for a pleasant one after Dunn left, capping off a vibrant and eventful day. The next day, in the afternoon, Klein arrived on the gray fog before 3 o'clock to prepare for the Tarot Club. Though only a week had passed since the last meeting, the Tarot Club had grown from 3 to 5 members, a significant expansion that left Klein, the organizer, unsure whether to feel pleased. Regardless, he followed the usual process, pulling the new member, the son, Derek, onto the gray fog first. He introduced his honorific name, the Tarot Club's procedures, and other basics. After the briefing, Klein checked his pocket watch. At exactly 3 o'clock, he brought Justice Audrey, the Hanged Man Alger, and the Emperor Alaric onto the gray fog. "This is our new member, Mr. Sun. And this is our new member, Mr. Emperor." Klein unhurriedly introduced the 2 new members to the Tarot Club's veterans, then presented the veterans to the newcomers. 2 new members. Justice Audrey's first reaction was delight. As one of the Tarot Club's founding members, she felt a stronger sense of belonging than even the Fool himself, and she was eager to see the group grow. Seeing new members join, Audrey warmly greeted them before slipping into her spectator state to observe the pair. Mr. Sun appeared young, visibly nervous, and a bit awkward, giving off the vibe of a lone wolf. Her gaze then shifted to Mr. Emperor, and she froze. There was no helping it. Mr. Emperor's features felt strikingly familiar, instantly reminding her of Mr. Jack, whom she'd met recently. So Mr. Jack really was pulled into the Tarot Club by Mr. Fool. Audrey's initial reaction was joy. Having personally facilitated this, she felt a surge of accomplishment. But then, a realization hit her, and she inwardly groaned. Not only were Jack's traits distinctive, but so were hers. Jack had seen her in reality, and he, too, seemed skilled at observation. Sure enough, the next moment, Audrey caught Mr. Emperor studying her with a thoughtful, puzzled expression that quickly turned to one of realization. "Looks like Mr. Jack recognized me. Well, with Mr. Fool here, it shouldn't be a problem. And Jack's a good person," Audrey reassured herself, feeling no real panic. She genuinely trusted the Fool and sincerely believed Jack wasn't a bad person. Their interaction didn't escape the notice of the Hanged Man Alger, who frowned. "Justice knows the new member, Emperor." Truthfully, this discovery sparked a twinge of unease in Alger. Ambitious and cunning, he was keen on climbing the ranks within the Tarot Club and didn't want Justice forming an alliance with a new member, which could threaten his position. But after closely observing Mr. Emperor, Alger relaxed. The new member's body language suggested a certain simplicity, a lack of wariness, someone easy to manipulate. Alaric, naturally, could guess what Audrey and Alger were thinking but didn't care. He focused on embodying Jack's persona, greeting everyone with curiosity and enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting the Tarot Club's usual proceedings. As expected, Justice Audrey raised her hand, announcing she'd collected 4 pages of Russell's diary. This was more than in the original story, a change owed to Alaric. Over time, he'd discreetly arranged for Mr. A to sell several Transmigration diaries. While not all would reach the Tarot Club, some inevitably would. The fool, Klein, was thrilled with the haul and asked Audrey what she wanted in exchange. She sought the Sequence 7 Psychiatrist Potion formula. This was beyond Klein's current capabilities, but thankfully, the son, Derek, stepped in, offering to provide the Psychiatrist formula in exchange for a Sun Pathway formula. Audrey didn't have a Sun Pathway formula, but Klein, fortunately, did, thanks to his reckless divination of the eternal blazing sun. Thus, a 3-way trade was smoothly completed. Klein provided Derek with the Sun Pathway formula, Audrey paid Klein's favored one in gold pounds, and Derek supplied Audrey with the Psychiatrist formula. Everyone was satisfied. Klein began reading the day's diaries. The first 2 pages were unmistakably Russell's, detailing adjacent sequence swaps and his attendance at a mysterious ancient organization's gathering to view the blasphemy slate. It left Klein frustrated, feeling like the story had been cut off mid-chapter. Come on, Emperor, if you're going to mention it, at least name the organization. Klein grumbled inwardly before turning to the next page. His gaze sharpened. The date clearly wasn't Russell's, suggesting it belonged to a transmigrator from the Zoroast family. The diary read, August 25th, clear. Today, Amon suddenly taught me about the history of the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty, which surprised me. Apparently, the Blood Emperor Tudor was a mad god. Amon said he helped Tudor ascend to Red Priest, which seems to be the sequence 0 of the Hunter pathway. Oddly, Amon's expression while recounting this was strange, neither happy nor sad. I almost felt like he was nostalgic. Does a being like him feel nostalgia? Was he close to Tudor? The diary was a bombshell, its information overwhelming Klein, though he was careful not to show it. He quickly adjusted, his mind racing. Gods are sequence 0. That aligns with the sequence pathways. So the legendary god pathways are just sequence pathways, meaning every pathway's peak can lead to godhood. The Blood Emperor Tudor was a sequence 0. Is that why the primordial demoness bore his child? Does that mean the War of the 4 Emperors was a clash between 4 sequence 0s? Amon helped Tudor become a god, no wonder he was the Duke of Amon in the Tudor Empire. Ideas flooded Klein's mind. While noting these secrets, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Last time, wasn't Zoroast plotting to escape? He wrote about his escape plans and was wary of Amon. How did he suddenly start learning history from Amon? Is that really okay? Klein was perplexed. This was his 3rd encounter with a Zoroast diary. At the previous Tarot Club, he'd read a few pages from the same transmigrator, mostly complaints about being caught by Amon and plans to escape. Yet, in such a short time, Zoroast's wariness toward Amon seemed to have faded significantly. Klein felt a growing sense of unease as he continued reading the diary. October 6th, cloudy. Successfully advanced to sequence 8 swindler today. Amon said I could try conning him, claiming it'd let me digest my swindler potion in a second. Hilarious. Conning the biggest con artist of my own pathway. As if I could pull that off. But Amon's personality is milder than I expected, reminding me of my old teacher. October 16th, overcast. Under Amon's guidance, I chose to con some gang members. They're hardly good people, so my conscience is clear. Amon said I've got talent. Is he for real? Gotta admit, I'm kind of pleased. Guess I'm a genius after all. The diary entries were mundane, even somewhat heartwarming, but Klein's brows nearly furrowed. As time passed, Zoroast's wariness toward Amon had clearly waned, almost to the point of genuinely seeing Amon as a teacher. If Amon were a good person, this wouldn't be an issue, but... Recalling Alaric's repeated warnings that, Amon is a villain. Klein's bad feeling grew sharper as he looked at the diary. He pressed on, skimming through a few more routine entries until he reached an unusual one. June 1st, light rain. It's been almost a year since Amon caught me. So much has happened, and I've finally advanced to sequence 6 Prometheus. Looking back at my old diary entries, I find them a bit funny. The Zoroast family records aren't always right. Amon doesn't seem as bad as they claimed. Maybe I can give up on the escape plan. Not that I've ever actually tried it. June 3rd, moderate rain. Amon suddenly asked if I'd like to be his favored one. I was surprised but kind of thrilled. The favored one of the god of mischief. Sounds even more prestigious than a true god's favored. At this point, Klein's sense of foreboding peaked. He hurriedly read on, and the first line of the next entry made his heart sink. June 6th, heavy rain. I was eaten. But luckily, my soul is special enough that Amon had to spit me out after eating me. I didn't become the next Amon. Great. Ha 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 ha. Amon, Amon, I'll kill you, I swear. The raw hatred seemed to seep through the words. Klein stared at the abruptly ended diary, struggling to describe his feelings. In just a few pages, he'd witnessed a transmigrator's descent at Amon's hands, from initial caution to eroded wariness, to complete trust, and then betrayal by being eaten. It was too cruel, far worse than simply killing someone. Amon had toyed with this Zorost's heart and soul. If Klein's prior impression of Amon's villainy was vague, these diary entries made Alaric's warnings crystal clear. This was an utterly dangerous, utterly malicious being. The critical question now, who was this Zorost, toyed with by Amon? Klein's mind immediately conjured Lucifer's image. Though it was hard to imagine the enigmatic Lucifer enduring such an ordeal, everyone had weaker moments, so it wasn't impossible. And with Mr. Lucifer's attitude of not minding others appreciating his tragedy, he might actually let his diary circulate. Klein's emotions grew more complex. He hadn't ruled out the diary's authenticity being fake, but until proven otherwise, he chose to believe it was real. Instinctively, he glanced at Alaric, who was looking at the diary with a hesitant, almost speaking expression. Klein instantly understood Alaric's thoughts. So the fool is indeed tied to transmigration, how else could he read those words? Klein wasn't surprised and pretended not to notice, lest Alaric blurt out something shocking on the spot. If Jack does ask, I'll just have to deflect with, it's not time for you to know, Klein mused wryly. Setting the diary aside, he addressed the others, you don't have to wait for me. The Tarot Club members, of course, couldn't respond with, we'll stop waiting then. They promptly declared, waiting is an honor. And the like. The meeting moved to the information sharing phase. Justice Audrey first discussed the clerk selection, a proposal from the fool that she was spearheading, the Tarot Club's first interference in the world's affairs. After that, Audrey and the hanged man Alger discussed a trade between them. Just as she was about to settle into spectator mode, she remembered something and asked, I've recently joined some Beander circles and attended a few gatherings. There's a powerful figure called Mr. A. Does anyone know his background? Alaric, who'd been observing eagerly, seized the chance. I know. Mr. A is a divine envoy of the Aurora Order, a follower of the true creator. Oh, Mr. Jack knew about this. Audrey was surprised but, recalling Jack's deep family knowledge, quickly accepted it. Curious, she asked, what's a divine envoy of the Aurora Order? Alaric enthusiastically explained the Aurora Order's structure. As an emerging organization, it wasn't weak, boasting 5 saints and 22 divine envoys, most of whom were mid-sequence and used letters as codenames. Mr. A is one of the more favored envoys by the true creator, a sequence 5 shepherd, and among the strongest at that level. Alaric said confidently, spilling Mr. A's details without hesitation. Then, as if remembering something, he added, but the Aurora Order doesn't seem to have any angels. Wait, no, I think my teacher once mentioned the Angel of Fate who occasionally helps them because of their allegiance to the true creator. Angel of Fate. That sounds incredible. Audrey couldn't help but feel a thrill at such high-level knowledge. It seems that while the Emperor is likely a novice Beander, he's clearly not an ordinary wild one, perhaps from a secret organization. That must be why Mr. Fool brought him into the Tarot Club. And his teacher knows secrets about angels, so his sequence can't be low. The hanged man Alger's mind buzzed with thoughts. After a few seconds of consideration, he said carefully, in some Beander incidents tied to the Aurora Order, there have indeed been traces of devotees praying to an entity in the domain of fate, perhaps that's the Angel of Fate you mentioned. Though unaware of Ouroboros's existence, the honorific name wasn't a closely guarded secret among true creator followers. As an official Beander, Alger had some knowledge of it. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms was one of the most aggressive in targeting the true creator. Mr. Emperor, which pathway is fate? Justice Audrey asked, her curiosity piqued. As far as I know, Sequence 9 of the Fate pathway is Monster. It's a pathway that makes one unusually lucky. Alaric openly shared an overview of the Fate pathway, focusing only on the low to mid sequences. Thank you, Mr. Emperor. What kind of reward would you like? Audrey asked, thoroughly engrossed. While the Tarot Club often shared free information, valuable knowledge was typically paid for. Normally, buyers would request private discussions to avoid others freeloading, but as a wealthy heiress, Audrey didn't mind. I'm a bit short on cash lately, so some gold pounds would be great. Alaric said candidly. He was indeed running low on funds. No problem. How much would you like? Audrey replied, unfazed. Money was no issue for her. 500 pounds. Alaric ventured uncertainly, then added, if you think it's not worth it, I can share more knowledge. Which pathway are you interested in? How much do you know about the spectator pathway, Mr. Emperor? Audrey's interest surged, eager to learn about her own pathway's future. The spectator pathway, also called the pathway of dragons, as you already know, has sequence 6 as hypnotist, sequence 5 as dreamwalker, and at the demigod level, I'm less clear, but I know sequence 4 as manipulator. Alaric unhurriedly outlined the spectator pathway's later sequences, avoiding specific abilities and sticking to general descriptions of their manifestations. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Emperor. I'm willing to pay an additional 500 gold pounds for this knowledge. Audrey said, delighted, and offered to increase the payment. Thus, another mutually satisfying deal was struck. The hanged man Alger, who'd been listening, finally spoke up after their transaction. I have a commission I'd like to entrust to you all. What kind of commission? Audrey asked, turning to him curiously. Let's hear it, Alaric said, feigning interest while fully aware of what Alger was about to propose. I've received word that the notorious pirate, Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos, has secretly infiltrated Backland. Alger explained his request. He wanted the Tarot Club members to help investigate Keelangos's whereabouts. Mindful of the danger, Alger conscientiously stressed that they should only track Keelangos's location and not attempt to confront him. After all, aside from Mr. Fool, the current Tarot Club members were, frankly, no match for Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos. Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos, Alaric put on a thoughtful expression, then muttered as if to himself, could that be what my divination pointed to? The divination he referred to was, of course, the one he'd performed for Zeo days earlier. Alaric needed a plausible reason for Lucifer to get involved in this matter without seeming out of place, and the prior divination was the perfect excuse. What divination? Audrey asked, catching his murmur, her curiosity piqued. She knew Mr. Jack was a seer. Well, a while back, I did a divination for a friend. It showed she'd face life-threatening danger within the next 2 months, tied to the sea and wealth. Alaric explained simply, omitting Zeo's identity since there was no reason to hide the rest. So, Mr. Emperor, you think the danger your friend faces might be connected to Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos? Audrey grasped immediately. The hanged man Alger, after a moment's thought, added, Keelangos is extremely dangerous. If your friend might cross paths with him, a life-threatening situation wouldn't be surprising. You should warn her to be cautious, even if the divination doesn't directly point to this. Better safe than sorry. Though a seasoned schemer, Alger had some conscience. Having seen the Emperor's value in recent exchanges, he didn't mind earning some goodwill with a few words. I understand. I'll warn her. Alaric nodded, his expression tinged with worry. This was, of course, to set up Jack Jones writing to Lucifer about the matter, a natural move for Jack's character. Alger then elaborated on Keelangos's pathway and abilities, emphasizing his mystical item, creeping hunger. Both Audrey and Alaric agreed to take on the commission, promising to investigate Keelangos's whereabouts. After this, the group shared more information, and the Tarot Club meeting concluded successfully. Now, it's time for me to head back to Backland. The Keelangos incident should be enough to fully digest my actor potion. Before that, I need to prepare the supplementary materials for the Mask Maker potion. Alaric said, stretching as he planned his next steps. He then recalled his recent appearance as Lucifer before Klein and Old Neil, a smirk tugging at his lips. I wonder if the Church of the Evernight has reached any conclusions about Lucifer's existence these past few days. Alaric wasn't truly concerned with the Church of the Evernight's stance but rather the attitude of the Evernight goddess behind it. His recent appearance as Lucifer was, in part, a deliberate test to gauge the goddess's reaction to him. After all, while he wasn't sure if other Orthodox gods had noticed him, Alaric doubted the Evernight goddess would overlook a sudden new player in the grand chess game. She was likely observing him silently, much like a certain atom who blended into the air. Though I can probably guess her stance, Alaric smiled, picking up an ancient tome from the table to resume his interrupted studies. Before being pulled into the tarot club, he'd been immersed in his daily occult learning. He was always diligent in this regard. When his studies concluded, dusk had settled outside. Alaric tidied the desk, grabbed dinner at a nearby restaurant, and changed into a disguise at another safe house before using his travel ability to arrive in Backland. His destination was none other than the Bravehearts Bar. Through Mr. A's intelligence, he'd confirmed a key development: the Rose School of Thought's internal strife had erupted. The Temperance faction, led by Rynette Tinacare, had been defeated by the Indulgence faction, backed by the Mother Tree of Desire. Rynette was presumed dead, likely surviving only as a spirit world entity, while the rest of the Temperance faction faced purge. Sharon, Rynette's student, was suspected to have fled to Backland. Mr. A hadn't uncovered specifics about Sharon, but Alaric had been monitoring the Bravehearts Bar. 2 days ago, he noticed a new card-playing patron whose appearance matched Marich's description from the original story. Navigating the bar with ease, Alaric scanned the crowd and quickly zeroed in on a man at a counter, wearing a white shirt and black vest. His pale face, youthful yet in his late 20s, carried a subtle mix of madness and danger, though he was clearly restraining himself. This was unmistakably Sharon's partner, Marich, half of the Shaw-Marich duo. If Marich was here, Sharon was likely nearby, probably lurking as a wraith. Perhaps because Alaric's gaze was too blatant, he hadn't bothered to hide it. Marich, sipping his drink, looked up. His expression froze, then shifted to wariness. Alaric's current attire didn't scream, bar patron. So staring so openly at Marich naturally put him on edge. Relax, actor. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just have a favor to ask. Alaric said, his form flickering as he appeared before Marich, gently pressing a hand on his shoulder. Marich, about to retreat, froze as if bound by a spell. Alaric glanced toward Sharon's location. Her wraith's physical invisibility worked well against others, but to a ferryman, it was less effective. To be safe, Alaric had borrowed Mr. Azek's power before entering the Bravehearts Bar. Sir, I trust you mean no harm. Could you release Marich? Sharon materialized from the air, her expression tinged with tension. She could sense the danger radiating from the mysterious figure, who was at least a saint. Of course. I only wanted to ensure this actor didn't act rashly, it wouldn't end well. Alaric said, withdrawing his hand from Marich's shoulder. Marich stumbled back, moving awkwardly, clearly stunned. Their interaction drew the attention of nearby patrons. Alaric smiled at the visibly cautious Shaw-Marich duo. This isn't the place for serious talk. Shall we move elsewhere? Sharon and Marich had no objections. They knew escape was futile against a suspected saint at such close range, and their conscience wouldn't allow them to use the surrounding civilians as leverage against this mysterious man. The trio soon left the bar, relocating to a deserted alley nearby. Sir, what exactly is your purpose? Sharon asked directly. I wish to meet your teacher, Rynette Tinacare, and invite them to join an intriguing performance. Alaric said, smiling at Sharon unhurriedly. Sharon froze, her expression dimming. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My teacher has fallen. Marich's face echoed her sorrow. Rynette Tinacare's fall was a devastating blow to the entire Temperance faction. But fate tells me Rynette Tinacare hasn't fallen. They've merely transformed their state of existence. That doesn't prevent them from joining my performance. Alaric said, his calm tone dropping a bombshell. What? Sharon's face lit up with shock, her doll-like composure cracking. Joy and doubt flickered across her features. After a few seconds, she seemed to process it, looking at Alaric. Even if what you say is true, I can't contact my teacher now. No matter. I don't need you to reach out. Though it may disappoint you, you two actors have no further roles in my performance, serving as key props is enough. Alaric said, speaking in terms Sharon and Marich couldn't fully grasp. He then reached into the air, pulling forth a figure. The figure had 4 heads and wore an ornate court robe, none other than Sharon's teacher, the Temperance faction's pillar, the future messenger of Mr. Fool, Rhinette Tinacare. Using Sharon as a medium, Alaric had summoned Rhinette Tinacare from 1 second prior. "Teacher, you're really alive. Wait, how are you here?" Sharon exclaimed, her face a mix of joy and confusion, unable to comprehend Alaric's actions. Even Rhinette Tinacare, the summoned, was bewildered. Glancing at their student and then at Alaric, their 4 heads spoke in turn. "You, who are you, what do you want?" "Greetings, Miss Rhinette Tinacare. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucifer," Alaric said with an elegant bow, followed by a smile. "I'd like to discuss a collaboration, one that benefits us both." "What, collaboration?" Rhinette Tinacare's 4 heads turned to Alaric in unison, creating a rather unsettling sight. "The following conversation isn't suitable for our 2 young actors to overhear, so I'd ask them to step aside briefly. Not too far, just enough to ensure they can't hear what's said," Alaric said, smiling at Sharon and Marich without answering Rhinette directly. He was about to discuss matters involving outer deities, which Sharon and Marich couldn't be privy to. Alaric wasn't worried about them fleeing. With Rhinette's shadow of time present, they wouldn't run, and as long as they stayed close, the summoned shadow could be maintained. "What are your thoughts on the chained god, Miss Rhinette Tinacare?" Alaric asked directly once Sharon and Marich reluctantly left the alley. Rhinette hadn't expected the question and paused briefly before responding. They were once good, but sadly, they fell. As a former favored one of the chained god, Rhinette's feelings were complex. They had once revered this king of angels until the mother tree of desire corrupted them, erasing what they once were. Fell. I'd call it pollution. The chained god has become a mere plaything of the mother tree of desire, a tragedy. A king of angels losing their sense of self is absurd, even in this mad world. Alaric said with a smile, correcting Rhinette's wording with a sigh. "It seems, you know, a great deal." Rhinette knew this was the truth but had spoken cautiously, unsure of Alaric's sequence. As a competent actor, one must know enough of the script to perform well. Alaric said with a smile, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "What if I said I want to invite you to help me wrest the chained god from the mother tree of desire's grasp? What would you think?" Rhinette's 4 heads snapped up, staring at Alaric in disbelief. "You're insane, that's an outer deity. Exactly why it would make for a spectacular performance, don't you think?" Alaric said, smiling at Rhinette's incredulous stare. "Of course, I won't deny I'm not entirely confident I can free the chained god from the mother tree of desire. I can only offer them a chance to save themselves. And if Miss Rhinette Tinacare is concerned about the risks, you may simply play the role of a key prop." Alaric added considerately. Rhinette clearly didn't grasp what key prop meant, but she sensed Alaric's confidence. The fact that she'd been inexplicably summoned here gave her pause. After a moment's thought, she said, "What do you plan to do?" "Allow me to keep that a secret for now," Alaric said, smiling as he pressed a finger to his lips in a hushed gesture. "If Miss Rhinette Tinacare is genuinely interested in collaborating, come meet me in person. I'll be waiting here." Without waiting for Rhinette's reply, Alaric released the shadow of time, standing in the alley to wait. Why was Alaric suddenly intent on rescuing the chained god? The reason was simple, he didn't truly aim to save them. After experimenting with Mr. Door, he felt the need for more test subjects to refine his approach before attempting to rescue Mr. Door. He didn't want to risk turning Mr. Door into a mental wreck, as he rather admired him. The chained god, thoroughly corrupted by an outer deity and possibly beyond saving, was a perfect test subject. Of course, if Alaric could actually save the chained god, he wouldn't mind. They were, after all, a quasi-ally. Though their track record was lackluster, a rescued chained god could serve as a ready-made enforcer. With some goodwill, their abilities could be useful. Moreover, this endeavor could secure the supplementary materials needed for the Mask Maker potion. Earning Rhinette's favor would be an added bonus. Even if the plan failed, Alaric stood to lose nothing. He couldn't overpower an outer deity, but neither could one corrupt him. That was why he was here. Of course, there's another ready-made test subject in this world, Alaric mused, rubbing his chin as he thought of poor Russell, languishing in a mausoleum for over a century. To be honest, Alaric wasn't fond of Russell. He admired good people, and Russell was undeniably a scoundrel. Based on Russell's misdeeds, Alaric ranked him below Medici. While Medici wasn't exactly a saint, he leaned neutral and had once saved the world. Yet such a scoundrel sacrificed himself to save the world. Human nature is truly the strangest thing. Alaric reflected, recalling Russell's choices in the original story. With a click of his tongue, he made up his mind. Fine. At least the artisan's abilities are useful, and Black Emperor isn't bad either. An extra test subject will help me study the nature of Nyarlathotep's and outer deities' powers. While Alaric's Shadow of Time ability typically borrowed power from a target's peak, with enough goodwill, he could access their abilities from any point in their timeline. For someone like Russell, who switched pathways, Alaric could borrow his Artisan or Black Emperor powers, or even Knowledge Emperor, making him a versatile 3-in-1 asset. Just then, the colors around Alaric distorted. Unsurprised, he calmly observed the scene. The next moment, Reinette Tinaker's true form appeared before him. "Greetings, Miss Reinette. This is, in a sense, our first meeting," Alaric said with a smile, offering a polite greeting. "Hello, strange, Mr. Lucifer." Reinette Tinaker's forehead spoke in turn, returning the greeting while openly sizing up Alaric. Reinette couldn't discern where this man had come from or what bizarre ability he'd just used. Her observations suggested he was an unremarkable mortal, but that was impossible. Only a fool would believe someone capable of this was ordinary. The only explanation was that he was concealing his nature, and she couldn't see through it. Realizing, belatedly, how extraordinary the Shadow of Time had been, Reinette gave Alaric a meaningful look before speaking again. "Why, do you think I'd want to save the chained god?" "I'm not certain of your intentions, Miss Reinette Tinaker, but regardless of your bond with the chained god, I doubt you'd want a foreign pathway's uniqueness to remain in the Mother Tree of Desire's grasp. Without reclaiming the chained god, you'll forever be just an angel," Alaric said unhurriedly, his smile unwavering. He wasn't naive enough to think Reinette's attachment to the chained god was so strong she'd risk everything to save them, but for her own advancement, she couldn't ignore their situation. "You don't care if the chained god lives." Reinette didn't refute him, merely observing before speaking with certainty. "I don't force a specific outcome. If the chained god is successfully saved, that's ideal. But if they fall, retrieving their characteristics and uniqueness would still be a fine ending, wouldn't it?" Alaric replied, smiling without denial. "Why are you doing this?" Reinette asked again. "Perhaps because I, too, am an enemy of the outer deities," Alaric said, his tone uncertain, followed by a smile. "Or you could say I simply want to give the chained god the ending they deserve. An angel who practiced temperance for centuries shouldn't be reduced to a toy of indulgence. That's too cruel for an actor." Reinette seemed to ponder this. After a moment, she spoke. "What do you plan to do? And what can I do to help? First, I'll need some of your blood or something closely tied to you. If you have anything strongly connected to the chained god, that would be even better," Alaric said, smiling. For the Mother Tree of Desire, today was another calm day. Lazily lounging on the moon, it casually observed Earth through the barrier, counting the days until it would dissipate while smirking at its rival, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, next door. As an old adversary, the Mother Tree of Desire knew well that the Mother Goddess of Depravity had let out a scream days ago for unknown reasons. After investigating, it discovered that Mr. Door, under the Mother Goddess of Depravity's control, showed signs of breaking free, not fully, but enough to hint at trouble. The Mother Tree of Desire couldn't help but mock its competitor inwardly while nonchalantly checking on the chained god. The chained god had long been its puppet, a relay station for the Mother Tree of Desire's invasion of Earth. Without them, it couldn't have established so many secret organizations worshipping it, a highly useful tool. With this in mind, the Mother Tree of Desire casually logged into the chained god's persona to handle earthly affairs. Just then, it noticed a devotee establishing a direct connection with the chained god. Unconcerned, the Mother Tree of Desire prepared to lightly pollute the devotee through the link but froze. "Ah!" A scream, eerily similar to the Mother Goddess of Depravities, erupted from the Mother Tree of Desire. Panicked, it severed the connection, reeling from an unprecedented pollution. After recovering, it realized a significant issue. The chained god had slipped slightly from its control. If its dominance was once 100%, it was now perhaps 95%. This small shift didn't prevent the Mother Tree of Desire from controlling the chained god, but it meant their long-dormant consciousness had regained a sliver of clarity. What was that? The Mother Tree of Desire sank into thought. TCH, as expected, while Nyarlathotep's power can indeed harm outer deities, the portion I can channel now can only give them a jolt, not enough to strike at their core. Alaric muttered, assessing the experiment's results. I'll only be able to truly challenge or kill them once I fully master the Nyarlathotep fragment's power. It couldn't be helped. Alaric couldn't yet fully control the fragment, only guide a fraction of its power, much like Klein using a sliver of the Saphira Castle's power to create paper angel substitutes before becoming its master. This level was sufficient to cleanse pollution from Mr. Door and others, with some risk of mental damage, but directly confronting an outer deity was a pipe dream. Fortunately, Alaric hadn't expected to achieve that. A jolt was satisfying enough. With that, he glanced at Tolsna beside him, not the true body, but a shadow of time summoned via a medium. Moments ago, Alaric had summoned Tolsna's shadow of time and had a friendly chat, mostly showing them how wretched their current state was in this era. As expected, upon confirming their situation, Tolsna's face metaphorically turned green. They immediately pleaded, "Help! Friendly forces, save me." Alaric gladly obliged, following the same process used with Mr. Door. He established a connection with the current era Tolsna, then used a counter-pollution strategy, fighting poison with poison, while observing the Mother Tree of Desire through Tolsna's link. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Admittedly, practice makes perfect. With his prior experience cleansing Mr. Door, Alaric handled this purification with greater skill, controlling the process with precision. This attempt also deepened his understanding of outer deity pollution in Nyarlathotep's power. He was confident that a few more tries would make him an expert in the field. With that thought, Alaric smiled at Tolsna, who had been standing dumbfounded since the purification began, lost in thought. This session can only go so far, or you might not handle it. I'm sure Mr. Tolsna wouldn't want his future self to end up a dimwit, right? Tolsna stayed silent, wondering if he'd escaped a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. Was this seemingly human figure really human? He had his doubts but didn't dare voice them, instead saying gravely, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. You've given me a chance to break free from the Mother Tree of Desire's control. If Mr. Tolsna truly wants to thank me, how about joining the organization I founded?" Alaric said, smiling, never missing a chance to capitalize. "I'd be honored." Tolsna replied, unable to refuse. What if rejecting the offer meant no further help? He had to agree eagerly. Curiously, he asked, "What's the name of your organization?" "The Joker Club." "No need to be nervous, it's just an ordinary secret organization. For now, there's no real agenda, just occasional casual gatherings." Alaric answered with a smile, sensing Tolsna's apprehension. "Ahem, I'm not nervous," Tolsna said, coughing awkwardly. "But my true body likely can't attend the gatherings." "No problem. You can send some subordinates to represent you," Alaric said generously, smiling. "You might want to discuss this with Reinette Tinecare. She's better suited to fill you in on recent events, and you'd likely trust her more than me." Tolsna's expression turned sheepish. Alaric glanced at the silent Reinette Tinecare, checked his pocket watch, and smiled. "You have 1 minute. Make it count." With that, he stepped out of the room, giving the god and their former favored one some privacy. Outside, Alaric connected with the present era Tolsna, speaking through their link. "How are you holding up, Mr. Tolsna?" "Not great. It feels like 10 outer deities had a brawl in my head, filling it with madness and ravings. Honestly, it's a bit terrifying." Tolsna's weary voice replied. The Mother Tree of Desire had severed its own connection to Alaric but couldn't break his link with Tolsna. "Sounds rough," Alaric commented, then smiled. "But it's better than your consciousness being fully submerged, isn't it?" "True." Tolsna sighed. "I might stay lucid a bit longer." "Is there anything you need me to do?" "Just a bit of your blood," Alaric said, smiling. "That's all. Maybe keep an eye on your kids in your spare time." "I can't control Sua," Tolsna gave a bitter laugh. Though he was a king of angels and Sua was his own offspring, how could he control a child of the Mother Tree of Desire? "No worries, then. Alaric said, sparing a moment of sympathy for the poor soul, one of the most tragic kings of angels, no doubt. They didn't talk further, as Tolzna's lucid moments were fleeting. He swiftly performed the gifting ritual, delivering what Alaric requested. Until next time, Mr. Tolzna. I hope your situation's improved by then. Alaric said, cutting the connection. He tossed the glass vial in his hand, filled to the brim with blood, a testament to Tolzna's generosity. Goodwill's spiked nicely. I can even borrow Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence powers now. Offering hope in despair really is the fastest way to build rapport, especially with someone whose will isn't that strong. Alaric mused, assessing the extent of Tolzna's powers he could tap. For a moment, he genuinely considered rescuing him. As for whether the Mother Tree of Desire would notice him, Alaric shrugged. Let it notice. The barrier kept it out, and if it sent Tolzna, the Rose School's strongest asset, Alaric would treat them on the spot, making the Mother Tree of Desire lose both its pawn and its pride. As for Sua, I can't beat a Sequence 1 yet, but they can't just appear anywhere either. Even if they do, Adam's probably lurking nearby and could handle them. Worst case, I call in reinforcements. No big deal. Outer deities have more enemies than I do. Alaric thought, utterly fearless. He was certain the Mother Tree of Desire couldn't pinpoint him through the barrier unless he entered its influence zone, and even then, it was a slim chance. When I'm strong enough, I might go fishing, Alaric muttered, scheming as he pocketed Tolzna's blood and returned to the room. The past Tolzna had clearly finished speaking with Rynette Tinacare. Seeing Alaric return, Rynette spoke first. I can represent the chained god at your gatherings. Welcome to the Joker Club, miss. Alaric said, unsurprised, pulling a badge from his pocket with a smile. The badge had a red background, adorned with black curves depicting countless overlapping shadows, each wearing a different mask. They clustered around a central, peculiar symbol, not a character known to this world, yet anyone who saw it would understand its meaning, delight. This was a specialty from Alaric's pre-transmigration world, tied to a secret society worshipping Yog-Sothoth, possibly blessed by it. The symbol carried an inherent comprehensibility, and after testing, Alaric found it worked in this world too, so he used it to design the Joker Club emblem. Alaric handed the emblem to Rynette Tinacare, watching as she grasped it with her mouth. He explained, this is the emblem of the Joker Club. When the club is about to hold a gathering, the emblem will glow. If you wish to attend, simply infuse it with spirituality to activate it, and it will transport you to the gathering's location. This was the truth. Thanks to Mr. Door's tireless efforts, although the alternate space wasn't fully constructed yet, the emblem's core functions were already in place. For now, it couldn't transport people to the alternate space, only to a fixed location. Once Mr. Door completed the alternate space, redirecting the emblem's coordinates to it would resolve the issue. These adjustments could be handled solely by Mr. Door without modifying the emblems themselves. Mr. Door had created a central control device, essentially the master emblem, while the distributed emblems were its subsidiaries. This was why Alaric felt confident giving the emblem to Rynette Tinacare now. I understand, I will attend the gathering. Rynette Tinacare's 3 unoccupied heads spoke in sequence. Alaric nodded, then turned to the former chained god, Tolzna, with a smile. See you next time, Mr. Tolzna. Alaric dispelled the shadow of time he had been maintaining, bid farewell to Rynette Tinacare, and used his travel ability to arrive at the Aurora Society's stronghold in Backland. Mr. A, who had been notified in advance, was already waiting. Your Excellency, here is what you requested. Mr. A said, handing Alaric an iron suitcase. Thank you. Alaric replied politely. He then produced another Joker Club emblem and handed it to Mr. A, saying, this is the Joker Club's emblem. When it glows, infuse it with spirituality, and it will take you to the gathering. Yes, Your Excellency. Mr. A replied without hesitation, carefully stowing the emblem. As if struck by a sudden thought, Alaric added casually, Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos has arrived in Backland. I want to know his whereabouts. Yes, Your Excellency. Mr. A responded respectfully. Though Alaric had a fleeting interest in dealing with Russell, it wasn't urgent, so he set it aside and focused on his upcoming plans. Meanwhile, after the tarot gathering concluded and a few preparations were made, Klein was finally ready to submit a special request to Dunn for advancement to Sequence 8, Clown. The response from Nighthawk's headquarters arrived swiftly, addressing not only Klein's advancement but also Old Neil's situation and the verification of the mysterious Mr. Hellel's identity. In Dunn's office, Klein, Old Neil, and Leonard, who had been taking turns with Dunn to monitor Old Neil, gathered together. Dunn held the reply from headquarters. Dunn first addressed Old Neil, the matter of greatest concern to everyone present. With a serious expression, he said, "Old Neil, headquarters has issued a reprimand for your actions." Old Neil gave a wry smile, unsurprised. Klein and Leonard tensed, their hearts heavy. Dunn recited the reprimand methodically, then suddenly smiled. "However, regarding your situation, headquarters will send someone to handle it. Don't worry, they're not here to eliminate you. It seems they have a ritual that can improve your condition." Old Neil froze for a moment before breaking into a relieved smile. Klein and Leonard also let out sighs of relief. Dunn then turned to Klein. "Klein, headquarters has approved your special request. As long as you pass the evaluation from the representative they send, you can advance to Sequence 8. Klein couldn't help but smile. He was finally going to reach Sequence 8. With two pressing matters resolved, Klein felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He looked at Dunn and asked proactively, "Captain, what did headquarters say about Mr. Hellel?" Though Klein knew the mysterious Mr. Hellel was Jack's teacher, Lucifer, he was genuinely curious about how the authorities viewed this suspected high-sequence Beander. Dunn glanced at the telegraph in his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before he answered, "Headquarters' stance is to leave him be. It seems, the goddess issued an oracle." Klein's eyes widened, and Leonard, beside him, exclaimed in disbelief, "Him? An angel? I don't know." Headquarters didn't elaborate on Mr. Hellel's identity, but since the goddess issued an oracle, it suggests that even if he isn't part of the church, he's likely an ally. Dunn said, shaking his head before smiling. "From that perspective, Old Neil, you're quite lucky. You may have encountered a friendly angel. It does seem like my luck's not bad, though that angel, well," Old Neil trailed off, likely out of caution. But everyone present, familiar with the events of that day, understood what he left unsaid. The angel's personality was, frankly, a bit unpleasant. "At least he did help you," Dunn said, at a loss for better words. The group chatted briefly before dispersing. Leonard, now off duty and no longer needing to monitor Old Neil, caught up with Klein and complained, "I can't believe you met an angel, Klein. Tell me more about Mr. Hellel from that day. I'm really curious, what's the difference between an angel and an ordinary person?" Klein glanced at him. This wasn't the first time Leonard had asked about this recently. While the questions seemed normal, Klein had a gut feeling that Leonard wasn't just curious about Mr. Hellel but was probing for something specific. "Does Leonard know Hellel?" Klein mused silently. Looking at Leonard, he suddenly asked, "Leonard, do you know Mr. Hellel?" "Huh." Leonard froze, a flash of panic crossing his face before he regained his composure. "Why would you think that? I'm just curious." "Aren't you curious about an angel?" "Of course I am," Klein replied, sounding convinced but inwardly certain of his earlier suspicion. Leonard definitely knew Hellel, or at least knew of his existence. "What a coincidence. Well, I'm used to it. When you encounter one or two coincidences, you find them curious. When 3 or 4 pile up, you start questioning your luck. But when your entire world seems woven from coincidences, you simply grow numb." Klein was in that state now. Bombarded with countless coincidences, he'd long since stopped being surprised by them. He deftly brushed off Leonard, finished his day's work, and sought out Alaric to share the news he'd received. "An angel? For real?" Alaric blinked, unfazed by Klein's intel. He'd already suspected the Evernight goddess's stance toward him boiled down to either observation or appeasement. From this, it seemed she leaned toward the former. It wasn't surprising. If the Evernight goddess hadn't shared information with the Creator's faction, it made sense she'd opt to observe an enigma like him. Or rather, her "leave him be" attitude carried a hint of appeasement alongside observation. Having gauged the goddess's intentions, Alaric put on a puzzled expression and said, "Don't they say angels have big wings? I didn't see any on the old man. You never asked Mr. Lucifer about his sequence?" Klein asked, both curious and exasperated. "I did, but he said low-sequence folks don't need to know much and brushed me off." Alaric shrugged, as if to say the fault wasn't his. After all, he wasn't an angel. Perhaps the Evernight goddesses, referred to him as an outer deity. Reflecting on Mr. Lucifer's personality, Klein nodded in understanding. After a moment, he asked, "Did your teacher ever mention anything about Leonard?" "Leonard? Who's that?" Alaric looked at him, puzzled. "My colleague, also a Nighthawk." Klein thought for a second and gave a brief description of Leonard's appearance. It wasn't something he needed to hide from Alaric, who could easily find out if he wanted. "Oh, that fool." Alaric's face lit up with realization. Now it was Klein's turn to be confused. Sure, he sometimes thought Leonard wasn't the sharpest, but, fool. Where did that come from? Alaric chuckled and explained, "My teacher did mention someone matching your description. When I asked if our family's ancestor was still alive, he said the ancestor was hosted in a fool's body. I asked what kind of fool, and his description matched the guy you just described." He paused, as if something clicked, and looked at Klein. "Wait, does that mean the ancestor is currently hosted in your colleague?" What a bombshell. And why was it another Zoroast? He felt like he was drowning in Zoroasts. For a moment, Klein was at a loss for words. His mind drifted to his second meeting with Leonard, when that fool, Leonard, had spouted Chunabu nonsense about the wheels of history, and two protagonists meeting. Klein had chalked it up to Leonard being dramatic, but it turned out he was literally carrying an old ancestor around. What an old-fashioned protagonist setup. Not just him, though. My own setup screams protagonist, reincarnation, gray fog cheat code, probably watched by multiple big shots behind the scenes, Klein grumbled internally. He thought of the amnesiac Mr. Azek, then glanced at Alaric, and couldn't help but sigh, Tingen is just too full of talent. Look at this tiny city, overflowing with protagonist archetypes. Even high-sequence beings, possibly angels, were piling up. Klein could almost count them on one hand. Mr. Azek, the mysterious figure who took Azek's son's skull, Mr. Lucifer, and the old ancestor in Leonard. One more high-sequence, and they'd have a full set of 5. They say high-sequence beings are rare, but I'm starting to think they're everywhere. Klein muttered to himself, a sense of urgency creeping in. A small, ordinary city with this many high-sequence beings. By any narrative trope, something big was bound to happen to justify this lineup. Turning to Alaric, Klein asked, "Do you know anything about your ancestor?" "Probably a decent guy," Alaric said, his expression turning thoughtful. "My teacher once said Pallas, the Zoroast family's ancestor, was a rare conscience in the Marauder pathway. Though, I got the sense my teacher didn't like him much, maybe some personal grudge." Noticing Klein's concern, he added reassuringly, "So your colleague is probably fine. This might even be an opportunity for him." Klein's eyelid twitched. His preconceptions about the Marauder pathway deepened, but he let out a relieved breath. Though he hadn't known Leonard long, he genuinely didn't want him to end up as some high-sequence being snack or to suffer the same fate as the Zoroast in the diary. For now, it seemed Leonard's ancestor was likely a decent sort. Achoo. Old man, why do you keep sneezing? Got a cold? Leonard asked, intrigued. Pallas chuckled. Instead of worrying about my health, you should be more concerned about your colleague. Klein. Leonard froze, suddenly nervous. What's wrong with him? Pallas paused, as if lost in thought, then said, he's fine. Do you think I'm an idiot? Leonard snapped, but Pallas was clearly done talking. No matter how much Leonard pressed, he got nothing. Frustrated, Leonard gave up and shifted topics. That Mr. Hellel is probably the Lucifer Alaric mentioned, right? The descriptions match. Possibly. Pallas replied noncommittally. Leonard didn't mind and continued, so Alaric wasn't lying. The Lord of Chaos might actually be allied with the goddess. His expression turned crestfallen. If that was true, then everything Alaric had said might be true. Kid, I told you the affairs of true gods aren't so simple. Finally believe me. Pallas's voice carried a hint of sarcasm before turning earnest. Trust in the power of the gods, but never in their kindness. That's my only advice. Leonard fell silent for a moment, likely calming his emotions. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he said, Old man, you don't seem surprised at all that Lucifer is an angel. Is it so strange for a god's favored one to be an angel? Pallas countered. Not really, I guess. Leonard admitted, ruffling his hair. His expression turned conflicted as he continued, but if the Lord of Chaos and the Evernight Goddess are really allies, should I join the Joker Club? He'd been reluctant to join due to his faith in the Evernight Goddess, but now that it seemed the goddess herself was allied with the Lord of Chaos, Leonard saw no reason to resist. Pallas didn't respond immediately, seemingly deep in thought. After a few seconds, he said, "It's probably not a bad thing for you." A few days later, when Alaric, under his Alaric Zoroast alias, came to casually build rapport with Pallas and pry into some fourth epic gossip, he heard Leonard say, "That Joker Club you invited me to join, does the offer still stand?" Oh, so he's finally confirmed the Lord of Chaos and the Evernight Goddess are allies. Alaric raised an eyebrow, not entirely surprised. He'd long expected Leonard to change his stance once the goddess's position became clear. Smiling, he replied, "Of course it stands. So, Leonard, you've finally come around." Cough, let's be clear. Leonard said, either out of embarrassment or unease, clearing his throat. "Even if I join the Joker Club, I won't betray the goddess." "I thought you'd already confirmed that my lord and the Evernight Goddess are allies." Alaric said, grinning at him. "So Hellel is Lucifer, then." Leonard pounced on the detail. "Mr. Lucifer does prefer the name Hellel when doing good deeds. It seems to hold some special meaning for him." Alaric explained leisurely, not denying it. "Why do you call Lucifer him? Isn't that an angel?" Leonard asked, momentarily pleased his guess was correct but puzzled by Alaric's choice of pronoun. "I don't know Mr. Lucifer's sequence, but he does prefer to be called him," Alaric said earnestly, shaking his head. That was the honest truth. Alaric preferred the more human him over the divine him. "Weird angel," Leonard muttered. "Angels tend to have quirks," Alaric said with a laugh, following Leonard's lead. "For example, I've heard a certain angel of the fate pathway loves ice cream. Maybe it's their way of clinging to humanity." That was no lie. Everyone knew angels in the Lord of Mysteries world weren't complete without some oddity. Huh. Leonard froze, clearly not expecting such a juicy tidbit. Pallas glanced at Alaric and chuckled. "Will does have a thing for ice cream. Probably because he keeps resetting into a child. No need to probe, old man," Alaric said with a smile, catching the subtext in Pallas's words. "I'm not close with Mr. Will. Even if the organization has contact with him, it's handled by others. Right now, the only angel I'm tasked with dealing with is you." Pallas picked up on Alaric's implication and smirked. "I would have thought, with your alliance to the true creator, you'd be hostile toward Will." Pallas's reasoning was obvious. The fate pathway's angel of fate, Ouroboros, was a known factor. As everyone knew, only one sequence 0 could exist per pathway, so sequence 1's aiming for godhood had to eliminate their rivals. Ouroboros and Will, the only two sequence 1s of the fate pathway, were locked in a constant struggle. Typically, Ouroboros had the upper hand, backed by the true creator and holding two sequence 1 characteristics as an king of angel. Will, despite possessing the fate pathway's uniqueness, was hampered by his luck, which prevented him from fully integrating it. The uniqueness was more a burden than a boon, leaving him in a rough spot. Ouroboros's lack of cunning and the true creator's descent into madness after the fourth epic's defeat were likely the only reasons Will hadn't been fed to the big snake yet. Alaric understood Pallas's point and smiled. "My lord is indeed allied with the true creator, but that doesn't mean he's hostile to Mr. Will. In fact, my lord welcomes alliances with anyone. Because chaos suits your needs better, doesn't it?" Pallas said, either misunderstanding or deliberately twisting the meaning. Alaric didn't correct him, only saying, "Competition makes the world livelier." "Just hope it doesn't get too lively," Pallas said, shaking his head. He could already envision the chaos to come, but, well, it might not be all bad. Turning to the now thoroughly confused Leonard, Pallas said with a chuckle, "Leonard, don't forget you're joining the Joker Club." Snapping back to the matter at hand, Leonard looked at Alaric. "Is there some kind of ceremony for joining the Joker Club?" "We don't bother with that kind of formality," Alaric said, shaking his head with a smile. He pulled a badge from his pocket, handed it to Leonard, and explained how to use it. So mysterious, Leonard examined the strange badge, his eyes drawn to the unfamiliar text in its center. Somehow, he understood its meaning despite never seeing it before. "What language is this? I've never come across it." "It's my lord's script," Alaric said with a smile, offering no further explanation. Pallas studied the badge's central word, seemingly lost in thought, but ultimately said nothing about it. After a moment, he remarked, I see some familiar techniques in this badge. Reminds me of an old friend. These badges were indeed crafted by Mr. Bethel. Alaric confirmed with a nod. I only just got mine recently. The older ones weren't nearly this impressive. He knew this was a potential slip. Pallas could likely guess Bethel had recently allied with the Lord of Chaos. But what did it matter? The badges being new didn't mean the Joker Club was newly formed. Perhaps the group had simply used different methods for gatherings before. Even if Pallas suspected the club was a recent creation, it didn't change the facts. The Evernight Goddess's stance was real, Mr. Door's cooperation was real, and the True Creators Alliance was real. In the face of those truths, the rest was irrelevant. Alaric knew Pallas was sharp. A clever mind overthinks but also knows when to stop. As Alaric Zoroast, a recent addition to the Joker Club, he wouldn't be privy to deeper secrets. Yet, his loyalty to the Zoroast family meant he'd speak plainly on such matters, whether as a hint or not. Pallas didn't look surprised, only chuckling. Looks like your cooperation with Bethel is going smoothly. Alaric nodded with a smile, not denying it. Leonard, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Don't you guys get tired of talking like that? He blurted. Though dubbed one of the Sun-Moon-Star trio of fools, Leonard wasn't dim, just lazy with his brain. He could tell the two were lacing every word with subtext. Alaric glanced at him, shaking his head. He said nothing, yet it felt like he'd said everything. Pallas chuckled. Cut him some slack. His brain's been gathering rust from disuse. Alaric grinned. Fair point. Leonard's face flushed, clearly riled up. He glared at the two, stammering, but couldn't muster a comeback. Having teased the wolf, Alaric was in high spirits. He turned to Leonard, his tone shifting to serious. Leonard, I know you've got reservations about the old man, but my advice. In this era, you'd better climb the sequence ladder fast. The apocalypse is coming. The world's only getting messier. If you want to protect yourself and those around you, get strong, quick. While Leonard joined a certain shell of an organization, elsewhere in Backland, Zio and Furs were grappling with a dilemma. Not long ago, they'd taken a commission from Miss Audrey to investigate the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos. Simple enough on the surface, but the problem was Zio's recent divination. It warned of life-threatening danger tied to the sea or wealth, and investigating Keelangos fit that prophecy perfectly. Worse, Alaric had somehow learned Keelangos was sneaking into Backland and sent them a letter urging caution. Under normal circumstances, Zio and Furs would have dropped the job like a hot coal. But Miss Audrey's offer was very tempting, and both were strapped for cash, making it hard to let go. Zio, maybe we should back out. Your life could really be at stake, Furs said, prioritizing her friend's safety as she glanced at her. It's just a possibility. Zio's eyes flickered with conflict before hardening with resolve. She looked at Furs. I'm going through with it, but I'll need your help. Even with my warning, Zio and Furs still chose to chase Keelangos. That commission's payout is just too good for them. At least they came out unscathed. Days later, Alaric shook his head as he reviewed the report from Backland. The report detailed Zio and Furs' investigation. They were far more cautious than in the original story, but Keelangos was no pushover. He'd tracked the duo down. Thankfully, Furs' stone bracelet saved them, allowing a narrow escape. At this point, Alaric, learning his friends are in danger, can naturally inform Lucifer and request his aid. Alaric stretched, smiling at the moonlight outside his window. 2 days to go, and Lucifer would take the stage, ready to give a certain Mr. Fool a little surprise. Klein had been in high spirits lately. He'd passed the Nighthawks headquarters assessment, advancing to Sequence 8. Old Neil, with help from Krestet Sesimir, completed a mysterious ritual. As long as he avoided the hidden sage's whispers, he'd likely avoid losing control. Klein also milked the Sun Holy Emblem for a high-level Sun Pathway charm, held 2 Tarot Club meetings, and gleaned new knowledge from Russell's diary. Aside from the usual swarm of coincidences, everything was smooth sailing. One evening, while discussing a trip to see the Earl's return with his siblings, Klein heard a prayer from Miss Justice. Puzzled by the timing, he ascended to the gray fog and listened. It was bad news. Mr. Hanged Man's target, Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos, had likely infiltrated a noble ball Miss Justice attended, disguised and up to no good. A pirate general who killed without blinking wasn't planning anything pleasant. Klein acted swiftly, responding to Miss Justice to calm her before relaying her prayer to Mr. Hanged Man. But he didn't leave the gray fog immediately. After a moment's thought, he sent the same information to Alaric. He recalled Alaric mentioning at the last tarot club that his friends were in danger because of Keelangos. Alaric had written to his teacher for help. Though Klein doubted Lucifer cared for him, with so many lives at stake, he decided to rally as much support as possible to prevent a tragedy. After descending the gray fog, Klein wrote to Mr. Azek, sighing as he mailed the letter. "This is all I can do. I just hope things don't spiral out of control." Meanwhile, Alaric, having read the message from Mr. Fool, couldn't help but smirk. Even without Mr. Fool's nudge, Lucifer's involvement wouldn't have seemed out of place, thanks to prior groundwork. But with this reminder, everything fell into place even more neatly, including the little surprise Lucifer had in store for a certain fool. "Klein, you really are a good friend," Alaric said with a sigh of appreciation. Certain Mr. Fool wasn't watching, he quickly disguised himself, used his traveler ability to arrive in Backland, and awaited the other actors' entrance on this stage. Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos couldn't shake the feeling that bad luck had been dogging him lately. He'd been hired for a simple job, kill Duke Negan, and he'd receive a blasphemy card. A prize any Beander would kill for. A golden opportunity. Yet, the moment he arrived in Backland, someone had already sniffed out his location. Planning to make an example by eliminating a couple of Beyonders for sport, he found his targets were slippery. One seemed to be a traveler, vanishing with their partner before he could strike. Keelangos let the two rats go, focusing on his main goal in Backland. But no sooner had he disguised himself and slipped into a ball attended by Duke Negan than he realized he'd walked into an ambush. Forced to abandon the assassination, he fled. It infuriated him. A failed assassination meant a wasted trip. At least I have creeping hunger. Escaping's no issue, Keelangos thought, following his pre-planned route to a man-made lake. Just as he prepared for the next step, a voice interrupted. "Normally, I wouldn't bother with a small-time actor like you, but my hapless student's involved, and you just had to cross him." The elegant male voice carried a hint of amusement, tinged with resignation. Keelangos's hair stood on end. The world around him seemed to come alive. Stones, plants, even the water he knew so well turned into deadly weapons. They didn't aim to kill outright but trapped him, rendering him immobile. A figure materialized from the air, a man in his early 30s, strikingly handsome with a refined, scholarly air, like a learned professor. But Keelangos knew it was a facade. This had to be a demigod of the monster pathway. As a notorious pirate, he was familiar with the Rose School of Thought and their monster pathway intel. "Sir, I don't believe we have any grudge." Keelangos's mind raced for a way out, forcing a placating smile. "Indeed, no personal enmity," Alaric said with a smile, not denying it. "I wasn't planning to bother with you, but you made my student upset. So, I'll have to kill you to cheer him up." His expression was that of a doting parent, exasperated but indulgent, ready to placate a crying child. "Who the hell is your student?" He racked his brain but couldn't recall crossing anyone connected to this man. "I'm a bit annoyed, honestly," Alaric continued, like a melancholic parent sharing woes. "My students made some questionable friends, and one's clearly using me to get rid of you." He sighed. "Then you shouldn't kill me, right?" Keelangos seized the sliver of hope, jumping in. "You're not wrong," Alaric nodded, as if agreeing. But before Keelangos could feel relief, he added, "But if I don't kill you, my student will be upset. So, I'll kill you and give that naughty friend a warning." "You're toying with me." Keelangos dropped the act, glaring at Alaric, ready to unleash a string of curses. But as he opened his mouth, all that came out was a sheep's bleat. "Shish, foul language isn't civilized. A proper actor doesn't curse," Alaric said, pressing a finger to his lips with a smile. "You've got some things I'm interested in, so I'll give you a choice. You're going to die, but if you tell me what I want to know, I'll spare your soul." The hanged man, Alger, was cursing under his breath. After receiving Mr. Fool's tip, he'd immediately alerted the church. But the head of the Storm Church's Backland Diocese, Ace Snake, was out for a stroll at the time, delaying the message. By the time Alger reached him, the window to catch Keelangos had closed. Watching Keelangos slip away, Alger cursed inwardly while praying Ace Snake could still nab him. With that faint hope, Alger reached the man-made lake and froze. Not far off, Ace Snake was facing a stranger, while Keelangos stood nearby, his back to Alger due to the angle. Who's this? Keelangos's backer. Alger wondered, glancing at Ace Snake. The usually volatile archbishop looked displeased but showed no intent to fight. Ace Snake had no plans to engage. He'd recently learned of Hellel's existence and received an oracle from the Lord of Storms, leave him be. The man before him, by all accounts, was that Hellel. What do you intend to do, sir? Ace Snake asked. Just handling a small matter. Alaric replied with a smile. Seeing Ace Snake's restraint, he guessed the Lord of Storms had tipped him off. Looks like the Evernight goddess clued in the old storm pigeon. Wonder if the steam ladies in their chat group, Alaric mused, snapping his fingers. Keelangos, standing before him, transformed into a sheep. Alger's eyes widened. He'd seen all sorts of powers, but turning a man into a sheep was beyond bizarre. And this was a Sequence 6 pirate, reduced to a sheep without resistance. The Punishers trailing Alger weren't faring much better, their expressions just as stunned. He's all yours, Alaric said to Ace Snake with a smile. Not much of an actor, but he's a decent villain. I trust you'll give him the ending a villain deserves. Who are you, exactly? Which organization do you belong to? Ace Snake couldn't hold back, staring at the sheep that was once Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos. You should know my name, Alaric said with a smile, eyeing Ace Snake. As for the rest, he paused, his smile taking on a playful edge. Here's a hint, ever heard of something called tarot cards? Ace Snake's expression turned thoughtful. Alaric's figure vanished, replaced by a flurry of tarot cards scattering through the air, a dazzling, mysterious curtain call to his performance. The hanged man, Alger, stared at the cards, his pupils contracting. Could this be Mr. Fool's favored one? Meanwhile, Alaric, having completed his grand exit, hadn't truly left. He'd only moved nearby. He faced Azek, who had arrived earlier but held back from acting against Keelangos due to Alaric's presence. Smiling, Alaric said, "Greetings, Azek. First time meeting. You can call me Lucifer." Alaric wasn't worried about being recognized. He'd masked his soul's aura, making it impossible for Azek to connect him to the unassuming junior, Jack Jones. And indeed, Azek saw no trace of Jack in the man before him. Studying Alaric, he said after a moment, "I thought you'd be a seer." "I'm no seer, nor a monster," Alaric replied with a chuckle, his words only deepening Azek's confusion. "I suppose you won't tell me which pathway you're on," Azek said, sensing Alaric's reluctance to elaborate. He didn't press, instead saying mildly, "Jack's letter to you likely mentioned me." "Of course, I received Jack's letter," Alaric said. "Honestly, it's a headache. I shouldn't have let him run wild. Not only did he stumble into the spotlight, but he's also got entangled in matters far above his sequence." His expression carried just the right touch of exasperation. He sighed, looking at Azek. "But my knowledge of you doesn't come solely from my foolish student's account. You know me." Azek caught the implication, his tone urgent. "I don't know the old you," Alaric said, shaking his head to dismiss Azek's assumption. "I only know the story of your role." He lowered his gaze, flipping through a thick book in his hands, stopping at a page. Looking up at Azek, he smiled. "Death Consul Azek Eggers, once heir to the Balam Empire's death. After the death's fall, your soul was split in two. One half became the vessel for death's uniqueness, while the other became you, reborn through countless cycles, cleansed of madness and divinity, free from death's influence, shaping your soul into what it is now. Your story, even among all the tales I know, is nothing short of remarkable." Alaric concluded with a smile. Azek froze. Alaric hadn't hidden the book's page, and Azek could see it was blank, nothing written on it. Yet, he had a gut feeling Alaric spoke the truth. This might well be his past. If I reclaim my other half, will I recover my memories and end this cycle? Azek asked after a long silence. Of course, Alaric said, pausing to meet Azek's gaze. If you retrieve your other half, all your anomalies will vanish. You could even ascend further. But the cost. He slowed, speaking deliberately. You'd lose all the emotions you've gained over millennia of reincarnation. Those memories would become mere images to you. Isaac frowned instinctively, clearly uneasy with the idea. He looked at Alaric, a sudden thought striking him. Why tell me this? Every good actor should know where their choices lead. Alaric said, smiling earnestly as he embodied Lucifer's persona. And I'm very curious, Isaac, what will you choose between humanity and divinity? Isaac opened his mouth, recalling Klein's mention of meeting Lucifer. The man before him left a deeper impression of his enigmatic nature. With a bitter smile, Isaac said, I might disappoint you. I don't know what I'd choose. His past was still a tangled mess. He recalled little of his millennia of reincarnation or his time as Death Consul. In such uncertainty, Isaac truly didn't know his choice. Would he reclaim his soul, turning his past into fleeting illusions, or continue his current life, letting the cycle repeat endlessly? Neither outcome sounded appealing. Understandable. Alaric said with a smile, fully embracing his cryptic role. You don't need to choose now. You've got time to think before the final act. Isaac caught the hint. So, even if I avoid it, my other half will find me, won't it? You're sharp. Alaric said, not denying it. The mutual pull between the two soul halves was inevitable. Even if Isaac chose to dodge at this cycle, the next might draw him unwittingly to open Pandora's box. Doesn't sound like good news. Isaac said with another bitter smile. He fell silent, likely pondering. After a moment, he looked up at Alaric. Then, at least before the end, I want to face my past. Alaric met his gaze, smiling. Sounds like you're proposing a deal, Isaac. Yes, and you likely know the terms. Isaac said, nodding. I need time stones, Mr. Lucifer. What would it take to trade for those remarkable gems? Sorry, time stones aren't for sale. Alaric said, shaking his head. He had no intention of selling them to Isaac, not that they existed. Even if they did, controlling the pace of Isaac's memory recovery meant keeping them out of reach. Isaac's expression dimmed, but he pressed on. I know those gems are precious. Name your terms, anything I can do, I'll make it happen. It's not about terms, it's a matter of principle. Alaric said, pausing before shifting tone. But I can summon the person you want to call once, as payment for looking after Jack. Isaac's dimmed eyes lit up. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. It was just one chance, but for Isaac, it was invaluable. And, Isaac's greatest fear was that the other party wouldn't budge at all. Since Lucifer was willing to yield for Jack's sake, his stance wasn't absolute. There might be room for more opportunities later. Alaric knew what Isaac was thinking, a result he deliberately steered toward. While he had no intention of selling time stones to Isaac, he wasn't planning to refuse all help either. His goal was merely to slow Isaac's memory recovery, so offering a sliver of hope was necessary. Alaric smiled, then added as if struck by a thought, oh, and I'd like you to do me a small favor. What's that? Isaac asked eagerly. Pass a message to Klein Moretti. Alaric said, his smile widening with a playful edge. Speaking slowly, he said, Batman is watching you. Isaac blinked, clearly thrown by the unfamiliar phrase. But memorizing and relaying it was no issue for him. He repeated it a few times under his breath, then nodded. Got it. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Alaric. Klein's a good kid, Mr. Lucifer. You might have some misconceptions about him. From their regular correspondence, Isaac knew Jack had mentioned his teacher's apparent bias against Klein, and he couldn't help but worry. I know he's a good kid, but that doesn't mean he's not a little trickster. Alaric said, catching Isaac's concern. He chuckled, his eyes briefly clouded with a hint of nostalgia. His voice softened, almost ethereal. Don't worry, I bear him no ill will. I may not like him, but I'd never harm one of my own, never. Isaac nodded, only half understanding. He wasn't sure why Lucifer called Klein one of my own, but given Klein's tangled fate, it made sense. Isaac knew Klein carried many secrets, but what did it matter? To him, Klein was his student, his junior, his friend, nothing more. Confirming that the man before him held no real malice toward Klein, Isaac let out a genuine sigh of relief. Oh, and please tell him everything that happened tonight. Alaric added, his tone pointed. Especially the part about the tarot cards. Unlike in the original story, where Klein learned the outcome the next day, this time Isaac visited that very evening. From him, Klein heard the full account, including Isaac's conversation with Lucifer and the message he was tasked to deliver. Batman is watching you. As a university graduate, Klein understood the English phrase instantly. His first thought was wild. Is there another transmigrator cosplaying Batman? But he quickly realized it was a warning. Batman is watching you was essentially a meme, implying someone omniscient was keeping tabs on your every move. Applied to Klein, it was a blatant caution. I know everything you're up to, all your aliases and schemes. Watch yourself, or I'll come for you. Klein understood why Lucifer issued the warning. He'd used Jack to enlist Lucifer's help, and while Lucifer acted for his student's sake, he was clearly annoyed with Klein. Klein felt a twinge of guilt, but it didn't stop him from analyzing the details. First, it was now certain Lucifer was a transmigrator, making it highly likely he was the Zoroast from the diary. Given Lucifer's personality, it wasn't surprising he'd chronicle his life in a diary and let it slip out. Second, from Isaac's recounting of, "Never harm one of my own." Lucifer might dislike Klein but held a special regard for fellow transmigrators. This meant Klein probably didn't need to fear outright hostility. Finally, Lucifer clearly has deep ties with the official churches, even true gods. Using tarot cards as a hint in front of them is partly a warning to me, but it also serves as a nod to the tarot club. If a member gets caught, the churches might turn a blind eye out of respect for Lucifer. Klein exhaled, muttering to himself, is this help for a fellow transmigrator? He dislikes me but still lent a hand for our shared origin, or maybe just for Jack. Either way, the gesture left Klein with mixed feelings. This was the second time a transmigrator senior had helped him, the first being Russell's diary. These seniors always seemed both formidable and tragic. As for Jack Jones, Klein didn't count him as a senior, more a transmigrator peer. If Lucifer is really the Zoroast from the diary, how did he go from that laid-back, snarky youth to this? Klein closed his eyes, already suspecting the answer. The diary made it clear. There was only one culprit, Amon. Though the vengeful Zoroast in the diary was still far from Lucifer's current persona, who knew what Amon had done in the years since, shaping him into what he was now. In that moment, despite never meeting Amon, Klein's frustration with the Angel of Time reached its absolute peak. Sorry, Mr. Isaac, I got lost in thought and kept you waiting. Klein said, snapping back to reality and looking apologetically at Isaac, who had been quietly watching him. It's fine, Isaac said with a gentle shake of his head. I hope these matters haven't troubled you. No, not at all. In fact, they've helped me figure some things out. Klein said, quickly shaking his head. Seeing Klein's reaction, Isaac smiled warmly. I don't know the full story between you and Mr. Lucifer, but he doesn't seem to bear you any ill will. If there's a misunderstanding, it's best to clear it up sooner rather than later. Klein's expression stiffened. He knew exactly where the tension with Lucifer lay. Setting aside their shared transmigrator status, it all boiled down to the lies he'd told Jack. But coming clean to Jack, Klein thought of how he'd been pretending to be a native since meeting Jack, not to mention running the tarot club under his full persona. The idea made his scalp tingle, his toes curling as if trying to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer embarrassment. Better to wait a bit. Lucifer doesn't seem to have any real malice toward me right now. No need to confess just yet, Klein reassured himself, desperate to avoid social death. Isaac didn't know the details but sensed Klein's resistance and let the matter drop. Klein, however, thought of something else and looked at Isaac with concern. Mr. Isaac, will you keep searching for your memories? Yes, Isaac said with a gentle nod. Since the outcome is inevitable, I at least want to know who I am before it arrives. I want to recall my past with my children. It was a decision he'd already made. Whatever path he chose in the future, for now, he wanted to reclaim those lost memories. I'll help you, Mr. Isaac. Klein said earnestly, cautiously studying him. Thinking of Lucifer's refusal to sell time stones, he felt a pang of sympathy but hesitated to bring it up, fearing it would touch a sore spot. Thank you, Klein, Isaac said with a smile, sensing Klein's thoughts. While Mr. Lucifer won't sell me time stones, I can tell he's a kind person at heart. Perhaps in time, I can persuade him with sincerity to gain a chance to reunite with my family. Absolutely, you will. Klein said, nodding eagerly, not wanting to dampen Isaac's hopes. His mind drifted to his own family, and for a moment, he faltered. Isaac might have a chance to briefly reunite with his family, but when could a transmigrator like him return home? Or, never. The thought left a bitter taste in Klein's mouth. He didn't know the truth behind transmigration, but he wasn't foolish. With examples like Russell and Lucifer, high-sequence transmigrators who couldn't return home. Klein couldn't help but wonder, could he ever find a way back? He didn't know, but as long as there was a sliver of hope, he wouldn't give up. With Mr. Lucifer's current attitude toward me, he's unlikely to share any clues about transmigration. Klein thought, sighing inwardly. To learn more, besides climbing the sequence ladder, I can only rely on the diaries of transmigrator seniors. Meanwhile, in Backland, the Noble Ball had ended early due to Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos's attack. Audrey, protected as the whistleblower, finally received news of the outcome. A high-sequence powerhouse named Hello. Tarot cards. Audrey's eyes lit up. She immediately thought of Mr. Fool and his favored ones. It wasn't a wild guess. From her perspective, only the Tarot Club could know of Keelangos's presence, dispatch a high-sequence expert, and be linked to tarot cards. Could this mysterious Mr. Hellel be Mr. Fool's favored one? Audrey's heart raced with excitement, and she pressed her father for more details. Earl Hall had no reason to hide anything. I don't know much about this Mr. Hellel, but Archbishop Snake is certain he's not an enemy. It seems related to an oracle from the Lord of Storms. An oracle? By the goddess, could Mr. Fool be allied with the Lord of Storms? And perhaps with the goddess too. Audrey's excitement grew, and she couldn't help asking, what does the church think of the organization this Mr. Hellel belongs to? They can only confirm it's tied to tarot cards, likely a symbol. Earl Hall said, shaking his head. There's no record of an organization using tarot cards as its emblem. It's either highly secretive or newly formed. Audrey's mind buzzed with ideas. Feigning curiosity, she said, so how should we refer to this mysterious organization? Tarot cards, maybe we could call it the Tarot Club. The Tarot Club, a fitting name. Earl Hall said, nodding. We could use it as a placeholder for now. It was standard for officials to assign a codename based on distinctive traits when an organization's true name was unknown. Father, will this be announced in the newspapers? Audrey asked next. As a founding member of the Tarot Club, not yet 18, she was eager for her organization to gain renown. To avoid panic, the full truth won't be revealed, but the Tarot Club's existence might be mentioned. Earl Hall said with a smile. Amazing. Now more people will know about the Tarot Club and see it's a force for good. Audrey was thrilled, then asked curiously, Father, what will happen to Vice Admiral Keelangos? Was he really turned into a sheep? Can he change back? He'll be handled by the Storm Church. As for whether he can revert, I don't know. Earl Hall said, shaking his head. To spare his innocent daughter, he avoided mentioning that Keelangos would likely become a test subject for the Storm Church, used to explore the Monster Pathway's powers. That would frighten her. Extra. Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos slain in Backland. The mysterious Tarot Club claims responsibility. PFF'd. Quote. The next morning, Klein nearly spat out his coffee at the newsboy's shouts. Setting down his cup, he dashed outside to buy a newspaper. After reading it carefully, he breathed a sigh of relief. The paper didn't overhype the Tarot Club's existence. It merely mentioned that the mysterious Tarot Club assisted the official churches in defeating Keelangos. The Tarot Club claims responsibility. Bit was likely just the newsboy's flair to spark curiosity. After all, an unknown organization pulling off such a feat was bound to draw attention. Klein relaxed, torn between amusement and exasperation. The Tarot Club's made a name for itself this time, but who'd guess that I, the fool, just got warned by my own subordinate, haha. Klein muttered to himself, then frowned. How did the authorities know the name, Tarot Club? Could Miss Justice have steered them to it? He thought it over and decided it was likely. Well, it's not a bad thing. At least we've got a friendly tag with the authorities now. Klein shook his head. The Tarot Club's fame was unexpected, and before Lucifer's endorsement, he'd have resisted it. But now, let it be famous. Finishing breakfast, Klein headed to work. He'd been quite busy lately. Meanwhile, at Alaric's residence, Alaric glanced at the newspaper, unsurprised by the outcome. He deliberately let Mr. Fool share the spotlight. As a Tarot Club member himself, Alaric didn't mind boosting its reputation. It'd be awkward to claim Tarot Club affiliation later if no one knew the name. Plus, it reinforced Lucifer's persona in Klein's eyes, maybe even earning some goodwill. Why not? As for why Alaric didn't promote his Joker Club, the answer was simple: this was too small a stage. He aimed for a grander debut for the club, not this minor skirmish. So, he let Mr. Fool have this one. Hopefully, the surprise wasn't too overwhelming. And with this performance, my actor potion is finally fully digested, Alaric said, setting down the paper. He headed to his second-floor laboratory. After resting overnight to restore his spirituality and prepare, having digested the actor potion and gathered all the materials for the mask maker potion, he was ready to ascend to sequence 7. Alaric didn't rush. He first turned to a black glove on the table, none other than Creeping Hunger, one of the most iconic sealed artifacts in the original Lord of Mysteries, the poor thing that went hungry 9 days out of 10 under Klein's care. After interrogating Keelangos about a mysterious island, Alaric had claimed the artifact. Using Azek's abilities, he sealed it, curbing its daily human feeding habit, though it still required feeding after battles, as in the original story. This way, I can sell it to Klein. Let's see, how about 10,000 pounds? I'm such a good guy. Alaric mused, idly poking Creeping Hunger. He had no need for the glove. Its abilities were impressive for ordinary Beyonders, but for Alaric, they were lackluster compared to his Shadow of Time powers. So, he leaned toward selling it to Klein, gleefully draining Mr. Fool's wallet. No rush, though. I'll wait till he's got the cash. Alaric tossed Creeping Hunger aside and pulled an iron box from under the table, revealing a dazzling array of spiritual materials. He selected the ingredients for the mask maker potion, then opened a nearby cabinet to retrieve a bottle containing the chained god's blood. Alaric cleaned a beaker and began preparing the potion methodically. He added the standard spiritual materials, then opened the bottle of the chained god's blood. Instead of pouring it all, he estimated the amount needed for the mask maker potion, about a third. The rest he saved as a medium for summoning the chained god Tolzna's Shadow of Time. As the third of the blood hit the beaker, a deep black spread from the bottom, followed by a vivid red. Within seconds, the red solidified into an inverted blood-red moon, a shadow, not a solid object. I get the logic, but why a moon? Because the chained god's been corrupted by the mother tree of desire. Alaric mused, rubbing his chin. He wasn't worried about the blood's integrity, any issues would be tamed by Nyarlathotep's power. With a flick of his hand, the mask maker potion's characteristic appeared. Without hesitation, he tossed it into the beaker, eagerly watching the changes. Countless mask-like shadows emerged in the beaker, overlapping and obscuring the moon's shadow, yet tinged by its crimson hue. Alaric stared for 2 seconds, shaking his head. This is getting absurd. With a sigh, he grabbed the beaker and downed the potion in one gulp. Chaos surged, his consciousness fragmenting. Countless voices echoed in his ears, distinct yet seemingly from one source. Who am I? Who are you? Who is me? The voices clamored, making Alaric frown. Then, a crimson moonlight washed over him, uncomfortable with a faint burning and binding sensation. It seemed to condense all the voices into one. Alaric blinked, his scattered consciousness coalescing. He snapped awake, eyes opening to reality. Phew, mid-sequence is indeed a hurdle. The god pathway doesn't lie. Alaric exhaled, a grin spreading across his face. He had successfully ascended to sequence 7, becoming a mask maker. Beyond enhancing Alaric's spirituality, the mask maker potion's core abilities were 1,000 masks and persona masks. 1,000 masks, akin to the seer pathway's faceless, allowed complete transformation of the wearer's appearance, though body shape adjustments were limited. Unlike faceless, these masks could be worn by others, not just the creator, with a current limit of 3 active 1,000 masks. Creating more would require further potion digestion. Persona masks enabled attaching any emotion to a mask, common ones like joy, anger, or sorrow, or abstract ones like despair, hope, or courage. Within a 10-meter range, Alaric could silently apply a persona mask to someone, amplifying the chosen emotion. If the emotion intensified enough, he could manipulate the wearer through the mask, though a strong-willed individual might resist. Like Thousand Masks, only 3 persona masks could exist at once. Additionally, the emotion manipulation ability expanded, capable of instantly triggering emotions in up to 100 people. As expected, Alaric's speed, strength, and coordination improved, and his mental prowess grew, allowing direct mental attacks akin to a psychic pierce. The chained god Tolsna's blood grants me the animal curse ability, turning targets into small animals. It's less effective against higher sequences but gains a boost under moonlight. Alaric mused, rubbing his chin. Definitely the mother tree of desire's influence, but a positive one. Looks like outer deities aren't entirely useless. Still, wary of the mother tree of desire and mother goddess of depravity's notorious traits, Alaric decided to avoid their influenced materials in the future. Even if he was immune to corruption, developing something like a gender swap ability would be a disaster. Thousand Masks is like a supercharged faceless ability. With this, I don't have to worry about blowing my cover. But the name, doesn't it feel backward, a bit chaotic? Maybe that's just the pathway's nature. Alaric quipped, chuckling. He turned to the other abilities. Persona masks are powerful. Boosting allies with positive emotions or breaking enemies with negative ones, driving them to collapse or loss of control, is incredibly useful. The real kicker is pairing persona masks with emotion manipulation. I can turn someone into a puppet instantly, and their consciousness stays intact. If I release control, they recover fully, so it's safe for allies too. Wait a second. Alaric paused, realization dawning. Isn't this basically faceless plus a quirky marionettist? He shrugged it off. It wasn't surprising for Nyarlathotep's powers to resemble the seer pathways. All in all, mask maker abilities are seriously strong. Even against a sequence 5, if I get the drop on them, I could probably turn them into a puppet. But if I run into a hot-headed AoE spammer who gets the first move, I'm in trouble, still a glass cannon. Despite the light complaint, Alaric was clearly pleased with the mask maker abilities. His only concern was how to act as a mask maker. The mask maker potion's digestion difficulty is probably equivalent to 4 or 5 sequence 7 potions. No big deal, I'm used to it. Alaric said, sensing the potion's digestion progress. Compared to the actor potion, the mask maker potion had only a slight head start. This suggested his prior actions counted as partial mask maker acting, but not quite on target, resulting in minimal progress. Let's see, mask maker can be split into 2 roles, the mask wearer and the mask maker. My earlier actions leaned toward wearing masks, but the low progress suggests I didn't fully commit, or the focus is actually on mask making. Unlike the straightforward, Joker, or actor, potions, mask maker was more complex. Acting should align with the pathway's nature and the potion's abilities. Alaric mused. For mask maker, it's about. He murmured to himself, crafting masks for others to wear, turning them into puppets on a stage. No, that's not quite right. Wearing a mask isn't always negative. It's more about helping the wearer transform, guiding events to the mask maker's desired outcome. Unlike the actor, who performs, the mask maker is a behind-the-scenes manipulator. With this, Alaric had a clearer idea of how to digest the mask maker potion. The upcoming Tingen incident might be a perfect opportunity. Alaric thought of an existing plan, a smirk forming. He glanced at the date. It was September 5th. If the timeline held, Zangwil's attack on the Tingen Nighthawks was 3 days away. Even if the plot shifted, Alaric wasn't worried. The descent of an evil god's spawn couldn't be delayed much. Too early or too late would disrupt Ince's scheme. Unless the old schemer abandoned his plan, he'd act within the next few days. September 9th, morning. Klein woke early, glancing at the sky. It was clear and cloudless, yet an inexplicable sense of impending storm weighed on him. 3 days had passed since the Kilangos incident. In that time, Klein had been drawn into a case involving a demoness of pleasure named Madame Sharon. She was formidable, wielding a demoness statue Alaric had warned about, nearly overwhelming the Nighthawks sent to apprehend her. Thanks to Alaric's heads-up, Klein had alerted Captain Dunn beforehand. They managed to kill her without casualties, though Klein's teammate, Kenley, was seriously injured and sent home to recover. That morning, Klein received a sudden notice from Captain Dunn. Leonard, while investigating a conman named Lenevis, had uncovered clues and needed the assistance of a seer pathway Beander. Despite a nagging bad feeling, Klein couldn't refuse the task. He soon arrived at the mission site, where he and Leonard found a letter left by Lenevis. The letter confirmed Klein's unease. In it, Lenevis boasted about planting a bomb in Tingen. From the context, Klein deduced it was a mystical bomb, though its power was unclear. This was no small matter. Klein and Leonard hurried back to Blackthorn Security Company to report to Captain Dunn. As Klein began to relax, a familiar visitor arrived at Blackthorn. Miss Megos, Lenevis's former fiancée. That wasn't the issue. The real shock came when Klein noticed her belly. What should have been a less than 2-month pregnancy looked 7 or 8 months along. When he considered using his spiritual vision to inspect her, his spiritual intuition screamed, "Don't look, you'll die." Klein froze. In an instant, every coincidence and piece of knowledge he'd gathered flashed through his mind, coalescing into one phrase: "You cannot gaze upon a god." The child in her womb was likely an evil god's spawn. That was Lenevis's bomb. For Ince Zangwill, today was a day of reaping rewards. Months ago, the renegade former bishop of the Evernight Church had arrived in Tingen with 008, orchestrating a plan to seize Saint Selena's ashes from the Tingen Nighthawks. His schemes included leaking the Antigonus family notebook, arranging the deaths of the original Klein and his classmate, stealing Azek's son's skull, and facilitating the birth of the true creator's spawn. At least half of Klein's recent string of coincidences could be traced back to Ince Zangwill. These Klein-related arrangements nearly drove Ince, a third-rate writer obsessed with stacking coincidences, to madness. He'd tried countless times to write Klein's death, but accidents always intervened. Ultimately, Klein, who should have perished in the Antigonus family's notebook incident, not only joined the Nighthawks but befriended the odd Jack Jones, gaining knowledge that saved another Nighthawk, Kenley, from a scripted death. This was no small setback. Kenley's death was meant to destabilize Dunn, a key step in Ince's plan. Kenley's survival, though he was badly injured and sent home, was far less effective. Logically, Ince should have paused to set up additional contingencies. But the true creator's spawn was maturing faster than expected. Delaying further would put it beyond 008's ability to manipulate. So, Ince went all in, sending Megos, pregnant with the evil god's spawn, to Blackthorn Security Company. When both sides were worn down, Ince could swoop in and claim his prize. If the attack failed, he could retreat, regroup, and strike elsewhere. Hidden in the shadows, no one would know. As Ince mused, 008 suddenly moved on its own, scribbling on a blank page. "He's here. He's here. I knew he was deceiving me. Gods are never trustworthy." 008's agitation was clear, its writing jagged. Ince, stunned, had never seen it act this way. The quill kept writing, "I didn't interfere with you, so you can't touch me, or I'll expose your alias." The writing stopped as a hand gently pressed the quill. "Shish, I thought you'd know what to say and what to keep quiet, Quill of Alzuhad." A low voice said, laced with amusement and a hint of warning. Ince followed the hand to a pair of radiant golden eyes, devoid of emotion, staring at him like he was a corpse. A chill ran through Ince. Instinctively, he released 008 and stepped back. When he regained his senses, the stranger was toying with the quill, which, despite its usual mischief in Ince's hands, lay docile in his. Who was this? Ince's pupils constricted as his gaze flicked to 008's words, a mix of dread and absurdity flooding him. A god? No, impossible. Ince screamed denial in his mind, his body rigid. As a Grade 0 sealed artifact, 008's questionable personality aside, few beings could rattle it like this. The mysterious figure, Alaric, mentally assessed his persona mask's effect. The moment he found Ince, he'd applied a fear persona mask. Ince's reactions were all tied to its influence. Compared to the blunt explosion of emotion manipulation, persona masks are subtler, harder to detect, and unlike the short-lived emotion manipulation, they persist until I cancel them. Alaric noted, his gaze falling to the quill. Recalling its earlier assist, he smirked. "Were you deliberate or just cooperative? Are you really scared, or warning me?" Considering 008's alias exposure threat, Alaric lowered his eyes, chuckling. He was a bit shaken. Death wasn't scary, social death was. In that sense, 008 knew its stuff, bypassing death threats for a social death warning. "But your warning's useless. I'm not the one trying to eat you," Alaric shook his head, amused at the artifact's naivety. He looked in a certain direction, smiling. If you don't show yourself, I'm taking this quill of Alzuhad with me. Ince Zangwil was confused, instinctively following Alaric's gaze. There, a priest in a white robe stood, unnoticed until now. His golden eyes held a trace of compassion, yet, upon closer inspection, seemed devoid of any emotion. No, wait. Ince realized he'd seen this priest before. 2 months ago, and several times since, while secretly observing the Nighthawks or scripting with 008, this figure had been there, silently watching, just as now. Who was he? A bitter irony struck Ince. He'd thought himself the hidden author of Tingen's story, but now he felt like the fool, observed without knowing. Anger briefly overpowered his fear. He wanted to demand who these two were, but as he met Alaric's golden eyes, overwhelming panic engulfed him. In the next moment, Ince Zangwil's mind went blank. He stopped thinking. As expected, direct emotion manipulation is faster for efficiency. Alaric mused. But for finer control, persona masks are more practical. Emotion manipulation is limited in scope, while persona masks have broader applications. Alaric concluded, glancing at Ince, now a docile puppet, then at Adam. He smiled. So, are you here to take it from me? With your strength, it'd be easy. Alaric wasn't surprised Adam appeared. The ever-present figure, practically part of the air, would naturally show up for 008, a sequence 1 characteristic of the spectator pathway. It'd be odd if Adam stayed dormant. He was curious, though, would Adam just snatch 008? If so, Alaric wouldn't be pleased. It might not be his, but now that it was in his hands, he wasn't letting go easily. 2 pairs of golden eyes locked, one playful, the other calm. Adam looked away first, shaking his head. I won't take it by force. I propose an exchange. Oh. Alaric's interest peaked. Rubbing his chin, he studied Adam. What are you offering for it? Without hesitation, Adam produced a box, smiling. A conqueror characteristic. Whoa, big move. Alaric raised an eyebrow, undeniably tempted. Truth be told, he wasn't that attached to 008. Its downside, potentially dooming its wielder, was too steep. Alaric could threaten it physically, but a prolonged tug-of-war risked disaster. And for what? A quill that dared threaten him with social death. Besides, 008 lacked direct combat power and required lengthy setup. Ince needed 2 months just to plot stealing ashes. Alaric could spend that time cozying up to an angel instead. Moreover, 008 was a must-have for Adam. While Alaric wasn't afraid of a mutual takedown, there was no need to burn bridges over something he didn't truly want. Adam's offer of a conqueror characteristic was a delightful surprise. A hunter pathway conqueror characteristic promised raw destructive power with minimal drawbacks. Once Alaric retrieved Russell, he could have it crafted into a fitting sealed artifact. Best of all, when he was done with it, he could trade it to Medici for something valuable and earn goodwill, a total win. Who said Adam didn't understand people? This was masterful. I should feel honored, shouldn't I? Adam said, a gentle smile on his face, as if reading Alaric's thoughts. You absolutely should. Alaric replied without a hint of shame, grinning. So, what do you want, Mr. Adam? Adam could have taken 008 earlier but allowed this exchange. Alaric doubted it was out of boredom. Let the past me see this world clearly, to understand its full scope. Adam said, lowering his gaze, his voice measured. That's my only request. He should witness everything and make a choice. A choice. Alaric raised an eyebrow. Between you and the true creator. And if he chooses the true creator, you'd willingly die. Alaric caught Adam's meaning. Let the ancient sun god see the current world, understand all that's happened, and choose between humanity and divinity. If that's his choice, I'd follow my will. Adam said, his golden eyes unwavering. I'm almost impressed. Divinity, huh, Alaric said with a sigh, then grinned mischievously. So, Mr. Adam, ever considered some therapy? Absolute rationality isn't healthy. Don't you want a touch of humanity? I'm the world's greatest psychologist, but I can't heal myself. Adam said, shaking his head. Had he considered it? Perhaps. Pure divinity wasn't ideal in this world. A balance of divinity and humanity was best. But Adam couldn't achieve it. He couldn't heal himself. How about I give it a shot? Alaric offered eagerly. Those Sequence 7 abilities shouldn't affect an King of Angel, these were Nyarlathotep's powers, maybe they'd work. Adam glanced at Alaric, then at the puppetized ints, his meaning clear, you want to turn me into a puppet too. Of course I'd love to, but it's impossible. Alaric admitted with a grin, spreading his hands. You've been watching me, so you know. I may have the means to take the world down with me in a decent rank, but my current strength is barely Sequence 5 at best. Adam wasn't surprised by Alaric's candid attitude. As a spectator, he could tell Alaric spoke truthfully, at least, in his own perception, it wasn't a lie. But Adam didn't miss another point, gently reminding him, your shadow of time isn't something a Sequence 5 could wield. On Alaric's unprecedented pathway, he might only match a typical Sequence 5, but that didn't mean he lacked other tricks. No lies didn't mean no omissions. Ah, my bad, I forgot about that skill. Alaric said with a half-hearted smile, leaving it unclear whether it was intentional or not. He breezed past the topic, still open as ever. Sure, I can turn others into puppets, but only if their will is weak. As for you, Mr. Adam, I don't think I could control you. That was the honest truth. Alaric didn't believe Adam's will could be swayed by a persona mask. Also true. Adam processed this, silent for a few seconds before saying, your abilities may not work on me. Give it a try. You've got nothing to lose. Alaric urged, eager to test his skills on an King of Angel. What a rare chance. Adam studied Alaric deeply, then nodded. All right. It was risky, but for Adam, it was also an opportunity to experience this mysterious being's power firsthand. Only by feeling it could he better understand Alaric's essence. So, the two struck a deal. After trading 008 for the Conqueror characteristic, they began their experiment. First, Alaric applied a joy persona mask. Adam seemed mildly surprised, or perhaps he couldn't feel surprise. After a brief pause, he said, there's some effect. Slight, but it's there. It actually worked. Alaric blinked, then snapped his fingers, using emotion manipulation on Adam, targeting joy again. This time, Adam's reaction was more noticeable. He seemed to smile, not the usual calculated, cold smile, but one with a hint of genuine warmth. You smiled. So it does work? Alaric asked, intrigued by the flicker of sincerity. It's stronger than the previous ability, but it fades quickly. Adam said, his expression briefly distant. Your abilities carry a high intrinsic rank. A typical Sequence 7, even with similar powers, couldn't affect me at all. But limited by my sequence, the effect is still minimal. Alaric sighed, disappointed. As the ability's user, he could sense Adam was affected, but only slightly. On a typical Sequence 5, that emotion manipulation would have turned them into a puppet. For Adam, it barely filled 1% of a progress bar. No chance of making him a puppet, then. Alaric sighed inwardly, regretfully. Whatever, affecting an King of Angel at all is pretty impressive. What more do I want? He quickly shook off the disappointment. He hadn't seriously expected to puppet Adam anyway. Grinning, he said, so, Mr. Adam, how about a deal? What kind? Adam's golden eyes met his, no longer entirely calm, carrying a trace of real warmth. I need to digest my mask maker potion, and you probably wouldn't mind feeling normal human emotions. Alaric said boldly, his eyes gleaming with interest. Would you wear my mask for a while to help me digest it? There were many ways to digest the mask maker potion, but what could top making the emotionless angel of imagination feel again? It was intriguing enough on its own. Alaric admitted his Joker instincts were tingling. Adam, seeming to read his thoughts, gave him a knowing look but neither agreed nor refused. Emotions at this level won't sway my judgment. We'll see about that, Alaric said with a grin, snapping his fingers. How about now? Adam paused, sensing a change too subtle to pinpoint. What did you do? I just altered the persona mask's attribute. Alaric said, hiding nothing. As the ability's wielder, he could modify a mask's attribute within 10 meters. What attribute? Adam asked. Love. The purest, most essential kind. Love for this world, for all living things. Alaric said, smiling. It's one of the few emotions I can't trigger with emotion manipulation. Emotion manipulation could ignite basic emotions like joy or anger, but love didn't fit that mold. Adam hadn't expected that answer. He fell silent for a few seconds. You think love for this world would change my actions? I don't know, but I'm eager to find out. Alaric said, still smiling. I'm curious to see you love this world again. Could a soul warped by divinity, twisted once more, rediscover love for the world? Alaric was genuinely curious. I'm curious too, Adam said after another pause. Alaric grinned. Then here's to a pleasant partnership, Mr. Adam. Pleasant partnership, Mr. Alaric. Adam replied calmly. Well, it's getting late, and I've got to rush to another scene to save the day, so I'll cut this short. Alaric said, checking his pocket watch. Adam had no objections. Before leaving, Alaric paused, glancing at Adam. Oh, I almost forgot, Mr. Adam, you offered the Conqueror characteristic for this trade. As Medici's master, are you finally doing something for him? Adam lowered his gaze and said, a new red priest isn't bad for this era, and giving you the Conqueror characteristic is the best choice for everyone. What if I don't trade it to Medici? Alaric asked, curious. That's your freedom, Adam replied, pausing to meet Alaric's eyes. But for you, trading it to Medici maximizes your gain. Haha, typical Adam answer. Alaric laughed, saying no more. Of course, he'd trade the characteristic to Medici, just not yet. It was a valuable chip, and even Alaric needed to plan how to leverage it fully. But where did this Conqueror characteristic come from? The Lowen royal family's stash. Alaric was curious but didn't dwell on it. Done with questions, he used his travel ability to bring the puppetized Ince Zangwill to Blackthorn Security Company. Inside Blackthorn, the battle between the Nighthawks and the True Creator's spawn was halfway done, the scene a wreck. The company's building was nearly rubble. Megos and the evil god spawn, who should have dominated, faced Leonard, backed by his mysterious mentor, Klein, wielding high-level Sun Pathway charms and Saphira Castle, and Dun, near sequence 6 and empowered by Saint Selena's ashes. The poor spawn, not yet fully born, learned what it meant to face overpowered foes, pushed straight into its second phase. The second phase boss was no pushover. Leonard, after landing a hit with stolen, blasphemy words, was targeted and knocked out. Megos moved to finish him, but Dun, using Saint Selena's ashes, intervened. Klein prepared his last Sun Flame charm. Before he could act, a baby's wail. Wah! Erupted. The spawn's power not only dispelled the ashes effect but hit Klein and Dun with an area attack, turning the tide. As Megos was about to break free and the spawn's birth loomed, Dun's eyes hardened. Without hesitation, he moved to rip out his heart to further activate the ashes' power. But as his hand neared his chest, another hand grabbed his arm, stopping him. Losing a heart isn't incurable, but I'm not great at healing. It'd be a hassle. A stranger's voice, low and pleasant with a hint of amusement, sounded nearby. Dun turned, stunned, meeting a pair of radiant golden eyes. They held a faint smile, and as Dun looked, the stranger's lips curved into a grin. Mr. Hellel. Dun recognized him instantly. Though he'd never seen a photo, old Neil's ritual magic portrait matched perfectly. The next moment, Dun saw Hellel glance at Megos and the spawn, frowning as if annoyed. So noisy. His golden eyes locked onto them. The spawn, wailing moments ago, fell silent, its aura weakening as if struck a heavy blow. Might as well deal with you first. A discarded pawn, but as a key prop, you deserve a proper curtain call. Dun heard Hellel speak casually. Then, darkness fell, not the darkness pathways kind, but one steeped in cold, damp death. Dun felt as if he'd been tossed into a river, shivering. The darkness lasted only briefly. When it lifted, the spawn was gone. Hellel crouched nearby, holding a white cloth he draped over a body. Megos' corpse. Bury her properly. She was forced onto this stage, but since her performance is done, she deserves a fitting end. Alaric said, standing and addressing Dun gently. The Nighthawks will handle the aftermath, including the burial and comforting her family. Dun replied instinctively, visibly tense. No need to be so nervous. I don't bite. Alaric said with a chuckle, his gaze shifting to Klein. We meet again, Klein. I told you we would. Klein recalled Azek's words about Lucifer's warning. He stepped onto a stage not meant for him. Hesitant with Dun present, Klein avoided naming Jack. You knew this would happen, didn't you? That's why you said, he was in over his head. Alaric smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and gestured to the puppetized Ince Zangwill nearby. A gift. Hope you like it. That, Ince Zangwill. Dunn noticed the puppet, tensing before realizing something was off. He looked at Alaric, processing the gift comment, and cautiously asked, Your Excellency hello, may I ask what happened to Ince Zangwill? Tingen's recent string of events. All his doing. This is the story he wrote for you, frankly, it's awful. Alaric said, tossing a notebook to Dunn. Flipping through it, Dunn's face darkened. Klein leaned in, reading the notebook's contents, finally understanding the source of some of the coincidences plaguing him these past 2 months. Only some. Klein gave a wry smile inwardly, looking at Alaric with a mix of gratitude and dread. He didn't dare imagine what today would have become without his fellow transmigrator's intervention. Alaric continued unhurriedly, to give this terrible scriptwriter the ending he deserves, I turned him into a puppet and decided to gift him to the Evernight Church. It's a fitting conclusion for him. Dunn, at a loss for words, felt a mix of emotions. He glanced at the puppetized Ince Zangwill, then at Alaric, and said sincerely, Thank you for your help, Your Excellency hello. Without Alaric's intervention, the Nighthawks would have suffered heavy losses, possibly even Tingen's destruction. Klein eyed the puppetized Ince, stunned but unsympathetic. Given Ince's actions, this outcome was well earned. No need to thank me. You all put on a splendid performance, and this ending is what you deserve. Alaric said with a smile, then added, I didn't erase Ince's consciousness. Once your people take over, I'll release his puppetization. Understood. I'll notify headquarters. Dunn said, nodding quickly. Though we didn't know about Ince, I sent a distress call when the evil god spawn appeared. Headquarters should send strong reinforcements soon, capable of handling him. Alaric nodded. After a few seconds, noticing Dunn's hesitant expression, he smiled. Anything else you want to ask? Your Excellency hello, I understand Ince Zangwill took 008 when he defected. His ability to orchestrate coincidences in Tingen likely stems from it. Do you know where 008 is now? Dunn gritted his teeth, asking despite the risk. As a Nighthawk, he couldn't ignore 008's whereabouts, even if it meant questioning an angel who'd just saved them. Klein's smile froze. He mentally applauded Dunn's courage while preparing to smooth things over. Lucifer doesn't seem to like me much, haha, Klein gave a wry internal laugh. Alaric's golden eyes turned to Dunn, who stiffened but didn't back down. After a moment, Alaric smiled, genuinely impressed. You're brave. No wonder you're the star of Tingen's story. Then he chuckled. 008 isn't with me. Adam took it. Adam. Dunn clearly hadn't heard the name. Angel of Imagination Adam. Some of your church's higher-ups know of him. Just report it as is. Alaric said, smiling. Angel of Imagination. Dunn didn't know Adam but grasped the weight of the title. Another angel. Tingen's high sequence density is ridiculous, Klein thought, exasperated. 4 angels in or recently in Tingen. Aren't they supposed to be rare? I understand. Thank you for informing me, Your Excellency hello. Dunn said, trusting Alaric had no reason to lie. Alaric smiled, his gaze shifting to Klein. Since Tingen's performance is over, it's time for the next act. Klein's stomach sank with foreboding. Snap. With a snap of Alaric's fingers, Klein's bad feeling came true. He transformed into a black cat. What the? Even Klein couldn't help cursing, but all that came out was, meow meow meow. Your Excellency hello, what are you doing? Dunn's pupils constricted, instantly on edge. No need to worry. I just have some private matters to discuss with this kitty. I'll borrow him for a few days. Don't fret. I'll return him, Alaric said, beckoning toward Klein. An unseen force lifted the cat, delivering him to Alaric's side. Alaric casually picked up Klein, expertly scratching his chin, then glanced mischievously at his belly. Klein instantly clamped his legs together, his tail curling to cover certain sensitive areas. Ha ha ha, so shy for what? I'm not gonna neuter you. Alaric laughed, sparing the mortified Klein further embarrassment. He held the cat properly and turned to Dunn. Dunn looked ready to snatch Klein back, held back only by Alaric's status as an Evernight goddess-sanctioned ally and recent savior. Well, goodbye, Mr. Dunn, Alaric said with a grin. The space around them erupted in vibrant, chaotic colors. When they faded, Alaric and Klein were gone. Dunn stared at the empty spot, dumbfounded. As a seasoned Nighthawk, he was at a loss. How was he supposed to explain this to Klein's family? Your brother got turned into a cat and taken by an angel. I hope Hellel was serious about just borrowing him. Dunn muttered with a wry smile. Glancing at the unconscious Leonard, who didn't seem in immediate danger, he grabbed St. Selena's ashes and rushed to the Channy's gate. Without the ashes suppression, the sealed artifacts behind the gate were already rebelling. The other Nighthawks were holding them back, but Dunn needed to return the ashes quickly. Minutes later, Heart of the Machine members and Punishers, responding to the distress call, arrived at Blackthorn's ruins. Mr. Lucifer, where are you taking Klein? Elsewhere, as Alaric arrived via the spirit world, Azek's voice rang out. Unsurprised, Alaric looked up to see Azek, who'd arrived moments later. Azek had stayed hidden during Alaric's intervention but followed when he left with Klein. Relax, Azek. I've said I won't harm my own kind. This time, I just need to discuss some private matters with Klein. Alaric said with a smile, pausing before adding, matters concerning Transmigration and the Lord of Mysteries. At those words, Azek looked puzzled, but Klein, who'd been meowing incessantly since Azek's arrival, fell silent. The sudden change made Azek glance at the cat. Alaric, too, looked at Klein, smiling. So, want to have a chat, Klein? You really want to talk about this? Klein meowed, then froze, realizing he could speak human words again. Alaric nodded. I'll tell you the truth about Transmigration and the scripts surrounding you. Klein hesitated. His initial instinct had been to plead, save me, Mr. Azek. But now, Alaric's offer was too tempting to resist. After a few seconds, Klein looked at Azek. Mr. Azek, let me talk with Mr. Lucifer. All right, I'll come for you after. Azek said, nodding after confirming Klein's sincerity. Once we're done, I'll have him write to you. Alaric said, smiling. Azek left, respecting that the conversation between the two transmigrators wasn't for his ears. Alaric carried Klein into his backland safehouse, setting him on a coffee table. He poured Klein a glass of goat's milk, then brewed himself coffee. After a sip, he said, though it's not our first meeting, let me introduce myself, Lucifer. My former name's a secret. Call me Lucifer, or maybe, Grandmaster. The Grandmaster jab came from Jack's connection, teacher's teacher, fair enough. Klein Moretti, formerly Joe Mingrui. Just call me Klein. Klein the cat replied. I thought you'd prefer. Alaric sipped his coffee, smirking playfully with a mock-serious tone, Mr. Fool. Klein's fur bristled, not from shock, but sheer embarrassment. His hind legs twitched, as if trying to claw out a mansion's worth of shame. You really knew. Klein managed, voice strained. It's no secret to me. Alaric said, grinning at Klein's puffed-up fur. He'd turned Klein into a cat for this exact reason. Human Klein was too composed, but cat Klein's reactions were delightfully raw. Was it your book that told you? Klein asked, recalling Azek's mention, his gaze drifting to the thick tome by Alaric's side. I did learn about you from a book. Alaric said, neither confirming nor denying, just smiling. Lord of Mysteries was a book, after all. Unaware of Lord of Mysteries, Klein took it as confirmation, his amber cat eyes glinting with curiosity. Alaric didn't clarify, setting down his coffee. Not going to ask me anything. I thought you'd be dying to know. Klein hesitated. He was desperate for the truth about Transmigration, but now, face to face with it, he felt unmoored. He feared hearing an answer he couldn't bear, that he could never return to his old home. Alaric waited patiently, watching Klein. Why bring Klein here to discuss Transmigration? Simple. Alaric had disrupted the original plot, costing Klein his chance to leave the Nighthawks and the Chohen driving him. To ensure the future Lord of Mysteries, rise, Alaric felt obliged to make amends. He wouldn't keep Klein long, just a few days, sharing select truths about Transmigration, the Apocalypse, and Saphira Castle, then setting him free. Whether Klein returned to the Nighthawks or left was his choice. Even if Klein opted to be a salted fish in Tingen, Alaric didn't care. Adam, the Evernight goddess, and others weren't pushovers. The Lord of Mysteries would emerge without Alaric's meddling. If not Klein, there was always Bethel as a backup. Though Bethel was still far from escaping the mother goddess of depravity's grip, Alaric trusted his skills to free him before the apocalypse. The rest could wait until the apocalypse arrived. Having survived one apocalypse, Alaric was unfazed. If Klein truly abandoned the Lord of Mysteries' path, Alaric, for their bond, would look out for him, ensuring Amon and the like didn't ruin him. We're good friends, after all, Alaric mused, admitting he had a soft spot for Klein, willing to give him a choice. Unaware of Alaric's thoughts, Klein steeled himself and met Alaric's gaze. Mr. Lucifer, can we go back? Alaric looked into Klein's amber cat eyes, foreseeing his despair but shaking his head. We can't go back. No transmigrator can return to the past. The truth was cruel, but better short, sharp pain than prolonged delusion. Alaric knew the truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Rather than letting Klein drown in false hope, it was better to rip the bandage off now, letting him grieve and move toward a new future in this world, whether as the Lord of Mysteries or not. Klein's pupils constricted. He'd suspected this, but confirmation brought inevitable sorrow and despair. He couldn't go back. He'd never see his parents again. For a moment, Klein felt the world go silent. The despair of never returning home was overwhelming, and he teetered on the edge of losing control. Be confident. You were about to lose control, Alaric said with a hint of exasperation. As Alaric's voice cut through, Klein's emotions stabilized. He noticed his fur had grown wildly, his claws now sharp and elongated. Sorry, I forgot you just fought a boss battle. You're in rough shape and can't handle the shock, Alaric said apologetically. Normally, Klein might have handled the truth about transmigration, but fresh from battling an evil god's spawn, he was vulnerable. Luckily, Alaric's abilities countered emotion-driven loss of control, pulling Klein back from the brink. Thanks, Klein said wearily. Calmer now, he caught a key phrase in Alaric's words and looked up sharply. Wait, what do you mean transmigrators can't return to the past? Why the past? You're sharp, Alaric said, unsurprised. He glanced out the window at the sky. Where do you think we are? This is Earth. We didn't cross to another world. We're relics of an old era, sleeping for countless ages, only to awaken in this unfamiliar one. Klein's mouth opened, his past questions suddenly clicking into place. Why did this world have 24-hour days? Why was there a sun? But the moon's red, and there's no oil, Klein said, staring at Alaric, his voice dazed, grasping for a final shred of resistance. That involves knowledge you can't handle yet, Alaric said, meeting Klein's gaze. I can only say the moon turned red due to an evil god, and the oil was devoured by a certain entity. Klein lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Then he looked up again. What am I? What's the Lord of Mysteries? Celestial worthy. And the gray fog. You're the chosen protagonist of the stage, Alaric said, his gaze heavy with a sigh. Unlike Dunn, the star of a single story, you're the protagonist of an era. Huh. Klein froze, then gave a hollow laugh. Should I feel honored? You can grieve, Klein, for your fate, Alaric said, reaching out to ruffle the cat's head. For this damned fate forced upon you. Klein felt a lump in his throat but held back tears. His voice hoarse, he asked, what's going on? I was just an ordinary person. Why am I the era's protagonist? It's a long story. Our era, our civilization, faced an apocalypse. We were the lucky ones chosen to survive, Alaric's voice dripped with sarcasm. If you call surviving as a vessel for some entity's revival, lucky. The celestial worthy, right? Klein guessed instantly. You are indeed a vessel for revival, former Lord of Mysteries who also known as celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Alaric confirmed. If the Evernight goddess hadn't intervened when you arrived, he'd likely have revived within you. Klein blinked, stunned. He hadn't expected the Evernight goddess's involvement. He thought of his unusual lucidity in dreams, once assumed to be a transmigration perk. Now, it seemed like her blessing. Why? Klein asked, confused. Why would the Evernight goddess help me? 2 reasons, Alaric said, raising a finger. First, the celestial worthy's bad news. Given a choice, no one wants him back. He raised another. Second, maybe a sense of kinship. Klein froze, then realized, so the Evernight goddess is a transmigrator too. You, Russell, and the Evernight goddess are all vessels for the celestial worthy, Alaric said, not hiding it. It had come out eventually, and he left a deliberate opening. Klein seized it. What about you and Jack? Aren't you vessels for the celestial worthy? We're vessels for another entity, Alaric said smoothly. I can't tell you its name, it could pollute you just hearing it. All I'll say is it's on par with the celestial worthy. Have you escaped it? Klein asked, concerned for Jack and Lucifer despite his own predicament. More or less, Alaric said with a smile, dodging further discussion. He'd said it deliberately, giving himself an out if his cover was blown later. It wasn't a lie, he was a vessel for Nyarlathotep's fragment, after all. Klein relaxed slightly, sensing Alaric didn't want to dwell on it, and pressed on. Have I escaped the celestial worthy? Not quite. Thanks to the Evernight goddess, you didn't become his vessel immediately. Alaric said, shaking his head. Do you know why I call you the era's protagonist? Klein shook his head, bewildered. He'd jokingly thought of himself as a protagonist, but he didn't truly believe it. Because you have all the makings of one. Alaric said slowly. Everyone expects you to be. No one wants the celestial worthy back, but they need someone like him to face the coming apocalypse. They've bet on you, hoping you'll defeat him, take his place, and save the world. Alaric's gaze carried a sigh. I've already warned you, Batman is watching you. The Batman watches the Joker. You're the clown of fate, Klein. Even if you can foresee everything, you're still powerless to change it. Klein opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Then, he laughed, though he didn't know why. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. In that moment, Klein felt his clown potion fully digest. He grasped its true essence, a clown who, despite knowing the future, couldn't fight fate, masking helplessness with a smile. How ironic. Looking at Alaric, his voice hoarse, Klein asked, what's this apocalypse? In about a decade, the world will face an apocalypse. Without the Lord of Mysteries or someone to replace him, 99% of humanity will perish. Alaric said candidly, noting that the 1% might survive if gods fled with their followers. Klein fell silent, stunned. After a long pause, he asked, and you? They bet on you. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm soft on you, Klein. The Lord of Mysteries must rise, but it doesn't have to be you. You deserve the right to refuse this fate. Alaric mused internally, then smiled. I don't want to see another, me, repeat my mistakes. So, I'm giving you a choice, Klein. You can accept this fate, it's not great, but it's not terrible. You'd become one of this world's strongest. Or you can reject it. Walk away, and the world's salvation is no longer your burden. Stay in Tingen as a Nighthawk or leave to do whatever you want. Alaric spoke earnestly, his smile sincere. I'll handle any trouble from others and find another savior. Is there anyone else who could become the Lord of Mysteries? Klein asked after a pause. There's one other candidate, but they're in bad shape. I can't guarantee they'd succeed, only that it's possible. Alaric said honestly. He was confident he could retrieve Mr. Door, but could they defeat the celestial worthy? That was uncertain, given Mr. Door's years of torment. Then am I guaranteed to succeed? Klein asked, genuinely puzzled. Why was an ordinary person like him qualified to be a savior? To the Evernight goddess and others, you're the only choice. They're not sure you'll succeed, but they have no alternatives. Alaric explained. In the script I foresee, you do temporarily defeat the celestial worthy. Temporarily. Klein frowned, confused. The celestial worthy is unique. No one can permanently defeat him. Even as the protagonist, you only win for a time. In millions of years, he'll triumph. Alaric said slowly. That's cheating, like a boss with a locked health bar. Klein quipped, then fell silent again. After a while, he asked, if the Lord of Mysteries doesn't emerge, will the apocalypse really come? It will. Alaric nodded, adding, but many will fight it. You don't have to bear the responsibility alone. Even without you, the world might survive. That sounds decent, Klein said, trying to smile but failing. After a long silence, he asked, can I have some time alone? Of course. No need to rush your decision. Whatever you choose, I'll support you. Alaric said, standing and heading for the door. I thought you hated me. Klein's muffled voice came as Alaric reached the door. I hate a little trickster, but not a good kid. Alaric said without turning, smiling. So, I'll help that good kid choose his own ending. The door opened and closed, leaving the room quiet with only Klein the cat inside. He curled into a ball, like a real cat, but the cold coffee table offered no warmth. So cold. This world is so damn cold. Exhausted from the battle and accumulated stress, Klein thought he couldn't sleep, but he drifted off quickly, surprising himself. After he slept, the door opened again. Alaric stepped in quietly, draping a blanket over Klein and saying gently, sleep. You can tackle those complicated choices when you wake. His hand rested on Klein's head, making a grasping motion. Klein's injuries vanished, transferred to a prepared lab rat. No healing skills, such a hassle. Alaric sighed, thinking he'd need to deal with the Church of the Earth Mother for some. Klein didn't know how long he slept. When he woke, his wounds no longer hurt. Still a cat, he noticed a blanket covering him. Shaking his head, Klein felt refreshed after the nap. Looking out, he saw darkness beyond the window. He glanced around, spotting a bowl of cooked chicken breast. Hunger hit, and after a quick look around, he ate it all. Sated, Klein recalled the pre-sleep conversation, his emotions stirring again. But with his state restored, he didn't risk losing control. He stared silently at his shadow under the lamplight, wishing he were a real cat, free from these messy burdens. Suddenly, the door opened. Thinking it was Lucifer, Klein looked up, and froze. At the door stood a figure so familiar he thought he'd never see them again in this life. His mother. Impossible. Klein the cat froze, his mind blank. Mrs. Joe, clearly briefed beforehand, showed surprise and confusion but quickly focused on the cat on the coffee table. After a half-second hesitation, she hurried over, tentatively asking, "Mingrui, is that you? A gentleman said you'd been turned into a cat." "It's me," Klein said, snapping out of it as his mind rebooted. He realized this was his mother's shadow of time, a product of Lucifer's abilities. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Klein's eyes, all his grief and frustration pouring out, shattering his usual composure. Before he knew it, he'd leapt into his mother's arms, fully enveloped as she held him. "Oh, don't cry, you're too old for that," Mrs. Joe fumbled to hold Klein, her movements gentle and cautious. Alaric watched the heartwarming reunion quietly, a rare softness in his expression. After a moment, he turned his head and asked, "What do you think he'll choose?" "I don't know," Adam said, emerging from the shadows, also watching the scene. He looked at Alaric. "I didn't expect you to do this. I thought you'd push Klein toward becoming the Lord of Mysteries. I do lean toward him, but I want it to be his choice," Alaric said with a smile, meeting Adam's golden eyes. "If you and I were friends, I'd want you to choose your own ending willingly, not be forced onto a savior's path." His words carried an edge. Adam glanced at him and said, "He did choose willingly. And you? Did you choose willingly?" Alaric pressed. "Of course," Adam replied without hesitation. "What about Medici? Did he choose to sacrifice himself? And the countless ordinary people who'll die in the wars?" Alaric asked, staring into Adam's eyes. "Did they choose? It's a necessary sacrifice," Adam said, a standard response. But for the first time, he felt a flicker of doubt. He paused, quickly tracing the source. That doubt came from love. A faint love for the world and its people told Adam this wasn't right. "But to save this world, we have no other choice," Adam said, closing his eyes, unsure if he was answering Alaric or himself. "No, you do," Alaric said, grinning with a hint of temptation. "You could choose to trust me. You know what my abilities mean. Want to take a chance and trust me?" Adam's eyes snapped open, meeting Alaric's playful gaze. For a fleeting moment, he wavered. Should he trust Alaric? He bore no malice toward the world, and his abilities, used well, could save it. "You're dangerous," Adam said after a pause, looking away. "Nonsense, I'm just a cheerful joker." Alaric laughed, dropping the topic. He'd known Adam wouldn't agree. He hadn't truly meant for Adam to trust him fully. Even if Adam regained love, he'd never entrust the world's salvation to Alaric, maybe just a bit of help. Perfect. Alaric quietly assessed his mask maker potion's digestion progress. When the Evernight Church took in Zangwill's puppet, the potion digested about a tenth. Simply making someone a puppet and ending their fate wasn't optimal acting, barely scraping by. Altering a Sequence 5's fate should have yielded more. His experiment with Adam confirmed this. When Adam agreed to wear the mask, no digestion occurred. But when Adam wavered, the potion progressed. So, the key to digesting the mask maker potion was making others wear masks, changing them, and guiding events as desired. Alaric smirked, summarizing internally. He wasn't in a rush to digest the potion. Transforming Adam was a far more intriguing project. It was just so fun, wasn't it? Klein spent 7 days as a cat. He mostly slept, like a true feline, spending the rest sunbathing, daydreaming, or rolling around. In rare moments, he reunited with his mother. She'd brush his fur while Klein, sprawled on her lap, shared an edited version of his experiences. In those 7 days, he didn't see Lucifer. Food and water appeared daily within reach, and his family was brought to him via shadow of times, yet Lucifer avoided meeting him. Klein knew he was waiting for his decision. And he'd made one. I wish I could stay a cat forever. Klein muttered, flicking his tail. He looked at the windowsill, then leapt up with feline grace. Knock, knock, knock. Klein tapped the window with his tail. Come out. I know you're there. Alaric appeared outside, studying Klein. After 7 days of rest, Klein's spirit had visibly improved. The reunion with his family had pulled him from despair, and he now looked like a sleek, glossy cat. Have you gotten wider? Alaric said suddenly, gesturing. You were this wide before, but now, tisk. He shook his head, feigning dismay. Klein the cat bristled instantly, retorting, no way it's that fast. Though, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had been eating and sleeping for days, so maybe he'd gained a bit. Ha ha ha, just kidding. You're looking good. Alaric laughed, then grew serious. So, have you made your choice, Klein? Klein's expression sobered. He shook his head, then nodded. Honestly, I haven't. I want to give up, but I can't ignore the apocalypse. I want to be the savior, but I'm scared of the ending you described. So what's your plan? Alaric asked, listening quietly. I'll keep advancing, Klein said. I'm not set on being the savior, but advancing in this world can't be wrong. That way, he gave a small smile. If the future needs me, I can step up without regrets. Alaric looked at him, smiling back with a sigh. That's so you. He wasn't surprised, pleased, even. As Klein said, advancing was never a bad choice. If Klein didn't become the Lord of Mysteries, becoming an angel wasn't a bad fallback. Alaric nodded. That's a good call. With the apocalypse looming, advancing is wise. Even if you don't become the Lord of Mysteries, being an angel's not bad. I promise, until the final act, you can still choose. Klein froze, then looked at Alaric sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer, for giving me a choice. No need to thank me or feel pressured. Saving the world isn't your burden alone, and this world isn't as fragile as you think. Alaric said, smiling. So, you going back to the Nighthawks? Klein's expression stiffened, and he stammered, I don't know. The Evernight goddess helped me, and I'm grateful, but, his feelings were clearly tangled. Want me to get you a leave from the Nighthawks? Alaric offered. Leave. Klein blinked, caught off guard by the idea. Normal Nighthawks don't get that option, but I can pull some strings. Honestly, if you're set on advancing, staying with Tingen's team might hold you back. Alaric said, smiling. Thank you. Alaric grinned, snapping his fingers. Klein felt his body shift, tumbling off the windowsill. His feet hit the ground, he was human again. Go home, Klein, Alaric said. See your family, say goodbye to friends, then set off on your journey. Leonard was zoning out. 7 days ago, Blackthorn Security Company faced the true creator's spawn. Leonard, with Paulez's help, dealt significant damage but took a targeted hit, passing out before the battle ended. When aid arrived and he was revived, Dunn filled him in. Good news, an angel's timely intervention stopped the spawn before it could wipe out the Nighthawks or Tingen. Even Ince Zangwill, the mastermind, was gifted to the Evernight Church as a puppet. The incident ended almost perfectly. Bad news, Klein was turned into a cat and taken away. Leonard had a moment of disbelief, wondering if he was still dreaming. It was absurd, but reality was often stranger than dreams. Old man, when will His Excellency Lucifer bring Klein back? Leonard whispered when alone, brow furrowed. And why take him? Don't ask me, I don't know. Paulez's cheery voice replied. But don't worry too much. That angel likely means him no harm. How are you so sure? Leonard asked, suspicious. You know something, don't you? Paulez didn't answer. He didn't know much more than Leonard, but as a Marauder Pathway angel, he'd sensed Klein's uniqueness, likely tied to the spirit world, maybe a favored one. Lucifer, a favorite of the Lord of Chaos, had no reason to harm someone like that, even if supporting Mr. Door. Paulez knew Lucifer's type. Backing Mr. Door didn't mean he wouldn't bet on others. But he felt a faint, familiar bloodline aura from Lucifer. A descendant. Then, commotion downstairs jolted Leonard, still on edge from the recent crisis. He bolted down. What's going on? Klein, you're back. Leonard's eyes widened as he spotted his missing colleague. Relief flooded him. He scanned Klein, confirming no physical or mental harm, then noticed someone behind him. Your Excellency Lucifer. Leonard recognized him instantly, despite never meeting. Alaric smiled at Leonard, then turned to Dunn, descending from the second floor. Mr. Dunn, as promised, I've returned Klein. Thank you, Your Excellency Hellel. Dunn said, relieved to see Klein unharmed. But before he could say more, the angel spoke. Oh, one more thing. I'd like to request a leave for Klein, about 3 years. Huh. Dunn blinked, thrown by the unexpected turn. Though taken aback, Dunn considered Alaric's request carefully before responding. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Hellel, I can't make that decision myself. I'll report it to headquarters. If they approve, I'll grant Klein a 3-year leave. A 3-year leave was absurd for any Nighthawk, and Dunn would normally reject it outright. But coming from an angel, the decision was above his pay grade. More than the leave, Dunn was concerned about what had happened to Klein. Why would a perfectly fine person suddenly need 3 years off? His gaze toward Klein carried a hint of worry. I'm fine, Captain. It's just personal reasons, Klein said quickly, sensing Dunn's concern. As long as you're okay. Dunn replied gently, not pressing for details. Since you're taking a leave, what about your merits from this incident? Would you prefer to convert them to money, or save them for when you return? Though the leave wasn't finalized, Dunn knew an angel's request likely meant it was a done deal. Regardless of whether Klein stayed a Nighthawk, his earned merits were undeniable. Captain, are my merits enough for a Sequence 7 promotion? Klein asked after a moment's thought. Having secured the Magician Potion formula and Jack's approval, Klein had reported it to the Nighthawks, making him eligible to apply for a Sequence 7 promotion. He felt no guilt, those merits were hard-earned. Your merits are more than enough for a Sequence 7 potion, with plenty left over. Dunn said, nodding. Then, realizing something, he looked at Klein in disbelief. You've fully digested your clown potion. Yes, some things happened, and I've completely digested it. Klein said honestly. He no longer needed to hide his uniqueness from the Nighthawks, not when the Evernight goddess herself was watching him. Learning his fate had finalized the clown potion's digestion. How's that possible? Didn't you become a clown just half a month ago? Leonard interjected, stunned. Even with the acting method, digesting a Sequence 8 potion should take months. Dunn, equally shocked, sighed after a glance at Klein. You've been through a lot lately. So, you're applying for Sequence 7 Magician. Klein nodded without elaborating. Yes, Captain. I'd like to apply for the Magician Potion, and please convert the remaining merits to money. Klein had thought it through. Though reluctant, choosing to advance meant a turbulent life ahead. To protect Benson and Melissa, he decided to leave Tingen and pursue his path. This didn't mean cutting ties. He'd write to them, maybe visit during holidays, but he'd keep the Beander world from touching them. Before leaving, he'd ensure they had enough money to live comfortably. Melissa was tinkering with a mechanical doll. Unlike her usual focus, today she was distracted. No grand reason, she just missed Klein. 7 days ago, Leonard, a strikingly handsome colleague of Klein's, visited to say Klein had been whisked away by a company executive for a business trip and wouldn't return soon. Business trips weren't new to Melissa. Benson was often away for work. But on Klein, it felt odd. Given his personality, she worried. Could Klein manage alone out there? She didn't know, and doubts lingered. They'd planned to see the Earls return together. Why would Klein suddenly leave? If it wasn't a trip, Melissa shook her head, refusing darker thoughts. Then, a knock, 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 sounded. Startled, Melissa felt a premonition. She rushed to the door and opened it to a familiar figure. Klein, you're back. Sorry, Melissa, for worrying you. Klein said, seeing his sister. Guilt hit him, thinking of his disappearance, and the inevitable farewell ahead. Though not the original Klein, fused memories and emotions, plus their time together, made Melissa his true sister. But that's why he couldn't let his fate drag them down. So, you're saying goodbye to family and friends to head to Backland alone. At Jack's place, Alaric, under a new alias, sipped coffee, looking at Klein. Is this really your choice, or did my teacher force you? Tell me, and I'll chew him out. It's my decision, Klein said, touched yet amused. He hadn't told Jack everything, as Lucifer seemed to want to shield him from the complex truths of transmigration and apocalyptic conspiracies. Worried Jack couldn't handle it, Klein simply said he'd met Lucifer, discussed some things, and decided to seek advancement in Backland. As for not asking Lucifer for help, Klein had his pride. His fellow transmigrator had already given him the truth and a choice. He couldn't demand more. Besides, Klein doubted Lucifer would sponsor him anyway. All right, I can tell you're hiding something from me, but since I'm a magnanimous person, I won't hold it against you. Alaric said with a slight pout. He took another sip of his coffee and continued, did my teacher mention where he was going? It's been so long, and he's met with you twice already, but not once with me. His words carried a heavy tone of resentment. Mr. Lucifer is probably busy with important matters. Klein replied, feeling a brief pang of guilt before carefully recalling the moment he parted ways with Lucifer. I've helped you as much as I can. From here on, you must walk your own path, Klein. Since you've chosen this road, don't regret it, no matter the outcome. Mr. Lucifer had said at the time, closing the book in his hand. As for you deceiving Jack, I won't bother holding it against you. His mind isn't quite right due to certain matters, so since you've become his student, take good care of him. In return, I can arrange for you to see your family once a month. I'll take care of Jack. Thank you, Mr. Lucifer. Klein had replied, nodding with delight. The chance to reunite with his family once a month, no matter the circumstances, filled him with joy. Even if Klein knew his parents couldn't be truly revived, their reappearance in this world, able to witness this future era, was a form of resurrection, in its own way, wasn't it? At the very least, it was far better than eternal slumber in darkness. Somewhat puzzled, Klein had asked, what do you mean by, his mind isn't quite right? Jack's soul suffered an accident in the past. Though I repaired it, some aftereffects remain. Lucifer had explained, his gaze turning cold, perhaps recalling something unpleasant. Before Klein could press further, Lucifer cut him off. You don't seem to have a suitable mystical item yet. Huh. Klein blinked, then nodded sheepishly. I don't have one, no. I've thought about buying a suitable mystical item, but I don't have the money. Klein heard Lucifer chuckle. Have you considered taking out a loan to buy one? Lucifer asked, his smile tinged with mischief. What? Klein hadn't expected such a suggestion from a fellow transmigrator. He paused, then realized, Mr. Lucifer, are you offering to lend me money? No, but I have a suitable mystical item I can sell you. It's called creeping hunger. Lucifer unhurriedly described creeping hunger, pausing as Klein's eyes lit up with interest before continuing, I can sell it to you for just £10,000. Given its value, that's a steal. Klein, who had been thrilled moments earlier, suddenly felt his heart stop. He stammered for a while before saying, Mr. Lucifer, is there a chance? I don't have any money. I know. That's why I'm allowing you to pay in installments. Lucifer replied with a gentle smile. Do you want it? Klein felt he must have lost his mind when he agreed, but even now, thinking about the newly acquired creeping hunger and the massive debt he'd taken on, he didn't regret it too much. After all, the deal was incredibly cost-effective. Klein knew that elsewhere, even double the price wouldn't deter buyers for creeping hunger. Lucifer had genuinely offered him a bargain. Though, Klein's mood grew complicated when he recalled asking Lucifer why he sold it so cheaply, and the response he got. Why sell creeping hunger to you so cheaply? Lucifer had repeated, as if amused by the question. He smiled and continued, no, you've misunderstood. This isn't a senior transmigrator helping out a junior. I simply want to drain your wallet for a while. If I priced it too high, you probably wouldn't have accepted. Klein had been stunned, not expecting such an answer. He couldn't help but ask, why? Because I don't like you, little trickster. And since I know you love money, naturally, I want to empty your pockets to teach you a small lesson. Lucifer had said, his tone both matter of fact and righteous. Didn't you just say you wouldn't hold the Jack thing against me? Klein had wanted to retort but held back, realizing that, transmigrator and savior status aside, Lucifer really did have a grudge against him. Oh, by the way, take this. Lucifer had added, tossing Klein an emblem. What's this? Klein had asked, puzzled. The emblem of the Joker Club. Lucifer briefly explained its function, then said, a fair exchange. Since Jack joined your tarot gathering, you should join my organization. Klein glanced at the emblem in his hand and nodded without refusing. All right. Well then, goodbye, little trickster. I hope your wallet's a bit fuller next time we meet. Lucifer had said, preparing to leave. Wait, Mr. Lucifer, aren't you going to see Jack? He misses you, Klein had called out, setting aside his complicated feelings. For certain reasons, it's not suitable for me to meet him right now. Lucifer had replied, shaking his head. Why else do you think I let him wander off alone? Klein had paused, sensing there was more to the story. Lucifer, however, had no intention of explaining. Tell him to focus on advancing. Once he reaches magician, I'll give him the formula for the faceless potion. Snapping out of his reverie, Klein looked at Alaric, who was leisurely sipping coffee, and said, Mr. Lucifer told me to tell you to focus on acting as a clown and advance to magician soon. Once you do, he'll give you the formula for the next potion. Got it. I'm working on the acting, aren't I? But being a clown is tough, and slow progress isn't my fault. Alaric said, waving a hand dismissively with a half-hearted, sure, attitude. If teacher doesn't know how to act as a clown, I could share some insights for reference. Klein offered. But didn't you just advance to clown a few days ago? Alaric replied, feigning ignorance as he looked at Klein. Klein coughed lightly. Is it possible? I'm already ready to advance to magician. What? A certain Jack Jones quietly shattered. ... Of course, it was just Alaric's act. Upon hearing Klein's words, Alaric put on a convincingly shocked expression. He stared at Klein intently and suddenly asked, did you use a high-sequence meander to digest your potion? Klein froze for a moment. Naturally, he wasn't yet privy to certain details about acting and potion digestion. But Klein wasn't foolish. Hearing Alaric's pointed question and recalling how he digested the clown potion in a mere second, he nodded thoughtfully. I suppose you could say that. The gods had made him a pawn, and by realizing his fate as one, he digested the clown potion. How could that not count as using a high-sequence meander to digest it? Though, the sequence is a bit too high. Who'd have thought I'm only sequence 8, Klein couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After 7 days of digestion, he could now think about these matters with a calm mind. That's basically cheating, isn't it? Alaric quipped, then adopted a concerned look. You alright? I'm fine. In a way, I turned misfortune into a blessing. Klein said with a smile, shaking his head. Feeling the genuine concern from his friend warmed his heart. He then earnestly shared the key insights he had gained about digesting the clown potion. He genuinely wanted to help Jack advance soon, not just because of Lucifer's request but because Klein truly considered Jack a friend. Good to know you're okay. Alaric said, letting out a relieved sigh. He listened quietly as Klein outlined the key points, and though they weren't particularly useful to him, the sincere help from a friend was enough to lift his spirits. All right, I know how to digest the clown potion now. Alaric said, giving an okay gesture, a common signal in the northern continent, thanks to a certain emperor's efforts. Propping his chin, Alaric continued, Klein, since you're heading to Backland, have you found a place to stay there? No, Klein admitted, shaking his head. His knowledge of Backland came only from magazines and anecdotes shared by Miss Justice. He had never been there himself, so he hadn't secured a place to live. He'd only browsed some rental ads in newspapers, planning to check them out in person once he arrived in Backland to pick a suitable place. How about staying at my place for now? Alaric suggested eagerly. I'm hardly ever in Backland these days, so the house is just sitting empty. Might as well let you use it. Alaric was referring to one of his safe houses in Backland. As for why he offered Klein a place to stay, it was to keep better tabs on his whereabouts. Alaric was busy and couldn't constantly monitor Klein. Backland was vast, and it would be easy for Klein to slip out of his sight. Guiding him to a fixed residence was a much simpler solution. That doesn't feel right, Klein said, tempted but hesitant. He was genuinely broke. Aside from the money he'd set aside for Benson and Melissa, he couldn't even scrape together £100. What's there to feel bad about? I know you old pauper. If I let you rent a place in Backland on your own, you'd probably end up in a slum. Alaric said, shaking his head. Without waiting for a response, he dashed upstairs with a grabbed a set of keys, and handed them to Klein, rattling off an address. You staying there can also help me keep the place tidy, so I don't have to hire someone to clean it regularly. All right, thank you, teacher. Klein said, unable to refuse after such an offer. He nodded and pocketed the keys. Then, struck by a thought, Klein asked curiously, Jack, why did you decide to come to Tingen to be a teacher in the first place? Obviously because of divination. Alaric replied with an obvious expression. I had a whim and divined where my opportunity lay. The result pointed to Tingen, so I came here to teach. At this point, Alaric put on a puzzled look. Now that I think about it, could the opportunity I divined be Mr. Azek and you, Klein? Mr. Azek was once a big shot, and you're all mysterious, clearly hiding something. Could the divination have been pointing to you too? Klein fell silent for a few seconds, feeling this wasn't impossible. Whether it was the goodwill of a death consul or meeting a fellow transmigrator like him and joining the tarot gathering, both could be considered opportunities for Jack. If the opportunity really was about you two, and now you're both leaving Tingen, Alaric mused, rubbing his chin before suddenly saying, Klein, how about I go to Backland too? With you both gone, I don't have many people I know here anymore. It's getting pretty dull. He had been laying the groundwork all day to make it natural for his Jack persona to relocate to Backland. After all, Tingen no longer held enough value for Alaric to stay permanently. Though Jack's decision to resign and move to Backland caught Klein off guard, it wasn't a bad thing, so Klein didn't object. After bidding farewell to Jack, Klein returned home and reunited with Benson and Melissa. After a hearty dinner together, he told them about his plans to move to Backland. Of course, Klein didn't mention anything about the Beander world, only saying that the company's higher-ups had recognized his abilities and wanted to transfer him to the head office in Backland, a story that aligned perfectly with the Nighthawk's earlier cover. So I'll probably have to move to Backland, Klein said, looking at the silent Benson and Melissa. He quickly added, of course, I'll write to you often and come back to visit whenever I can. The room remained quiet, and Klein's unease grew to its peak. Just then, Benson, who had been stone-faced, broke into a smile. He reached out and patted his younger brother's shoulder. Klein, you're really something. Don't look so glum. I know you don't want to leave us, and we don't want to leave you, but I'd hate for us to hold you back from progressing. Melissa, frowning, said, is this company really reliable? I've heard. She listed some examples of scams, clearly worried. After all, Klein had been promoted and given raises in just 2 months, and now the boss wanted to take him to the head office. It sounded almost too good to be true. Though the youngest, Melissa, with her motherly mindset, was genuinely concerned her brother might be getting scammed. Klein hadn't expected Melissa's reaction and hurriedly explained, spending half the time convincing her it wasn't a scam but a genuine recognition of his talents by his boss. I knew you could do it, Klein, Melissa said, her face breaking into a smile. But after a brief moment of joy, worry crept back in. Klein, where are you going to live in Backland? I've heard the rent there is expensive, and the air isn't great. She rambled on, listing a slew of practical concerns Klein hadn't even considered, leaving him momentarily stunned. When she finished, Melissa hesitated before adding, so, when you get there, make sure to write to us. And if we have time, we'll come visit you. Benson, ruffling his little sister's hair, looked at Klein and said, moving to Backland for better prospects is a good thing, it's the capital, after all. And don't worry too much about us. If things go well, we might join you there soon enough. Klein blinked, caught off guard. Benson smiled and reminded him, don't forget, I'm still preparing for the clerk exam. And Melissa will be old enough to apply for university next year. The schools in Backland are better than in Tingen. We might not get in, but I think Melissa should give it a shot. So go to Backland with confidence, Klein. No matter what, we'll always support you. Though Klein had the support of his brother and sister, freeing him from lingering concerns, he still had to wait for the Nighthawks' headquarters to respond. So, before officially advancing to Magician and leaving Tingen for Backland, Klein attended another tarot gathering. Above the gray fog, Klein materialized a pocket watch and checked the time, calculating when to pull Sun into the gathering. Reflecting on the past 7 days, he felt a wave of relief. There had actually been another tarot gathering scheduled during those 7 days, but due to the incident with Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos, both Audrey, Justice, and Alger, the Hanged Man, had requested leave, unable to attend. Klein had simply cancelled that meeting. Good thing I cancelled it, or I'd have had to host the gathering as a cat, Klein muttered to himself, glancing at the pocket watch again. Seeing it was time, he began the meeting process, pulling the tarot gathering members onto the gray fog one by one. During this, Klein recalled what Lucifer had mentioned and took a moment to examine Jack's spiritual body. Unfortunately, it looked no different from the others. At least, Klein couldn't detect any signs of past damage. What kind of accident was it? Klein wondered silently, only to be interrupted by Audrey, Justice, and her ever-energetic voice. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The gray fog was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. But before Audrey could go through her usual greetings, Alger, the Hanged Man, raised a hand and quickly said, "Mr. Fool, I've obtained 26 pages of Russell's diary this time." He had to be quick. The sailor pathway didn't enhance memory or learning abilities, and Alger wasn't a genius in that regard. If he didn't manifest the diaries soon, he'd forget them. Of course, Alger didn't deny that this was also a show of loyalty. Recalling Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos being turned into a sheep and Archbishop Ace Snake referring to the Fool's favored one as him, Alger's tone grew even more humble. He declared the diaries were his due payment, as Mr. Fool had sent a favored one to deal with Keelangos. "But Mr. Lucifer isn't my favored one." Klein gave a wry smile inwardly, though he nodded with a calm smile on his face. This is the principle of equivalent exchange. Klein's acceptance wasn't entirely guilt-ridden. After all, Lucifer's intervention had indeed backed him up. Mr. Fool glanced at Jack out of the corner of his eye, and as expected, Jack wore a thoughtful expression. After all, Jack knew who had dealt with Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos. Fortunately, in Jack's mind, Mr. Lucifer was already suspected to be connected to the Fool, so I don't have to worry about my cover being blown, Klein reassured himself inwardly. Then he heard Alger explain that, due to his limited memory, he could only recall 6 pages at a time and would need to provide the diaries in installments. Mr. Fool had no objections, nodding with a smile. No problem. The other members had little to say on the matter, as it was clear no one else had collected additional Russell diaries this time. Thus, Klein naturally moved to the reading phase. His gaze shifted downward, and upon seeing the first page's contents, he confirmed it was indeed Emperor Russell's diary. This page mentioned Mr. Doran touched on some 4th epic history, such as the War of the Four Emperors and its participants, as well as how the god of the death emerged as the ultimate victor, later joining the primordial demoness to unleash the Pale Disaster. This corroborated what Klein had learned from Jack, but one detail caught his attention. The diaries mentioned that the god of the death went mad. From Zoroast's diary, I've confirmed the War of the Four Emperors was a conflict between 4 Sequence 0s. Tudor was a half-mad deity, and now the god of the death, who gained the most from the war, also went mad. Why? What did the god of the death gain from it? Klein pondered, his instincts telling him this was significant. But with limited information, Klein couldn't piece it together. He moved on to the next diary page, perking up as it clearly belonged to Zoroast. September 9th, sunny. The weather's nice today, and I dreamt of that chaos again. Since Amon devoured me last time, this is the 3rd time. I initially thought it was another of Amon's little tricks, but it seems that's not the case. Rather, it's precisely because of this chaos that Amon couldn't completely consume my spiritual body. So what is it? A transmigrator's long overdue cheat. Chaos. What chaos? Klein immediately thought of the gray fog. Not ascertaining that Zoroast's dream might not be the gray fog, his intuition suggested it could be something comparable. This also aligned with information Lucifer had shared, that he and Jack weren't vessels for the celestial worthy's revival but for another being. Could the chaos Zoroast dreamt of be related to that being? Klein hurriedly turned to the next diary pages, hoping for more clues about the chaos. September 11th, light rain. After days of digestion, I've finally learned to control my emotions. Now, even when facing Amon, I can muster a smile and suppress the murderous intent in my heart. I need to bide my time. Until I can kill Amon, I must survive under his thumb. I know my flimsy disguise is probably obvious to Amon, but that's fine. After the last incident, he's grown more interested in me. Until he uncovers all my secrets, he doesn't mind playing a few games with me. That's good. September 15th, Overcast. Today, I consulted Amon about occult knowledge as usual, as if nothing had happened. Interesting. I heard him describe me, flashing the same gentle smile as before, answering my questions like a true teacher. After addressing all my queries, I saw Amon adjust his monocle and comment, "You should work on controlling your gaze. The murderous intent is too obvious. My apologies, teacher. I'll be more careful next time. Thank you for the reminder." I heard myself reply, obedient yet insincere, and then I caught my reflection in the window. That person was smiling. Reading this, Klein, without the clown's ability to control expressions, would have struggled to keep from frowning. Though these entries held little critical information, they marked a pivotal shift in Zoroast's character. To pursue revenge, Zoroast had learned to feign compliance, playing along with Amon. Such a change undoubtedly aided Zoroast's survival, but Klein sighed inwardly and continued reading. September 20th, Sunny. Today, Amon taught me more about 4th Epic history. He told me the Blood Emperor Tutor and the Primordial Demoness had a closer relationship than most people think, describing them as, though it sounds insane, there might actually be something like love between those two lunatics. Seriously. The Hunter and Demoness pathways are interchangeable, closely related sequences. While other related pathways are busy fighting, you Hunters and Demonesses are out here falling in love. Only the 4th Epic's history could be this wild, official records outdoing rumors. What? The Blood Emperor Tutor and the Primordial Demoness were truly in love. Despite having heard some gossip about Tutor and the Demoness from Jack, even knowing they had a child together, Klein, as the fool, was still shocked. He had assumed their union was a strategic alliance, but true love. So gods can fall in love too. Klein suddenly felt the divine wasn't so distant, becoming almost relatable. After his musings, Klein moved to the next diary, dated much later. October 21st, stormy. Last night, I dreamt again, of that chaos. But this time, I saw another version of myself in it. Of course, it might not be me. Though he looked identical, who says looking the same makes you the same person? For now, I'll call him the Dream Me. The Dream Me smiled when he saw me and said, "Ah, finally, I meet you." "Who are you?" I asked. "You can call me Lucifer," the Dream Me replied. Lucifer. Honestly, I'd heard that name in myths from before I transmigrated, so I asked curiously, "So, you're Satan?" "No, I'm merely your shadow," he answered. Then I woke up. Without the clown's expression control, Klein might have struggled to maintain the fool's unflappable persona at that moment. The diary's revelations were staggering, all but confirming that Zoroast's diaries belonged to the Mr. Lucifer Klein knew, yet things weren't so straightforward. Split personality. Or is Lucifer another consciousness from the chaos, one that replaced the original Zoroast? Klein's mind buzzed with theories, urging him to read on, but the remaining diaries were all Russell's, unrelated to Zoroast. Fortunately, Russell's diaries contained valuable information, making the read worthwhile for Klein. While the fool quietly read, Alaric, naturally, speculated on the fool's progress. Over time, Alaric had written several diaries, collectively titled The Birth of Lucifer. They described how Lucifer was toyed with by Amon, then rallied to learn deception, playing along with Amon while encountering the power of chaos and meeting the self-proclaimed shadow, Lucifer. In this setup, Lucifer was the antagonist, akin to the true creator, a fusion of Lucifer's negative emotions and the will of chaos. This figure would teach Lucifer much, hasten his descent, and ultimately meet his end as a villain, yet persist in another form. Alaric crafted this to logically expand Lucifer's knowledge sources. After all, not every piece of gossip could be pinned on Amon. The shadow Lucifer also served as a counterpart to the celestial worthy's will, fleshing out Lucifer's role as a revival vessel for another great being. It also added mystery to Lucifer in the fool's eyes, reducing the chance of exposure. Of course, the key is that this makes Lucifer's persona richer and more intriguing. Alaric mused inwardly. He had a flair for drama and loved layering complex character arcs. Unaware of his friend's thoughts, Klein, having finished the diaries, scanned the tarot gathering members and had an idea. The fool chuckled lightly, announcing he'd share some common knowledge. He then explained the law of Beander characteristics indestructibility and the law of conservation within related pathways. This was new information for both Alger, the hanged man, and Audrey, Justice, sparking fascination and questions, like, what are related pathways? These answers, naturally, weren't part of the free knowledge. But neither Alger nor Audrey minded paying a price for such valuable insights. Alaric naturally didn't join the transaction. Both he and his Jack persona were already well versed in the knowledge being discussed, so there was no need or reason to participate. He merely observed as the deal concluded. Audrey, Justice, having completed her knowledge exchange with Mr. Fool, turned to Alger, the hanged man, to ask if he had prepared the items for their trade from the last tarot gathering. The tarot gathering then shifted to the members' trading phase. Once it ended, Klein, as the Fool, spoke again, announcing he needed the members' cooperation for an experiment. This experiment was, of course, the sacrifice ritual Klein had devised. The high-level concept immediately sparked speculation among the members, mainly Audrey and Alger. To Derek, the son, the Fool being a deity made the use of a sacrifice ritual perfectly normal. Alaric, fully aware of Klein's secrets, was simply acting while enjoying the show. With that, the Fool declared the tarot gathering concluded. With the sacrifice ritual in place, Saphira Castle's logistics company is officially open for business. Not easy, imagine an evil god in the startup phase managing logistics. No one would believe it. Alaric mused inwardly, pleased with the development. It would make trading within the tarot gathering far more convenient. Glancing out the window to ensure no one was around and that Mr. Fool wasn't secretly watching, Alaric cheerfully went upstairs and retrieved the sealed conqueror characteristic. If asked what his greatest gain from the Tingen incident was, it would undoubtedly be this conqueror characteristic. Alaric hadn't expected Adam to be so generous as to give it to him. The only downside is that a pure characteristic isn't very practical. It needs to be crafted into a mystical item. Alaric muttered, prodding the sealed conqueror characteristic. His thoughts briefly turned to Russell. While the god of steam and machinery was undoubtedly the best craftsman, Alaric wasn't close to him and had no leverage to request his help. Russell, with his clear vulnerabilities and needs, was a far better candidate. To summon Russell's shadow of time, I'd need either someone close to him, like Bernadette, or an item directly tied to him. Looks like I'll have to ask Medici for that Red Priest blasphemy card. Conveniently, I do need to talk to him, Alaric said, a smirk tugging at his lips. He indeed needed to meet with Medici, or rather, have a chat with the true creator's side. Whether it was Adam's request for the ancient sun god to witness everything and make a choice or the conqueror characteristic itself, both were excellent topics, weren't they? I just wonder where this characteristic came from. Conqueror, huh? Alaric recalled the fates of the few conqueror characteristics mentioned in the original story, his thoughts landing on the primordial demoness. Alaric was well aware of the primordial demoness's connections to the primordial god Almighty and the original creator. Thinking of the future, where Cheek and Tudor, that mad couple, would merge to form a miniature original creator, Alaric clicked his tongue in disdain. He didn't care about the primordial demoness's schemes. Not only did she fail in the original story, but even if she succeeded in creating the original creator, it wouldn't concern him. Unless it affects me. If it does, let's see if a half-baked original creator is tougher than a complete celestial worthier God Almighty. That'd be quite amusing, Alaric said, his smile widening. He had no patience for the intricate plots of the mysterious world's lunatics. Alaric knew he wasn't cut out for such games. If he was going to play, he'd play big. Still, lunatics are troublesome, especially when they're ready to drag the whole world down with them at a moment's notice. Tisk, trying to steal my thunder. Alaric shook his head. He didn't mind going down with the world, but only if he was the one pulling the strings. This was precisely why he found the primordial demoness and Tudor, that pair of deranged spouses, so irritating. It was a professional rivalry, one might say. Better take precautions early, Alaric tapped the table lightly with his fingertip. I'll sell this info to Medici during our meeting to keep him from blindly getting himself killed. Honestly, compared to the 2-sequence 0s of the Calamity pathway, Medici's too normal. No wonder he can't outplay them. But, Alaric squinted, pressing his fingertip against the conqueror characteristic. A possibility struck him, and his lips curved into a grin. Is this why you gave me the Conqueror characteristic, Adam? Others might not know the full extent of the primordial demoness and Tutor's plot, but Adam, who had sensed something early and preemptively dealt with Tutor, surely had his suspicions, even if he didn't know everything. In that context, Adam suddenly gifting Alaric a Conqueror characteristic was intriguing. The primordial demoness might snatch it from others, but taking it from Alaric, she'd have to withstand a slap from the ancient sun god first. Maybe it's also a test. You're probably curious about how much I know about this world, aren't you? Alaric chuckled, unbothered whether Adam heard him. He pulled a mirror from the cabinet, ready to arrange a meeting with Medici. Heard you needed to see me. What's this? Even the great Lord of Chaos needs help from a lowly red angel like me. Medici arrived promptly, his red-haired wraith appearing silently in the mirror. Like a paper cutout transitioning from 2 dimensions to 3, he stepped into the real world, looking much as he had when Alaric first met him. No, there were differences. His condition was noticeably better, likely due to the true creator feeding him some high-sequence hunter characteristics. Alaric wasn't surprised to hear, Lord of Chaos, from Medici. Though he hadn't shared the title with the true creator's camp, Adam was always lurking nearby and would have noticed Alaric mentioning it. Information exchange between them was only natural. Alaric just glanced at Medici, smiling brightly. Looks like you and Adam are getting along well. Planning to fight side by side again. His words carried no sarcasm, only genuine curiosity. This thoroughly disgusted Medici, his expression visibly souring. He hadn't forgotten Adam's betrayal, but he also knew that when dealing with the strange being before him, Adam and his lord sharing information was necessary. As much as it grated on him, Medici had to accept it. So, hearing Alaric's earnest words, Medici felt as if Amon were crawling over him. He snapped, "Don't say such nauseating things. All right, I respect your wishes. Let's talk about something more pleasant," Alaric said, nodding with a grin. So, how did you know Adam gave me a Conqueror characteristic? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Did Medici know that Adam had given Alaric a Conqueror characteristic? Of course not. After all, Medici and Adam had long since fallen out. Tolerating the limited cooperation between the true creator and Adam regarding Alaric was already his limit. He certainly wouldn't go out of his way to seek information from Adam. And given their current relationship, even if Medici tried, he likely wouldn't learn anything. Alaric, satisfied with Medici's surprised expression, grinned earnestly. At this point, you should say, "Who asked you?" That's how you complete the gag. HMPH. Medici let out a reflexive scoff. After the initial shock, he seemed to realize something, eyeing the young man before him with a knowing look. So, you're here today to brag about striking a new deal with Adam. Medici didn't believe Adam would casually hand over a Conqueror characteristic to this enigmatic being. If Adam did so, it was surely to secure greater benefits. I did reach some agreements with Adam. Alaric admitted with a smile, not denying it. He toyed with the sealed Conqueror characteristic, treating it like a squishy toy. Only then did Medici notice the object in Alaric's hand. As the former Red Angel, he should have recognized the Conqueror characteristic immediately, but its previous owner had clearly done something to seal its aura completely. Not a trace leaked out, making it look like an ordinary toy. But, Medici, Alaric looked up at Medici, grinning. You can probably guess, can't you? At least part of why Adam gave me this Conqueror characteristic. Medici's expression grew complex. He wasn't foolish, he could see the possibility, which only made it more ironic. With a sardonic smirk, Medici said, "Are you here just to annoy me today? Or are you playing messenger for him this time?" "Just stating facts," Alaric replied with a shrug. "As for being a messenger." Alaric chuckled as if he'd heard something amusing, looking at Medici. "Why would I play messenger for Adam? Your issues have nothing to do with me. He didn't turn me into a hot pot back then, and we're not exactly close. In fact, if you two fought, I'd happily watch from the sidelines with some popcorn," Alaric said with utmost sincerity. "TCH. Medici sneered, not the least bit surprised. He'd long pegged this guy as someone as infuriating as Amon. Medici's gaze shifted to the Conqueror characteristic in Alaric's hand. "Name your price." What do you want to trade this conqueror characteristic for? Alaric smiled, glancing down at the characteristic but not answering immediately. Instead, he changed the subject. Medici, what do you think of Tutor? Tutor. HMPH, just a lunatic. Medici replied, his expression cold and sour, clearly triggered by unpleasant memories tied to the name. And what about the primordial demoness? Alaric asked, grinning. What's there to say? A twisted, deranged creature. If not for her, the demoness pathway wouldn't be exclusively male. Medici said, his reaction less intense than with Tutor but still laced with his usual sarcastic bite. Alaric wasn't surprised. He continued with a smile, did you know Tutor and the primordial demoness had a child? What? Medici froze, visibly stunned. As someone who'd been cooked into a hot pot, turned into a wraith, and imprisoned in an underground structure for over 1,000 years, the Red Angel was clearly out of the loop on such explosive gossip, with no means to learn it. Alaric went on unhurriedly, not only did they have a child, but they were genuinely in love. Sure, their love wasn't exactly normal, but for high sequences, it's pretty rare. Medici's brows furrowed, his expression so peculiar it was as if Adam were crawling all over him. He was clearly choked by the revelation. After a long pause, he sneered, no wonder the primordial demoness, they were already entangled back then. Medici was referring to his hot pot incident. As the Red Angel, he'd been hunting Einhorn and Sauron while guarding against the primordial demoness's distractions. Caught off guard, he was ambushed by Tutor, Adam, and Amon lurking in the shadows, ending up as a tragic hot pot. Alaric neither confirmed nor denied it. He just smiled, watching Medici grit his teeth. After a moment's thought, he produced 2 apples from somewhere and offered one to Medici. Want an apple? Alaric asked, already crunching into his own. Medici, thrown off by the question, felt his emotions disrupted but took the apple anyway, biting into it with a crunch. Then he saw Alaric pull out a camera from nowhere and snap a photo of him. What's wrong with you? Medici said, genuinely exasperated, unsure of Alaric's motives. It's the Red Angel eating an apple. Not quite a legendary scene, but still worth commemorating. Alaric said, spouting words Medici didn't understand. After putting the camera away, he casually added, Medici, do you know how Tutor died? You know. Medici glanced at him, already aware this enigmatic being knew secrets beyond most. Of course I do. While Adam didn't directly kill Tutor, he certainly orchestrated his death. Alaric said with a grin, taking another bite of his apple. After chewing and swallowing, he continued, feeling a bit touched. HMPH, touched by what? You're not suggesting he killed Tutor to avenge me, are you? That's disgusting and fake. With that fanatic's style, he'd only push for Tutor's death if it served his interests. Medici sneered, biting viciously into his apple as if it were someone's flesh. I only regret not killing Tutor myself. Looks like you really understand Adam. Alaric said with a chuckle, then shifted gears. Well, you might still get a chance to settle the score yourself. What? Medici snapped his gaze to Alaric, his eyes sharpening. You can probably guess, can't you? Since the primordial demoness loved Tutor so much, how could she not leave a contingency for his revival? HMPH, it's probably Tutor's only revival contingency, too. After all, the primordial demoness is a bit obsessive, she'd never tolerate her beloved slipping from her control. Alaric couldn't help but laugh. The original story's absurdity was so over the top that even recalling it made him chuckle. After laughing, he looked at Medici. But I wouldn't recommend picking a fight with the primordial demoness. You can't outplay her. He was serious. Medici was too normal, how could a normal person outmaneuver a lunatic? Medici's brows furrowed again, clearly disagreeing with Alaric's assessment. With a well-set trap, even a sequence 0 becomes prey once ensnared. But a lack of information is fatal for a conspirator. Alaric replied, not contradicting Medici outright. He smiled, took another bite of his apple, and continued, Medici, do you know about the primordial demoness's connection to the primordial god Almighty? Medici's eyes flickered, clearly catching on. He took a bite of his apple and said, I can guess a bit. The primordial demoness never hid her ties to the primordial god Almighty, she even wrote it into her doctrine. Most people don't believe it, but I don't ignore any possibility. The primordial demoness had never concealed her connection to the primordial God Almighty, even embedding it in her teachings. But most dismissed it, while Medici, ever vigilant, had long suspected it. The primordial demoness is the female aspect of the primordial God Almighty. Alaric confirmed with a smile. TCH. Even with his suspicions, Medici couldn't help but feel irritated at the confirmation. It meant hunting the primordial demoness would be far more challenging than dealing with an ordinary sequence 0. Alaric continued, grinning, Medici, do you know about the primordial demoness's connection to the original creator? This was truly hidden knowledge, known to barely anyone in the current world, and certainly not to Medici, who'd been imprisoned for over a millennium. What do you mean? Medici's expression turned grave. As a top-tier conspirator, even with limited information, he sensed something ominous. The original creator, the oldest one, in the mirror. Alaric said slowly, meeting Medici's gaze with a smile. That's the 5th line of her honorific name. Medici's pupils constricted, his mind piecing together the known fragments into a conspiracy he could hardly believe. Alaric tossed his apple core into the trash, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and looked at the pensive Medici with a grin. I don't know if you've considered this, but I can tell you plainly, the original creator wants to live, too. The source of all beginnings, the origin of madness and reason, left a revival contingency. Guess where he placed it? Medici clearly had an inkling, his voice strained as he answered, the city of calamity, the demoness and hunter pathways. Correct. Want another apple? Alaric nodded, pulling another apple from nowhere and offering it. Medici's train of thought was interrupted again, leaving him both exasperated and amused. But seeing Alaric's calm demeanor, he relaxed, taking the apple. You really like apples, don't you? Not really. I just thought you might. You know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, Alaric replied with a grin. Sounds like it lacks any occult basis. Medici said, already crunching into the apple. At least it's a good omen. Alaric said earnestly. TCH. Medici scoffed, then noticed Alaric pulling out coffee beans, apparently preparing to grind a fresh cup. Is this really appropriate? Medici finally couldn't hold back. Making coffee while discussing such a serious topic. What's inappropriate? It's not a big deal. Alaric said, as if puzzled by Medici's tension. He leisurely worked the coffee grinder, then looked up with a grin. It's just the original creator wanting to revive, only to get outplayed by an old schemer and suppressed by the primordial demoness, who then used him. Are you listening to yourself? Is that supposed to be, just? Medici had thought himself quite the hunter, but watching Alaric calmly grind coffee, clearly deeming the original creator's plight less important than his brew, Medici couldn't help but say, it's a pity you're not a hunter. Look at that silent mockery, even the celestial worthy would have to bow down. Thanks for the compliment, but the hunter pathway's not for me. Climbing to the top requires a gender swap, which doesn't suit me. Alaric said seriously, then gave Medici an appraising look. But it'd suit you, Medici. After all, Mr. Sauron and Mr. Einhorn were once ladies. Ha 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 ha. Medici laughed, perhaps out of anger or something else, but he quickly composed himself. Who's the old schemer? Cheek's mad, but I don't believe he could suppress the original creator's will, even if it's just a fragment. Alaric glanced at him, smiling. The old schemer is the celestial worthy, of course, your so-called Lord of Mysteries. It's because of him that the original creator's will was suppressed by the primordial demoness. Medici's expression showed no surprise, as if he'd already suspected as much. While grinding coffee beans, Alaric continued, and that gave the primordial demoness a possibility, the chance to replace the original creator herself. Just her. Medici could hardly describe his feelings. The world had truly gone mad. Of course not just her. There's Tutor, too. The primordial God Almighty, the celestial worthies will, revival contingencies. Alaric finished grinding the beans and looked at Medici. Put those together, and what do you think? Could they create a mini original creator? Crunch. The apple in Medici's hand was crushed in an instant. Even though he'd had an inkling of the conspiracy when Alaric mentioned the primordial demoness's 5th honorific name, he lost control in that moment, unable to restrain his strength. It was understandable. Any normal person hearing such a shocking revelation would hardly fare better. What a waste, Alaric remarked, eyeing the ruined apple with mild regret. After a moment's thought, he added, you made the mess, so clean it up. Medici felt a surge of frustration, caught between emotions. He shot Alaric a grudging glance, noting he was still calmly making coffee. With a snap of his fingers, flames flared up, incinerating the apple remnants completely without harming a single piece of furniture, a practiced move from a seasoned expert. Alaric looked up, watching Medici obediently clean up, and smiled. Pretty skilled at that, looks like the ancient sun god trained you well. HMPH, who do you think took care of Amon back then? Medici retorted, rolling his eyes. The interruption had calmed him down, and he could only grumble, lunatics. It wasn't clear who he was cursing. Alaric assumed Medici meant the primordial demoness and Tutor. He chuckled, they're lunatics, all right. That's why Tutor died. He tried to play a big game, but Adam wasn't in the mood to play along. Seems that fanatic does some good occasionally. Medici said, his expression softening, though he didn't seem too surprised. Strictly speaking, he's always doing good, for the bigger picture, that is. Of course, you're one of his victims, so I support you cursing him out. Alaric said with a laugh, returning to his coffee. Soon, 2 freshly ground cups were ready. Alaric handed one to Medici, saying sincerely, here, have some coffee. It'll help you calm down. Medici took a sip, only to grimace, nearly spitting it out. He stared at Alaric in disbelief. How much sugar did you put in this? Half a cup. Alaric replied uncertainly, sipping his own coffee. Just in yours, though. You seemed in a bad mood. The implication, I added extra sugar to your coffee because you were upset. Should I say thanks? Medici said dryly, his voice practically squeezed through gritted teeth. You should thank me, but not for the coffee, for the intel I just shared. Alaric said, taking another sip and smiling. The primordial demoness hasn't given up on her old plans, so be careful, Medici. Don't end up as hot pot again. Medici glanced at him, then scoffed, unclear who he was mocking. I don't owe favors. What do you want? I'm generous with allies, so I'll give you a bargain. Hand over the Red Priest blasphemy card. It's useless to you anyway. Alaric said with a smile, unsurprised by Medici's response. What Alaric admired most about Medici was that, despite being one of the greatest conspirators, his time with the ancient sun god had instilled a strong sense of loyalty to allies. In the original story, Medici had genuinely tried to save the eternal blazing sun after their alliance, only for the sun to perish, thanks to God Almighty, the ultimate betrayer of the mysterious world. TCH, so it all comes down to that card. I'm curious, what's it to you? Medici sneered, flipping his hand to reveal the Red Priest blasphemy card. Don't tell me you just want the Hunter Pathway potion formula. Alaric plucked the card from Medici's hand, who didn't resist, clearly agreeing to the trade. Examining his first blasphemy card, Alaric said casually, just want to do some research. The blasphemy cards are tied to the outer deities, and I've been quite interested in them lately. Medici raised an eyebrow, neither believing nor disbelieving. After studying the Red Priest card for a few seconds, Alaric tucked it away and looked at Medici. Since the intel trade is done, let's talk about something else. Medici's expression grew serious, knowing Alaric was about to discuss the Conqueror characteristic. Indeed, Alaric began toying with the characteristic again, his smile brighter than ever. Work for me for 3 years, and it's yours afterward. Pretty good deal, right? Medici's brows furrowed. 3 years for a Conqueror characteristic was an offer no one would refuse, as Alaric said, a steal. For an angel, 3 years was a mere blink. I won't betray my lord. Medici said, neither accepting nor rejecting outright. No need to betray the true creator. We're allies, remember. Think of it as your lord loaning you to me for a 3-year gig. You can go back after, or treat it as a special 3-year mission. Alaric said, hinting, I doubt the true creator would mind. Medici didn't respond immediately, tilting his head as if listening to something. After a moment, he looked at Alaric, having made his decision. I'll work for you for 3 years, but if you assign any obviously suicidal tasks, I reserve the right to refuse. Of course. Alaric nodded, smiling. Don't worry, I don't make a habit of sending people to their deaths. I take good care of my workers. Here's your emblem, welcome to the Joker Club. Alaric pulled an emblem from his pocket and handed it to Medici. Medici took it, unsurprised, clearly aware of it since Mr. A had already reported it. He glanced at the emblem, then smirked at Alaric. So, you really plan to bring Bethel back? Of course, other things might be fake, but my desire to bring Bethel back is genuine. Alaric said, nodding with a serious expression. TCH. Medici clicked his tongue but said no more. He wasn't particularly close to Bethel, nor were they enemies. After all, Bethel had followed Tudor long after Medici's demise. By the time Medici was active in the world again, Bethel had already been sealed in a subspace, corrupted by an outer deity for who knows how long. In that sense, it was hard to say which of them was more unfortunate. Still, Medici had a sense of Bethel's character. Compared to Amon, he'd much rather see Bethel become the Lord of the Mysteries. Alaric briefly explained how to use the emblem, then added, "Oh, by the way, while you're working for me, do you want me to provide room and board, or are you sticking with the true creator's side?" Medici glanced at him, a sly smirk spreading across his face. As a boss, providing room and board for your employees is the bare minimum, don't you think? Alaric wasn't surprised. He knew Medici wanted to stick close to observe him, gathering more intel. Alaric didn't mind. With Adam already lurking nearby, and possibly even some Amons hiding in the air, one more Red Angel was hardly a concern. In fact, having a Red Angel antagonistic to Adam by his side could help balance things out, a deliberate reason for Alaric's question. Though, to be fair, with this setup, I've got God Almighty, Adam, the Lord of the Mysteries, Klein, and the Calamity Hunter all together. Add a demoness, and I could practically synthesize my own mini-original creator. Alaric mused inwardly, then began to seriously consider, but speaking of, maybe I should get a bigger house. I've got a bit of a Pokemon collector vibe, definitely going to recruit more people to work for me. A small house won't cut it. While members of the same organization didn't need to live together, a headquarters for rest and gathering was essential. No rush, though. The current place is big enough for now. I can look for something better when more people join, Alaric thought, eyeing Medici. If you're living with me, you'll need a disguise and to know about the personas I use. This was a test. Alaric was curious how much Adam had shared with the true creator's side. You mean that idiot persona you're using now? Medici said, clearly aware. I don't get your twisted sense of fun. You're as bad as Amon. Looks like Adam did share quite a bit with you. Alaric said with a smile, then looked at Medici seriously. Just remember the setup for this persona and don't let me get exposed. Otherwise. He paused, then grinned. No need to wait for the primordial demoness to create a mini-original creator. I could invite the real original creator over for a tea party with you all. Perhaps you're looking forward to that. Medici's pupils shrank. He instinctively tried to discern if Alaric was bluffing, but the result was clear. This guy seemed capable of summoning the original creator and wouldn't hesitate to do so. You're a complete lunatic. Medici growled through gritted teeth. Thanks for the compliment. Alaric said with a smile, then added as if recalling something, oh, almost forgot. Adam made a deal with me. He wants the ancient sun god to see the world, understand its full scope, and make a choice. What choice? Medici asked, clearly puzzled. Alaric didn't elaborate, only saying, that's not important. Let's talk about your new persona, Red Angel. Though reluctant to leave his friends and family in Tingen, Klein didn't linger long. After the Nighthawks approved his 3-year leave and he successfully exchanged merits for the Magician Potion, Klein settled Benson and Melissa, then boarded a steam train to Backland under his new persona. Sherlock Moriarty, a detective from the Midseashire, Klein sat on the train, mentally rehearsing his new identity. To avoid implicating his family, he couldn't use his real identity in Backland. With Jack's advice and help, Klein had secured this new persona. He was now Sherlock Moriarty, a detective trying his luck in Backland. He chose this identity because a detective could naturally interact with all sorts of people, making it reasonable for him to appear in any setting. It was perfect for building connections and seeking clues about the seer pathway. Sherlock, I'm bored. Want to hear a joke? A familiar voice piped up beside him. Klein glanced at his seatmate, unsurprised to see Alaric, his face practically screaming boredom. Why was Alaric here? His Jack persona had successfully resigned, so he was heading to Backland with Klein. Recalling the terrible puns Alaric had told before, Klein shivered and quickly said, "No jokes, thanks. We're almost at Backland. Why don't you tell me more about Miss Red instead?" Miss Red, full name unknown, was someone Jack had mentioned 3 days ago. Apparently, after learning Klein was heading to Backland, Lucifer had sent a friend to stay at Jack's place. Barring any surprises, they'd be sharing a house with this Miss Red for a while. It's a big house, so one more person won't matter. He can take the 2nd floor, and we'll stay on the 3rd. Jack had said nonchalantly, though he grumbled, but that old guy actually has friends. With his personality, I thought he'd only have enemies. Klein didn't join in mocking Mr. Lucifer, though he secretly agreed. Given Mr. Lucifer's personality, it was hard to imagine him having friends. And, an angel's friend, could they be ordinary? Curiosity and a touch of nervousness stirred in Klein as he thought about meeting this Miss Red. There's one more thing, why would Mr. Lucifer, upon learning Jack's heading back to Backland, suddenly send a friend over? He can't really expect Jack to look after this Miss Red, so it must be the other way around. Reflecting on the many surprises since his transmigration, Klein began to speculate about his upcoming journey to Backland. Could it be like the Tingen incident? Is something big about to happen in Backland? Since Mr. Lucifer can't look after Jack himself, did he ask a friend to do it? Klein thought this was highly likely. But I don't know anything about this Miss Red. All teacher said was that he's probably a hunter. Alaric said, clearly reading Klein's thoughts, a result of his deliberate nudging. Alaric had to admit, he was quite curious about the sparks that might fly when Klein and Medici crossed paths. Both had a hunter's edge, they might even hit it off. Hunter, Klein's mind flashed with knowledge about the hunter pathway, and he fell silent. He knew the typical nature of hunters. So, the real question was, could a provocative hunter and Mr. Lucifer really get along without clashing? Klein couldn't imagine Mr. Lucifer coexisting peacefully with a hunter. No, I shouldn't judge Mr. Lucifer with bias. Though his words can be sharp, he's fundamentally kind. Maybe that's why he could befriend this hunter. Klein mused, his curiosity about Miss Red growing. Soon, the steam train arrived in Backland. Klein and Alaric grabbed their luggage and disembarked. As they exited the station, Alaric spotted something and called out enthusiastically, "Mr. Red, over here. We're here." Klein followed Alaric's gaze and saw a tall man, at least 1.9 meters, possibly taller, dressed in a black trench coat. His vibrant red hair matched his eyes, which turned toward them at Alaric's call. Upon seeing them, he let out a "tch." As if spotting something odd. Klein fell silent, studying the strikingly handsome man. After a few seconds, he turned to Alaric in disbelief. "So, Miss Red is a man. Huh, what else would he be?" Alaric replied, looking puzzled. "But when I asked about his gender, you clearly said he was a lady." Klein said, struggling to describe his feelings. "Did I?" Alaric adopted a thoughtful expression, then said, "Oh, right, I might have said that. My mistake. Teacher sent me his photo later, and I realized he's a guy." Alaric gave Klein an odd look. "What, were you hoping to share a place with a woman? Disappointed now that it's a guy?" His expression screamed, "I didn't know you were like that. I don't mind a male roommate. In fact, it's better this way," but, Klein glanced at his luggage. Knowing he'd have a new roommate in Backland, he'd bought a gift in advance, a pair of cufflinks popular with women, due to the gender mix-up. How was he supposed to give this gift now? Wouldn't he get beaten up? The gift suddenly felt like a hot potato in Klein's hands. "No buts, our guy's waiting. Let's go." Alaric, knowing Klein's predicament, couldn't resist enjoying the moment. He nudged Klein forward and approached Mr. Red with a smile. "Hey there, Mr. Red. I'm Jack Jones. Teacher must have told you about me, right? Great to meet you." It was hard to pin down Mr. Red's mood in that moment. The bizarre sensation of seeing a wolf in sheep's clothing made his expression shift subtly, stirring the Red Angel's instincts. But the next second, likely guessing Mr. Red's intentions, Alaric shot him a threatening smile. Then, as if nothing happened, he pulled Klein forward and introduced, "This is Sherlock Moriarty, my student and good friend." "Hello, Mr. Red. I'm Sherlock Moriarty. You can just call me Sherlock," Klein said, recovering from the gender mix-up embarrassment and offering a polite smile. "I'm called Red. You can address me as Mr. Red." At Lucifer's request, I'll be looking after you two kids for a while. Medici said, a bold grin spreading across his face. His gaze swept over Alaric before settling on Klein. Sherlock, huh, I was wondering what kind of person was worth all his effort. Now that I see you, I think I get it. As a genuine wraith, Medici could sense Klein's uniqueness. The man was almost certainly tied to Saphira Castle, though the exact connection was unclear. That alone was remarkable enough. Klein paused, realizing Red was likely referring to his Beander characteristics. This confirmed Mr. Red's sequence wasn't low, possibly another angel. Come to think of it, I know quite a few angels now. Mr. Azek is one, Mr. Lucifer's another, and now Mr. Red. If I count the old man in Leonard, we could almost play a game of cards, Klein mused, unfazed. Familiarity breeds indifference, after all. Curious, he asked, Mr. Red, why did Mr. Lucifer ask you to look after us? Is something about to happen in Backland? Medici glanced at Klein, then smiled. You're sharp. Klein's heart tightened, and he pressed, so, what's going to happen in Backland? Can you tell us, Mr. Red? You want to know what's coming in Backland? Medici chuckled. He wasn't entirely sure himself, but as a conspirator who'd served under Solomon, he'd picked up on some signs. So, have you noticed? The things the Augustus family is up to. Medici glanced at Alaric, who looked perfectly innocent, not a trace of his earlier mischief. But the moment their eyes met, those seemingly clear green eyes. Medici understood. Alaric knew. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.